Chapter 136. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden began to return fire as the Geth tried to ambush them. Harry and the girls immediately moved forward and pushed back some of the Geth to give Shepard and his team some breathing room. Harry jumped up and then pushed off a wall close by while slashing down. This propelled him forward and behind enemy lines where he began to slash at the Geth troopers from behind. Shepard saw this and began to cover Harry's back with suppressing fire. Harry smiled at the fact that the commander was already in sync, enough with him to be able to shoot at enemies behind him, without making him have to move not to get shot. That told him that Shepard is a team player. Kaiden was shooting at some far-off Geth troopers that were sniping at him, but he suddenly took a hit on his shoulder. His shields took the brunt of the damage. But the force behind the shot made his body move sideways. Other Geth troopers immediately took aim at him, but Kunu appeared in front of him in a flash of light and began slapping away the shots heading his way with her keyblade. Kaiden quickly recovered, and began to shoot back. He grinned and got out of cover, and stood beside Kunu. He then gave her a nod, which she returned. Then they both began to move forward, Kunu slapping away shots heading their way while Kaiden shot back at the Geth. Li Fei saw a big group of Geth troopers heading their way. She pointed Clarent at the incoming Geth and loudly said Thundaja. A massive red bolt of lightning dropped on top of the incoming Geth. Most were disintegrated on impact, while others were sent flying and crashing all over the place from the blast of her spell. She then took off flying just above the ground and headed towards a few Geth hiding away behind some crates, while shooting from behind them. Ashley was shooting Geth all over the place with a frown on her face, but more kept coming. Suddenly Valerie ran up to her and hid behind the crate Ashley was using as cover. Ashley then saw her charge her handguns with some sort of red energy, but before she could even ask what was she doing, Valerie jumped from behind the crates and pulled the trigger of her handguns. Ashley gaped, as two massive red glowing orbs of fire shot forward at high speed. The orbs reached the enemy Geth in seconds and aggressively exploded, taking out the enemy. Ashley shook her head. Holy shit! I want one of those guns. Valerie heard her and just grinned at her in humor, but then they had to quickly get moving as more Geth began to arrive, but everyone kept fighting while moving forward. Harry and the girls provided backup and kept Shepard and his team safe, so they could quickly make their way through the enemy lines. Shepard ran as fast as he could while shooting his weapon. Harry moved by his side and kept blocking enemy fire for Shepard. Soon enough the commander reached the train controls. He immediately moved to operate them while everyone else began to arrive. Kaiden sighed and shook his head. That is a lot of the Geth. Ashley huffed and then took a big breath. Yet, luckily we had these guys on our side. Ashley smiled at Harry and the group, and they, of course, smiled back at her. Valerie then spoke. You guys are pretty good with firearms. I saw you get headshots on moving targets, not bad. Ashley grinned. You say that, but you were blasting enemies left and right, while still on the move. That's some technique you have there. Shepard cut in. It's ready. All right, everyone get ready. Everyone nodded and the train began to move soon after. Everyone got ready for what was to come and to recover the beacon. Meanwhile, Saren was speaking with the Geth. Set the charges, destroy the entire colony, leave no evidence that we were here. The Geth nodded and left right away. Saren then began to walk forward until he stopped on top of a platform and looked up at the beacon. He suddenly began to float in midair for some unknown reason. At the same time, the Geth was setting up the charges Saren ordered them to, but then they heard the train arriving. All the Geth looked to the side and watched as Shepard and the group arrived. Everyone quickly moved, but something stopped in their tracks. Kaiden frowned as he noticed something really worrying. Demolition charges. The Geth must have planted them up. Ashley scowled. Damn, we have to find them all and disable them. Harry stepped forward. Leave it to me. He quickly snapped his fingers, and all the demolition charges suddenly turned into confetti, which flew everywhere. Shepard and his team gaped in disbelief at what they just saw. Shepard sighed and shook his head. All right. Move people. We'll ask later. Harry just chuckled as he saw Shepard try to ignore what just happened, because of his mission, but he looked mighty tense, which Harry found amusing. Suddenly more Geth began to fire at them. Shepard frowned. They're trying to slow us down. He quickly took cover and began to fire back. Harry and the girls took off flying towards the Geth. This made them focus on them, which Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden took advantage of, to move forward. The Geth desperately tried to shoot down Harry and the girls, but they were moving so fast through the sky, that it was impossible for their sensors to get a lock on them. Their distraction, however, cost them as Shepard and his team approached them and shot them down. The Geth tried to shoot back, but Harry and the girl landed behind them and took the rest out in a blink of an eye. As soon as the coast was clear, the group immediately ran over a bridge and continued forward. with Harry having taken care of the demolition charges, they now could move to get the beacon quicker. They found the beacon on the other side of the platform, across the bridge. Shepherd immediately approached it, to make sure it was all right. Harry, however, stared at the beacon in curiosity. There's some sort of unknown energy coming from it. Li Fei walked up to Harry's side and nodded. Yeah, I still can't tell what it is though. Do you think is dangerous? Harry nodded. Until we know more of this world, we should proceed with caution. The girls nodded, while Shepherd stood in front of the beacon. He stared at it for a few seconds but quickly turned around to send a communication. Normandy, the beacon is secure. Kaiden walked towards the beacon. This is amazing, actual working protein technology, unbelievable. But Ashley noticed something off right away, as she saw the beacon give off some sort of energy while letting out a humming sound. It wasn't doing anything like that when they dug it up. Something must have activated it. Shepherd suddenly spoke. Roger. Normandy, standing by. The commander turned around towards everyone. But the beacon suddenly began to glow, which began to pull on Ashley, who had gotten closer to take a better look at the beacon. Shepherd noticed right away and took off running towards her. He grabbed Ashley and threw her back away from the beacon, but he got caught in the light of the beacon and began to thrash around. The girls immediately tried to rush forward, but Harry stopped them. Stop. We don't know what that thing is and what is doing, do not approach it. The girls stopped while Harry glared in frustration. He couldn't risk the girls or himself when it comes to unknowns, but that didn't mean he was happy about what was happening to Shepherd. In fact, he was getting rather angry right now. In the short amount of time he had spent with the commander, Harry could tell that he was a good person and he didn't want him to be in danger. Shepherd suddenly floated up and began to squirm in midair in pain. Ashley screamed his name, but Kaiden grabbed hold of her and stopped her from getting close again. Harry and the girls glared, as they watched whatever was happening to Shepherd happen. The beacon suddenly exploded and sent the commander flying back and onto the ground unconscious. Harry immediately blasted the rest of the beacon with a key blast just in case. While everyone rushed towards Shepherd, Li Fei immediately began to use magic to heal him. Harry then rushed forward and began to check Shepherd's vital. He sighed when he saw that he was alive, but there was something obviously wrong since he wasn't responding. Luckily it seemed that Shepherd's ship was on its way, so they all worried and took care of Shepherd, while they waited for the Normandy to arrive. Meanwhile, on the giant mothership, a blue-skinned female alien approached someone and began to speak. We identified the ship that touched down on Eden Prime, the Normandy, a human alliance vessel. It's under the command of Captain Anderson. They managed to save the colony. The one, blue-skinned alien spoke, revealing it was Saren who she was reporting to and the beacon. The blue-skinned alien immediately answered Saren's question. One of the humans might have used it. Saren instantly stood up and began to growl in anger. Arg. Rar. Arg. The Turian began to throw things around in a rage. The blue-skinned alien even had to dodge something coming her way, but she did it quite easily. But Saren suddenly got up to her face and screamed at her. This human must be eliminated. Saren then quickly walked away from the blue-skinned alien and left in a fit. Some time later, Shepherd woke up. Ashley immediately began to speak as she saw him try to sit up. Dr. Shockwell? I think he's waking up. Shepherd sat up on his bed and grabbed his head in pain before looking around. Suddenly a female woman walked up to him. He knew the woman to be Dr. Shockwell. You had us worried there, Shepherd. How are you feeling? Shepherd shook his head. He couldn't remember anything up until the beacon exploded, so he was very confused right now. How did I end up here? How long was I out? Dr. Shockwell answered Shepherd's questions right away. About 15 hours. Something happened down there with the beacon, I think. Ashley, who was behind Shepherd, shook her head and spoke, which made the commander realize she was the one he heard speaking as he woke up. It's my fault. I must have triggered some kind of security field when I approached it. You had to push me out of the way. Shepherd shook his head. You had no way to know what would happen. Ashley smiled, happy that Shepherd didn't blame her for what happened. Dr. Shockwell then sighed. Actually, we don't even know if that's what set it off. Unfortunately, we'll never get the chance. Go find out. Suddenly someone came into the medical room and spoke. Ashley, the food here is horrible. Remind me to cook something for everyone later. I can't imagine how the crew here can eat that slop and properly function. All three of them turned their head towards the entrance and watched as Harry walked up to them. He smiled as he saw Shepherd awake. Oh, it's about time you got up, Sleeping Beauty. Shepherd shook his head but lightly smiled at Harry. Just what happened to me? Do you know, Harry? Harry frowned. I have a few ideas, but we're going to have to talk about it later in private, just to make sure, though the beacon was destroyed. Ashley nodded. The blast was what knocked you out. Harry floated your body back here to the ship. while Le Fay was healing you. Shepard nodded. I appreciate it. Both Harry and Ashley smiled at the commander, while the doctor began to speak physically. You're fine, I still want to know how Le Fay healed you, but she's not saying anything, but I detected some unusual brain activity, abnormal beta waves. I also noticed an increase of rapid eye movement signs typically associated with intense dreaming. Shepard sighed. I saw. I'm not sure what I saw, death, destruction, nothing's really clear. Harry frowned. I knew it. Shepard got an information download from the beacon, and all of that information overloaded his brain, which is why he got knocked out cold. I have to talk to him later about this. Meanwhile, Dr. Shawquas hummed. I better add this to my report, it may. Oh, Captain Anderson. Captain Anderson stepped into the medical room and walked towards everyone. He immediately spoke up. How's our XO holding up, Doctor? Dr. Shawquas slightly nodded. All the readings look normal, I'd say the commander's going to be fine. Captain Anderson nodded. Glad to hear it, Shepard, I need to speak with you and Harry, in private. Ashley saluted right away. I Captain, I'll be in the mess if you need me. Ashley and the doctor immediately began to leave, though Harry heard Dr. Shawquas say that she was going to interrogate Le Fay about her healing methods. Harry chuckled but then paid attention as Captain Anderson began to speak. Sounds like that beacon hit you pretty hard, Commander, you sure are okay? Shepard nodded but then frowned. Intel dropped the ball, sir, we had no idea what we were walking into down there, that's why things went to hell. It was only because Harry and his companions that we were able to deal with everything well enough. Anderson nodded. He certainly understood where Shepard's anger was coming from. The Geth haven't been outside the Veil in 2 centuries, Commander, nobody could have predicted this. Shepard sighed and rubbed his eyes. He knew the captain had a point, but he still was very upset how things went down. You said you wanted to speak to me and Harry in private, Captain. Captain Anderson nodded. I won't lie to you, Shepard, things look bad. Nihilus is dead, the beacon was destroyed and the Geth are invading. The Council is going to want answers, plus there's the issue of Harry and the girls you picked up in Eden Prime. But Shepard seemed pretty upset with what he was hearing. The Council can kiss my ass, I won't let them blame me for losing the beacon. I didn't do anything wrong and I'm not telling them anything about Harry and the girls either. Harry smiled at Shepard. The Dragon God already knew he was a good, loyal guy, but this cemented it. Anderson nodded. I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard, you're a damn hero in my books, but that's not why I'm here for. It's Saren the other Turian. Saren's a spectre, one of the best, a living legend, but if he's working with the Geth, it means he's gone rogue. A rogue spectre is serious trouble. Saren is dangerous and he hates humans. Shepard shook his head in frustration. This whole thing was becoming a bigger mess. Why? Anderson sighed but continued on to answer Shepard's question. He thinks we're growing too fast, taking over the galaxy. A lot of aliens think that way, but most of them don't do anything about it. But Saren has allied himself with the Geth. I don't know how, I don't know why, I only know it had something to do with that beacon. You were there just before the beacon self-destructed. Did you see anything, any clue that might tell us what Saren was after? Shepard crossed his arm as he began to tell what he had seen. While the beacon had him in its clutches just before I lost consciousness, I had some kind of vision. Anderson walked closer to Shepard. A vision? A vision of what? Shepard answered Anderson's question right away. I saw synthetics, Geth, maybe, slaughtering people, butchering them. Anderson frowned but nodded. He obviously didn't like what he was hearing and the implications. We need to report this to the Council, Shepard. Shepard shook his head. What are we going to tell them? I had a bad dream. Anderson just sighed. Shepard did make a good point, but he still needed to let Shepard know this was very important. We don't know what information was stored in that beacon. Lost protein technology? Blueprints for some ancient weapon of mass destruction? Whatever it was, Saren took it. But I know Saren, I know his reputation, his politics. He believes humans are a blight on the galaxy. This act was an act of war. He has the secrets from the beacon. He has an army of Geth at his command, and he won't stop until humanity is wiped from the face of the galaxy. Shepard narrowed his eyes. I'll find some way to take him down. Anderson shook his head. It's not that easy. He's a spectre, he can go anywhere, do almost anything, that's why we need the Council on our side. Shepard looked down and glared at the floor. We prove Saren's gone rogue and the Council will revoke his spectre status. Anderson nodded. I'll contact the ambassador and see if he can get us an audience with the Council. He'll want to see us, as soon as we reach the Citadel. We have some time before we arrive, so when we get closer head up to the bridge and tell Joker to bring us into dock. Anderson then turned his gaze towards Harry. Then there's you and the girls, Don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful that you helped Shepard down on Eden Prime. Things would have been a disaster had you not been there, but that raises multiple issues as well. We can't find you in any database, there just don't seem to be any files on you and the girls. You are not in Eden Prime's roster either, there were no ships reported going in or out as well, just who are you really? And how did you even get to Eden Prime without alerting anyone? Harry hummed to himself for a few seconds before he turned his gaze towards Shepard. Shepard, do you trust Anderson? Shepard raised an eyebrow wondering why Harry would ask for his opinion, but he decided to give him an honest answer. Yes, he and I have worked together for a while now, and he's also has a great reputation, he is trustworthy. Harry closed his eyes and thought about things for a while Shepard and Anderson spoke about what had happened in Eden Prime, and about Saren. There were quite a few things he heard that he didn't like or that intrigued him, the Council, the Citadel, and the alien species, that seemed to be living amongst humanity now. So he had to decide how much to reveal. At first he was just going to tell Shepard and make sure he wouldn't tell anyone else about them, but now? Now it seems like the best course of action is to not hide what they really are. Intimidation might be the right choice here, especially since they're dealing with quite a lot of unknowns here, so Harry made a decision. He nodded to himself and then opened his eyes. At first, I was just going to inform Shepard about me and the girls, but with everything I just heard, hiding who I am and what I am, would only restrict me. Both Anderson and Shepard looked at Harry in confusion, while Harry went on. So I'll explain things. First of all, the girls and I aren't human. In fact, I'm a dragon god, Kunu is a kitsune, Le Fei is a mage, and Valerie is a vampire. Both Captain and Commander widened their eyes. Shepard then thought about everything he saw Harry and the girls do on Eden Prime, and he had to admit that what Harry just said made sense. Anderson however frowned. You don't expect me to believe that, right? On Earth, none of the mythological beings ever existed outside of stories and fiction. We would have found evidence of such beings a long time ago if that was the case. Harry grinned and then snapped his fingers. Time stopped in the universe and only Anderson, Shepard, and Harry were aware of it, but before they could ask Harry what he did, he snapped his fingers again. This time however, both Commander and Captain panicked when they found themselves on top of the Normandy and outside in the open space. But then they noticed that they can breathe, and that shocked them to their core. They both turned their head towards Harry, who was grinning at them. Harry then suddenly transformed into his dragon god form. Both Shepard and Anderson then found themselves staring at a gold and silver dragon that easily dwarfed the Normandy in size. Both gaped at the massive dragon in stunned silence until it began to chuckle. Harry couldn't help himself and laughed at the faces both of these serious men were giving him. You were saying, Captain Anderson? Anderson shook his head and stared at Harry in disbelief for a few seconds. But how can this be? Something of your size and structure should have been detected by our satellites a long time ago. How could you have stayed hidden for so long? Shepard rubbed his eyes. I knew you weren't normal, especially after what you did to the demolition charges, but this is just absurd. Harry chuckled. Well, magic exists, so there are ways to hide from technology. If we wanted to, no one could ever find us, but I'll be honest with you both. The reason no one on Earth knows about us is that we don't come from your Earth. The girls and I come from another dimension altogether. One where Earth has a very active supernatural world. Shepard realized something with what Harry just said. The multiverse theory is real. Harry nodded. Yup. Anderson shook his head and seemed to be struggling to accept what he was hearing and seeing, but there was no way he can stay in denial, especially when he has a massive gold and silver dragon right in front of his face speaking to him. He sighed. Then I'm guessing that you are also allowing us to somehow breathe in open space and did something, so we won't freeze out here, right? Harry nodded. I placed a barrier all around the ship and I'm creating oxygen inside it, so you won't suffocate, plus I'm keeping you nice and warm with magic. Shepard nodded, while Anderson took in a big breath and then exhaled. I honestly don't know what to do with this information. Harry just smiled. For now I suggest you accept it little by little. The girls and I will reveal things in time, so don't worry too much about it right now. Anderson thought about this for a few moments, but in the end, Harry did have a point. Besides, no one would believe him unless Harry and the girls willingly reveal themselves. Shepard stared at Harry in his dragon form. So a god, hey? Got to admit, I've never really believed in any deities and just decided to rely on myself, but to think I would ever meet a god, a dragon god to boot too. Harry nodded to Shepard. In my world, there's all kinds of gods, some good, but there are others that are horrible beings. Shepard nodded. Harry then spent the next hour or so talking with both Shepard and Anderson about his world, the yokai faction, Neo Kyoto, and his family. Needless to say, Both Anderson and Shepard were having a hard time absorbing everything that Harry revealed to them, but they were however, very glad that Harry seemed to be a good and kind guy. They shudder to think what would have happened if he wasn't, or if they had attacked him, or tried to arrest him the moment he appeared in Eden Prime. Things would have gotten messy and Saren would have been the least of their worries. After Harry finished telling both Shepard and Anderson about the girls and himself, plus his original world, they all stood on top of the Normandy and stared out into the vast open space in silence for a while. Shepard then turned his head towards the massive dragon god. Harry, I know I might be asking a lot from you, especially when this isn't your world, but can I count on you to help me with this situation? Harry nodded with his massive head. Of course, I had already decided to help you when I heard what Anderson told you, plus I still need to find out how those undead were created on Eden Prime. Shepard gave Harry a small smile and gave him a nod. Anderson then spoke up. I'll help get you any documents you might need, IDs, credentials, and whatnot. As soon as we arrived at the Citadel, I'll get in contact with Earth and take care of it. Harry nodded. Thank you, Captain. Anderson shook his head. You don't have to thank me, you're helping us after all, so this is the least I can do. Harry turned back into his human form and walked up to Anderson. He then stretched out his hand towards him, and Anderson wasted no time to grasp Harry's hand and shake it. Harry grinned. Then you can count on me to help in any way I can. Both Anderson and Shepard nodded, glad to have someone like Harry on board, plus the girls' help would be a godsend as well. Both Captain and Commander were feeling pretty confident now. Soon after, Harry teleported Shepard, Anderson, and himself back into the medical room, while also restarting time. The Captain immediately left since he had quite a few things to do and prepare for when they arrive in the Citadel. Shepard decided to go around the Normandy for a bit since they had time. Harry decided to go with him since he hadn't seen a lot of the ship yet. They found Ashley just outside the medical room speaking with Kunu. Shepard and Harry walked up to them. Ashley immediately noticed Shepard and spoke up to him, while Kunu waved at Harry. I'm glad you're okay, Commander. The crew could use some good news, after what happened to Jenkins. Shepard nodded. Jenkins was a valuable part of this crew. Kunu and Harry had no idea what they were talking about, so they decided to let them speak, while Harry smiled at Kunu and began to play with her fluffy ears. Meanwhile, Ashley looked down. Part of me feels guilty over what happened. If Jenkins was still alive, I might not be here. Shepard, however, decided to make Ashley stop having that kind of thoughts. You're a good soldier, Williams, you belong on the Normandy. Ashley nodded and smiled at Shepard. Thanks, Commander, I appreciate that. Shepard then sighed. Things were pretty rough down there, are you okay? Ashley's face looked a bit melancholy. I've seen friends die before, comes with being a Marine, but to see my whole unit wiped out, and you never get used to seeing dead civilians, but things would have been a lot worse if you didn't show up. Thankfully we also had Harry and the girls' help as well, things moved faster and safer with them around. Harry smiled at Ashley while still playing with Kunu's ears. It was a team effort, Ashley. Shepard nodded. Harry is right, we couldn't have done it without you, Williams. Ashley nodded. Thank you, Harry. Commander, I have to admit, I was a little worried about being assigned to the Normandy. It's nice when someone makes you feel welcome. Shepard nodded. Everyone on this ship has to do his or her part, Williams, remember that. Ashley stood up straight and nodded. Understood, Commander. Shepard then turned his head towards Kunu. Thank you as well, Kunu, you were a big help down there with the rest of the girls and Harry. Kunu nodded and smiled. No problem, Commander, glad I could help in any way. Shepard smiled. Harry explained to me everything about you guys. I'm glad to have your group on board, definitely going to need your help with everything that is happening. Kunu looked up to Harry, who gave her a small nod. Kunu smiled and then turned her head towards Shepard. So you know, well then, if Harry decided to help you, then you can also count on me. I'm sure Valerie and Faye will tell you the same thing as well. Shepard nodded, though Ashley looked confused. She decided not to ask. If they wanted her to know they would have told her already, so she decided to stay quiet and just listen. Shepard nodded. He then told both Ashley and Kunu that he was going to walk around a bit and check on some things. Both girls nodded and Shepard walked away from them. They say Kaiden resting close by, so they waved at him. Kaiden waved back at them with a smile on his. Both of them took the elevator to the vehicle bay of the Normandy. Shepard wanted to check in with someone down here and he thought Harry would be able to learn something, since he knew that the girls and he were lacking in information about this universe. So he headed to the Alliance Requisition Officer first. The Arrow immediately greeted Shepard. Hey, Commander, looking for some extra supplies before you head out. Shepard nodded. What have you got? The Arrow smiled. Whatever you want, armor, weapons, mods, it's not standard alliance issue, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, as long as you don't mind paying for it. Shepard and Harry raised an eyebrow, but Shepard was the one who asked the question running through their heads. Why should I pay you for my weapons and armor? The Arrow looked a bit nervous but still answered the question. My stuff doesn't come from the Alliance, I have to purchase it myself and it's not cheap. Hell, the licenses alone set me back more than I'd like, but no licenses, no goods, without goods I'm out of the job. Harry hummed. Do you have a way to exchange precious metals and gems for whatever type of money you need? The Arrow looked confused about the odd question Harry gave him but nodded. Well, yes, precious metals and gems always sell. I also have some good connections on Earth that will guarantee me a good price. Harry nodded and then dumped a ridiculous amount of gold, silver, and gems from his inventory, right in front of the very stunned Arrow. Shepard couldn't help but chuckle at what Harry just did. Harry smiled and then nodded. There, use that to buy all the licenses you need and get some real good stuff. I'll pay for everything, so if you need more let me know, okay? The Arrow just nodded and seemed very shocked. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. Are you sure? Harry nodded. When on a mission, having the best gear and equipment might save your life. Ashley, Kaiden, and you don't have the same advantages the girls and I have. So good equipment will go a long way, plus I'm sure Valerie and Faye will be very interested in buying some stuff as well. Shepard nodded, understanding what Harry was saying. Thank you, Harry, I really appreciate the help. Harry smiled at Shepard. Don't mention it, Shepard. Soon after they left the still quite shocked Arrow and went deeper into the vehicle bay, they found Valerie checking out some kind of vehicle. Shepard walked up with her with Harry following him, interested in the M35 Mako. Valerie turned her head towards Shepard and smiled at both him and Harry. Oh, Commander, hello, I'm glad to see you walking around, and yes, this M35 Mako? Looks pretty cool. Shepard nodded and smiled. I don't know much about it, but you can ask the repair crew about it, I'm sure they'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. Valerie nodded but seemed curious about something. Are you sure? Isn't this some sort of military secret or something? He just smiled. Yes, but Harry shared some secrets with me and Captain Anderson, so I don't mind that any of you see that sort of information, besides you're all part of the crew now. Valerie turned her gaze towards Harry, who nodded. Valerie smiled and nodded back. So you know now, well. How do you feel about it? Shepard closed his eyes and began to think about how to respond to that question. After all, Harry just revealed some very heavy information, but in the end, he decided to give Valerie an honest answer. Chapter 137. Shepard opened his eyes and honestly answered Valerie's question honestly. It's a bit overwhelming, supernatural beings, other worlds, gods, and powers, that make what we can currently do, seem nothing more than a kid's game. Valerie smiled. You seem pretty calm though, then again, you give off this aura that just screams I've done a lot, I have seen a lot. Shepard chuckled. Yeah, I certainly have, maybe that's why I seem calm and collected, but trust me. I'm very much questioning my existence on the inside, especially with Harry here showing me and the captain some of what he can do. Harry shrugged. You needed to both see and get proof that I was not downplaying what I can do, plus I needed you to understand. Shepard nodded. Yes, I understood why you did it. Valerie crossed her arms and smiled at Shepard. At the very least, now that you know you can count on our support, we'll make sure everyone here is safe and has everything you will need for whatever mission you have. Shepard smiled. It does put me at ease to know that we have all of you on our side. Please let me know if you need anything, and I'll make sure to accommodate you. Valerie nodded. Well, I could use a small space to research the firearms of this world. Once I have that, Harry and I will be able to upgrade your gear with magic, alchemy, and all sorts of magical crafts. Shepard seemed intrigued. What sort of things can you both do? Valerie smiled and proceeded to explain. Well, applications for magical crafts are endless, from protective gear to even healing items can be created through the use of magical craft. We can upgrade gear and weapons to be more effective in battle and to have all kinds of special effects that can be useful in any kind of situation. Harry then continued on from where Valerie left off. Keep in mind that it will take us some time to make the real good stuff. There's still a lot we don't know about the technology and even the materials you guys use. So it will take some trial and error, though we will be able to produce some really neat stuff nonetheless. Shepard nodded and seemed quite interested. I'll make sure to get you that space. Everything you just told me seems very useful to us right now. How big do you need that space? Harry smiled. You can give us something really small if you want, we can expand it with magic to whatever we need, so no worries. Shepard smiled. All right, I'll make sure something is prepared. Now come on Harry, we have some more people to talk to. See you later Valerie. Valerie smiled and waved at both Harry and Shepard, as they left the area and headed to the elevator. Shepard showed Harry a little bit of the Normandy and its crew, but since they were soon arriving at the Citadel, he decided to take him to the navigation center on the first floor. Once up there they found Le Fay staring at the galaxy map. Taking advantage of her being there, Shepard decided to approach her to get to know her a bit better. Le Fay turned to look at them as they got closer. Commander Shepard, looks like you're okay. I'm glad. You were physically alright, but it seems like your mind had gone in overdrive and kept you unconscious to cope. Shepard raised an eyebrow. What? Le Fay tilted her head. Harry didn't tell you yet. Harry spoke up. He just woke up and he was showing me around, but since you mentioned it now, I might as well tell him. Harry suddenly snapped his fingers, and Shepard looked a bit surprised that he couldn't hear anything anymore. What? Le Fay smiled. It's okay, Commander Shepard. Harry just used a spell that will prevent anyone or anything from overhearing what he's going to tell you. Shepard nodded. Harry then spoke. Well, you remembered, I told you that I had an idea about what happened to you with the beacon, right? Shepard nodded, and Harry then went on. What you experienced is a massive information download, directly into your mind. Your brain couldn't handle such a massive amount of information and shut down in an effort to adapt to it. This is why you had that dream. Your brain was sorting through that information and you saw what it considered important, though it seems that it came in pieces instead. Shepard scratched his head and sighed. All of that was information inside the beacon. Is there any way to see all of it? Le Fay is the one who answered Shepard's question. Not until your mind settles down and the information sets in. After that, Harry and I can easily go onto your minds and make a copy of the information. Shepard nodded. Is there any way to speed up the process? Le Fay hummed. Yes, but I think it's best we let your mind naturally settle itself. The amount of information that was downloaded into you was massive, and if we force it, you might just go brain dead. Shepard frowned but understood the situation. He would have wanted to get the information right away, but he also didn't want to hurt himself in the process. Thank you, Le Fay. I'll be counting on you and Harry to help me with this later. Le Fay nodded. No problem, we have your back. Shepard smiled and then decided to ask something that he has been very curious about for a while. You said your last name is Pendragon, right? Le Fay smiled, already knowing what Shepard was going to ask about. Decided to confirm it. Yes, and yes, I am a descendant of King Arthur. Shepard seemed very intrigued by what Le Fay just said. Then, that sword you had? Le Fay giggled. Sorry, but that wasn't Excalibur, it was Clarent, which was also a sword belonging to Arthur Pendragon, just not as well known compared to Excalibur and Caliban. Shepard nodded. It was a bit disappointing not to be able to see Excalibur, but it was still very cool that he had met someone descended from King Arthur himself. He idly wondered how Dr. Shawquas would react if she were to find out. Both Harry and Le Fay found it amusing, the way Shepard seemed excited about the fact that Le Fay is a Pendragon. Shepard nodded and then spoke. Thanks for the talk and the help, Le Fay, but I have to go speak with the pilot. Le Fay nodded with a bright smile on her face. Anytime, Commander Shepard. Harry snapped his fingers and took off the wards he placed so no one could hear what they were speaking about. Shepard then took off, walking towards the pilot cabin with Harry following close behind. Meanwhile, Le Fay waved at them goodbye. Soon they arrived and Shepard immediately walked up to the pilot. The pilot wasted no time speaking to the commander. Good timing, Commander, I was about to bring us to the Citadel. See that taxpayer money at work. Harry watched as the Normandy arrived at the Citadel. He silently stared at the enormous space station, while Joker worked on bringing the Normandy into the Citadel. Suddenly, Ashley, Kaiden, Kunu, Le Fay, and Valerie joined them to watch as well. Ashley immediately walked up to one of the windows in awe. Look at the size of that ship. Harry stared at the ship within the Citadel airspace with curiosity, while Kaiden decided to explain a bit. The Ascension, flagship of the Citadel fleet. Joker decided to comment in that. Well, size isn't everything. Harry grinned while the girls giggled in amusement. Ashley grinned and decided to tease Joker. Why so touchy, Joker? Joker, however, just smiled. I'm just saying you need firepower, too. Ashley, however, was far more impressed with the Ascension. As they go closer, look at that monster. Its main gun could rip through the barriers on any ship in the Alliance fleet. Kaiden nodded. Good thing it's on our side, then. Le Fay stared at the Ascension. That sure looks impressive, makes me wonder how powerful and tough really is. Valerie hummed. They mentioned shields, so I bet that ship might have some very impressive ones to boot. Kunu turned her head towards Harry. You think we could make something like this in Neo-Kyoto, Harry? Harry thought about Kunu's question for a few seconds. Maybe, though it might take us some months to have it built. We do have some technology from Tony's world. Kunu smiled. Ah. The Asgardian tech and the few things we got from the Guardians of the Galaxy, plus whatever you collected while riding around the galaxy with Thor. Harry nodded and smiled at Kunu. That's right, I'm sure, given enough time, the boys and I could build a ship like the Ascension, though it wouldn't hurt to do some research on technology here, it could come in handy. Le Fei nodded. I've been checking some stuff, there are things that we definitely should get for Neo Kyoto because they will be useful, plus it will advance the yokai faction even further as well. Valerie then piped in. The firearms here as well, they're exactly what we've been looking for to expand the magical gun research in Neo Kyoto. Harry nodded, he had already listed a bunch of stuff that he found both useful and interesting, that he wanted to get for both Neo Kyoto and himself. As they got closer to the Citadel, Joker suddenly spoke. Citadel Control, this is the SSV Normandy requesting permission to land. Citadel Control immediately responded, stand by for clearance, Normandy. Radio communications stayed silent for a few seconds, but soon enough, Citadel Control spoke up again. Clearance granted, you may begin your approach, transferring you to an Alliance operator. Joker smiled. Roger. Alliance Tower, Normandy out. The Alliance Tower soon communicated with the Normandy. Normandy, this is Alliance Tower, please proceed to Dock 422. Anderson came to get everyone involved in the Eden Prime attack soon after Joker docked the Normandy. He immediately took them to Earth's embassy in the Citadel. Once inside, he took them into one of the offices, and in there they saw a human arguing with what seemed to be holograms of some aliens, given the human was busy right now. Everyone moved to the balcony and waited as the human argued. This is outrageous. The council would step in if the Geth attacked a Turian colony. One of the aliens spoke, the Turians don't found colonies on the borders of the Terminus's systems, Ambassador. Another alien, a female one, spoke next. Humanity was well aware of the risk when you went into the Traverse. The Ambassador frowned. What about Saren? You can't ignore a rogue spectre, I demand action. Another alien, a Turian Harry believes, spoke next. You don't get to make demands of the council, Ambassador. The female alien spoke again. Citadel Security is investigating your charges against Saren, we will discuss the CSEC findings at the hearing, not before. Harry was a bit lost as to what was being talked about, but it seemed like the council wasn't being cooperative, and that spells disaster for this whole thing. Meanwhile, the ambassador sighed and shook his head. He then turned his head towards the group and addressed Anderson. Captain Anderson, I see you brought half your crew with you. Harry raised an eyebrow at the way the ambassador spoke to Anderson, meanwhile the captain seemed to just ignore it. Just the ground team from Eden Prime, in case you had any questions. The ambassador frowned. I have the mission reports, I assume they're accurate. The ambassador's gaze slightly moved to Harry and the girls, which they noticed, but decided to ignore it. More than likely, there was stuff about them in the reports, but they didn't mind, though they did wonder what Shepard and Anderson wrote in those reports. Anderson nodded. They are, sounds like you convinced the council to give us an audience. The ambassador nodded. They were not happy about it. Saren is their top agent, they don't like him being accused of treason. Harry frowned. So they're in denial, more than likely they'll be difficult to convince, they might even become a problem as well. As Harry thought about the situation more thoroughly, Shepard decided to speak. Saren is a threat to every human colony out there, if they don't stop him, I will. The ambassador just glared at Shepard. Settle down, Commander, you've already done more than enough to jeopardize your candidacy for the Spectres. The mission on Eden Prime was a chance for you to prove that you could get the job done, instead, Nihilus ended up dead and the beacon destroyed. Anderson immediately stood up to Shepard. That's Saren's fault, not his. The ambassador sneered. Then we better hope the CSEC investigation turns up evidence to support our accusations, otherwise the council might use this as an excuse to keep you out of the Spectres. Come with me, Captain, I want to go over a few things before the hearing. Shepard, you and the others can meet us at the Citadel Tower, top level, I'll make sure you have clearance to get in. The ambassador turned his gaze towards Harry. The dragon raised an eyebrow. What is it? Do you have something to say to me, or what? The ambassador frowned. You must be Harry Potter, I read the nonsense written in the reports about you and the girls with you. I don't know where you came from or what you want, but do not cause any pro. Harry narrowed his eyes and let his energy flare. The ambassador gasped and dropped to his knees, and Le Fei immediately snapped her fingers to protect everything and everyone with a ward, from Harry's energy. Shepard and the rest of the crew with him gaped as they watched Harry walk up to the ambassador. Once he reached him, he looked down at him and growled, listen here, human, even if you don't believe, the least you can do, is show some respect, or at the very least be a bit polite. I'm not someone you want to piss off, I can do things to you that will have you beg for death, Do I make myself clear? The ambassador looked like he was starting to struggle to breathe but was able to nod. Harry let up his energy, and this allowed the ambassador to gasp and breathe again. Leave and do not speak like that to me again. The ambassador quickly stood up and left. Harry sighed and shook his head. How arrogant and stupid. Everyone sighed, but nodded to Harry in agreement. Ashley shook her head. And this is why I hate politicians. Everyone nodded. Nobody really liked dealing with this sort of people. Anderson soon left to join the ambassador, while Shepherd and everyone were left to do what they wanted. Soon enough they made it to the lobby of the Presidium. There Harry noticed some sort of hologram, speaking about random things. Curious about it, he walked over to it. The hologram immediately spoke to Harry as he got close. Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel Space Station. Harry smiled. Neat. Can you explain that? Shepherd, Ashley, and Kaiden raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Harry seemed rather happy to be speaking with Avina. In fact, he was softly smiling at her like he would any of them. Meanwhile, Avina immediately began to elaborate. I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium 6 terminals, should you require assistance. Harry nodded and smiled. That sounds interesting. Okay. Give me the tour. Kunu, Le Fei, and Valerie smiled at Harry. His experience and love for Digimon have given him an appreciation of anything digital. He tends to be very enthusiastic when speaking with things like Jarvis and Friday, and they honestly thought he was cute when he acted this way. Avina immediately began to do what Harry asked for. You are currently standing at the Presidium Terminal 1. On either side of this lobby are the embassies of various Citadel races, along with CSEC headquarters. On the far end of this level, you can see Citadel Tower, where the council meets regularly to discuss matters of interstellar importance. Harry nodded. He then turned his head towards Shepherd. Do you guys mind if I ask a few questions? This is a perfect opportunity to learn about all of this. Shepherd nodded. Go ahead, we have time, and besides, you guys do need to learn as much as possible of all of this. Harry smiled and then turned his head back to Avina. What can you tell me about the Citadel Council? Having seen the ones in charge of the council and having heard the way they spoke about what was going on, made him wonder about them, so he decided to ask about them first. Avina wasted no time to elaborate. Originally, the council consisted of representatives from the Asari and Solarians, the two dominant species in Citadel space. Roughly 1,304 galactic standard years ago, Turians were invited to join the council in recognition of the role they played during the Krogan Rebellion. Since then, the three council races have worked together to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the galactic community, while preserving individual autonomy for each race. Harry frowned and looked down. This sounds fishy. If they really ensure peaceful coexistence, then why are there only 3 races on the council? From what I heard right now, there are multiple races here. We all know that there's bound to be problems somewhere out there too. Avina suddenly responded, I'm not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations. Harry smiled at Avina. That's a shame, to be so limited when you could be more. Well, then, can you tell me about Citadel security? Avina instantly answered Harry's question. Citadel security serves as law enforcement for all regions of the Citadel, though the majority of the officers serve inwards. Executor Palin, a Turian, is the current head of CSEC, but individuals from virtually every species across the Citadel space serve as officers beneath him. If you wish to learn more, Executor Palin's office is located in the CSEC headquarters just across the lobby. Valerie hummed for a few seconds. Sounds like the Palace Guards and Mercenary Guild in Neo-Kyoto. Harry nodded, while Ashley and Kaiden seemed confused. Shepherd noticed this and decided to ask Harry something important. Hey, Harry. Harry turned his head towards Shepherd. Yet. Shepherd signaled at both Ashley and Kaiden with his head. Can I speak with Ashley and Kaiden about what you revealed to me and the captain in the Normandy? Harry smiled and nodded. Sure, they already seen us do all kinds of weird things, plus we fought together, so I know I can trust them. Shepherd smiled. Harry snapped his fingers and raised a barrier around them, so no one could overhear what Shepherd was going to say to Ashley and Kaiden. Harry then turned his head back towards Avina. What can you tell me about the embassy? Avina answered Harry's question right away. Each species in Citadel space important enough to be consulted on matters of galactic politics maintains an embassy on the Presidium. The Volas were the first non-council species to be granted an embassy, roughly 2,384 galactic standard years ago. As Citadel space had expanded, more embassies have been added. The most recently added embassy belongs to the species known as humans, it was added 19 galactic standard years ago despite some rather vocal opposition. Le Fei frowned. Hey? Did humans in this world do something? That's the only reason I can think of, as to why other species didn't want humans to join the embassy. Harry nodded, but then decided to ask Avina about it. Why were people trying to keep humans out of the embassy? Avina answered the question right away. Some species felt humanity was given preferential treatment. It often takes a century or more before a new species is granted an embassy. The council gave a great deal of thought to this matter, and in the end, they decided humanity's impact on Citadel space was significant enough to warrant an embassy. Harry looked up as he thought out loud about what he just heard. Humanity's impact, hey? I wonder what that was. The girls thought about it for a few seconds, but in the end, they decided that they should ask Shepherd or the others about it later. Harry looked back to Avina. Let's see, I've been curious about this for a while. What can you tell me about specters? Avina immediately responded. The term specters is derived from the branch of special tactics and reconnaissance. Each spectre agent is handpicked by the council. Their primary role is preserving galactic stability and resolving volatile situations that cannot be handled through normal political channels. In this role, they are granted extraterritorial rights and jurisdictions. Specters do not answer to the law or authority, except the council itself. Harry frowned. Damn, that's why Anderson is really worried about Saren going rogue. The bastard is practically immune until the council decides to get their heads out of their asses. Kunu then spoke up. The specters sound like us, or at least the usual function we serve within Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction, though the description fits you to a T. Harry. Harry nodded. Yeah, I do tend to do what I want whenever something raises up and I have to deal with it. Harry turned his head back to Avina. That will be all, thank you, Avina. Harry smiled while Avina responded. Goodbye and thank you for using Avina, please enjoy your visit to the Citadel. Harry turned his head towards Shepherd and chuckled when he saw Ashley and Kaiden gaping at Shepherd, who seemed to have finished telling me about him. He snapped his fingers and walked over to the group. Ashley immediately turned her head toward him. Harry. Is it true? Harry nodded. Yup, pretty much. Ashley just stared at him in shock, while Kaiden sighed. Well, that certainly explains a lot, but still, everything I just heard sounds crazy. Shepherd nodded. I understand it's a lot to take in, but we can talk about it with Harry later. We should get moving. Everyone agreed and then followed Shepherd towards some sort of vehicle. Apparently, it was some sort of public transportation for the Citadel, so everyone climbed on and rode it to the Citadel Tower. It didn't take too long for the transport to take them to the Citadel Tower. Once there they all got out and headed inside the enormous building and got into the elevator. Ashley, having calmed down about what she learned about Harry and the girls, suddenly spoke up. The council isn't going to ask me about what happened in Eden Prime, right? Kaiden answered Ashley's question. I doubt it, we made our report, now we just have to trust Ambassador Udina. Ashley scoffed. No we don't, sir. Harry sighed. So that's his name, Udina, hey? Can't say I have a good impression of him. People like that don't get to live long in my world, especially when it's me they start their nonsense with. Ashley laughed. It's kind of funny how scared Udina looked. I think he crapped his pants. Kaiden smiled, while Shepherd chuckled. It seems, no one liked Udina and his rude attitude. Soon enough they reached the floor Shepherd had selected and everyone stepped out of the elevator. Harry and the girls looked around in curiosity, and Ashley immediately noticed something. Look at that bug thing over there, what's it doing? Harry turned his head towards whatever Ashley has noticed. He noticed some sort of alien that quite resembled a bug. Shepherd got curious and approached it. Avina, who had a station nearby, suddenly spoke. Please do not disturb the keepers. Avina then began to speak and point out some interesting stuff about the area, things like the monument behind her and the keepers, who seemed to be the caretakers of the Citadel. She also told them that they might see keepers throughout all levels of the Citadel while doing various tasks, so she asked them not to disturb them in any way. Apparently, getting in their way or disturbing them has harsh punishments because the keepers are essential to how the Citadel functions. Everyone understood this and decided to leave them alone. Soon after everyone followed Shepherd as they looked around this new place. Kunu noticed a very odd-looking alien and decided to approach it. Once close to it, she began to inspect it. The alien was pink in color and stood up with his tentacle-like limbs. It sort of resembled a squid or perhaps a jellyfish of sorts. The alien noticed Kunu and suddenly spoke. Ah, humans, this one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium. Kunu ignored the fact the alien confused her as a human and spoke up. Who are you, Mr. Alien? The alien swayed a bit but then answered Kunu's question. This one's name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the line of goods this one has to purchase. all of great worth. Kunu smiled and clapped her hand. She then spoke up, oh. An alien shopkeeper. Too bad I don't have any money from here. Shepard smiled. You can buy anything you want, Kunu, I'll cover it until we can set you guys up with an account. Kunu smiled. Thanks, Shepard. She then turned back to speak with Dylan again and see what he was selling. Harry smiled and then spoke to Shepard. I'll pay you back as soon as I have an account, Shepard. Shepard smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about Harry, I do owe you guys for the help you gave me, plus you already paid for a lot with the arrow back in the Normandy. Those licenses you helped pay for, will come in handy with everything going on. Harry nodded with a smile on his face while Kunu inspected all kinds of weapons and armor available, though most of them didn't really match her style of fighting. She still got a small pistol. Valerie promised to teach her how to use it later, which made her really happy. Soon after, they all looked around some more and took in the sights. But eventually, they had to go meet with the council, so they all left back towards the Citadel Tower and went inside. However, as they headed towards the council chambers, they were stopped when two Turians seemed to be getting into an argument in the middle of their path. One of the Turian wearing blue armor shook his head. Saren's hiding something. Give me more time, stall them, ... The other Turian, who was wearing a very fancy black and red armor, shook his head. Stall the council? Don't be ridiculous. Your investigation is over, Garrus. The Turian wearing black and red armor turned around and left. Garrus looked down but then noticed Shepard and the group, so he began to approach them. Garrus nodded to Shepard. Commander Shepard? Garrus Vakarian, I was the officer in charge of the CSEC investigation into Saren. Shepard nodded. Who were you just talking to? Garrus sighed but answered the question nonetheless. That was Executor Palin, head of Citadel Security, my boss. He'll be presenting my findings on Saren on the council. Harry raised an eyebrow. He seems to not really care about what Saren is doing, but you sound like you really want to bring him down. Garrus nodded. I don't trust him, something about him rubs me the wrong way, but he's a spectre, everything he touches is classified, and I can't find any hard evidence. Harry nodded. Shit, looks like we're heading into a hell of an uphill battle. Shepard nodded, and Kaiden suddenly spoke. I think the council is ready for us, Commander. Shepard sighed but nodded. Garrus nodded to Shepard and then said, good luck, Shepard, maybe they'll listen to you. Shepard doubted it, but he had to deal with it. Harry clapped his back. Don't worry, I have your back, Shepard. Shepard nodded and felt more at ease. Everyone quickly made their way towards the council chambers, though Harry took a quick look around and noticed how beautiful the council tower is. It had a lot of beautiful trees and nature. It surprised Harry a bit, but he had to admit that it looked fantastic with the futuristic look the Citadel Tower has. Soon enough they reached the council chambers and saw Anderson waiting for them. He immediately spoke to Shepard. The hearing has already started, come on. Shepard nodded and with Anderson, the whole group walked towards the council chamber. As soon as they arrived, they heard the council already discussing the situation. The female alien, which Harry now knew was an Asari, thanks to having toured the Citadel a bit, was speaking. The Geth attack is a matter of some concern, but there's nothing to indicate Saren was involved in any way. The Turian council member spoke next. The investigation by Citadel Security turned up no evidence to support your charge of treason. Udina, who was the one speaking to the council and had recovered from Harry's anger, shook his head and said an eyewitness saw him kill Nilus in cold blood. Harry frowned. He already didn't like how this hearing was going but decided to quietly watch how it proceeds, for now. The Solarian council member spoke next. We've read the Eden Prime reports, Ambassador. The testimony of one traumatized dock worker is hardly compelling proof. A hologram of a Turian close by, suddenly spoke up. I resent these accusations. Nilus was a fellow Spectre and a friend. Anderson then spoke up. That just let you catch him off guard. Saren then spoke, Captain Anderson, you always seem to be involved when humanity makes false charges against me. Saren then turned his head towards Shepard. And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard, the one who let the beacon get destroyed. Shepard glared at Saren. You're the one who destroyed the beacon, then you tried to cover it up. Saren shook his head. Shift the blame to cover your failures, just like Captain Anderson, he's taught you well. Saren crossed his arms and turned his head towards the council. But what can you expect from a human? Shepard was now livid and he responded in kind. You can expect me to kill you the next time we meet. Saren glared at Shepard. Your species need to learn its place, Shepard, you're not ready to join the council, you're not even ready to join the Spectres. Udina immediately spoke, he has no right to say that. That's not his decision. The Asari council member nodded. Shepard's admission into the Spectres is not the purpose of this meeting. Saren scoffed. This meeting has no purpose, the humans wasting your time, counselor, and mine. Shepard pointed his pointer finger at Saren. You can't hide behind the council forever. Anderson nodded. There's still one outstanding issue, Commander Shepard's vision, it may have been triggered by the beacon. Saren turned his head towards the council. Are we allowing dreams into evidence now? How can I defend my innocence against this kind of testimony? The Turian council member nodded. I agree, our judgment must be based on facts and evidence, not wild imaginings and reckless speculation. The Solarian council member turned his head towards Shepard. Do you have anything to add, Commander Shepard? Shepard looked angry and disappointed. Harry understood why though, the council was being led by the nose by Saren and they were too foolish and arrogant to see it. So Harry came to a decision. He really wanted to wait a bit more before he fully revealed himself to this universe, but Shepard needed help and Harry Potter never abandons a friend. So Harry walked up to Shepard and clapped his shoulder. Shepard turned his head towards Harry, only to see him smile at him. The dragon god then stepped forward to the council and Saren, ready to give them all a lesson. Chapter 138. Saren and the council watched as an unknown human stepped up in front of them. They couldn't recognize him, nor were they sure what he was doing here. To begin with, the only clue they had, was that Shepard seemed to have brought him with him. Then they noticed how Udina, nervously took a step back and gave the new human space. He looked worried and afraid of him, for some reason, and that made alarms go off in their head. The council had never seen Udina act like that towards anyone. The young man stood in front of the council and sighed before beginning to speak. Greeting Council of the Citadel, may I ask your names? The council shared a look. The human's request might have sounded polite, but it was an order and for some reason, they felt compelled to answer. The Asari decided to be the one to speak. I am Tavos, the Asari Council. At my sides are Spiritus the Turian Council and Valern the Solarian Council. Harry nodded and was about to speak when Saren suddenly spoke. Are we here to waste more time with another Huma Arg? Saren's hologram suddenly dropped to his knees and seemed to be struggling to move. The council panicked but then noticed Harry's glare was on him. Harry scoffed and then said, you will stay quiet. Your input and opinions don't matter right now, and the only reason I don't snap your neck right now, is because Shepard called dibs. Harry then turned his eyes towards the council, who took an involuntary step back when they saw his glowing green eyes. Harry then spoke. To think someone will be so arrogant, to speak and interrupt someone speaking to this council. Wars and slaughters have been caused by less. I suggest you three are careful, when it comes to defending and covering someone, you never know when they'll piss off the wrong guy. The council stayed silent, while Harry crossed his arms. Saren was then able to take a big breath and cough. As the rogue spectre tried to recover, Harry spoke up again. Now, I'll start with introducing myself and correct you of a few wrong assumptions of yours. Do not interrupt me. The council member nodded. They didn't know why, but they felt rather scared, and that fear was compelling them to do as Harry says. Meanwhile, Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden were very impressed with Harry. The way he was handling himself made it obvious that he has experience dealing with politicians. Both Anderson and Udina looked both very surprised and even impressed. But Harry ignored all of that and continued on. My name is Harry Potter. I'm not a human but rather a being known as a dragon god. As of now, I have allied myself to humanity, and trust me, I won't allow them to be treated like trash in front of me. The council and Saren stared at Harry in disbelief. Tavos, who thought that it was best to be the one to speak with him, did so. But you look human, and what is a dragon god? I don't believe I've heard such a term. Harry smiled and then snapped his fingers. The council and Saren's eyes widened in shock, as the small platform Harry and the rest of his companions were standing on, suddenly expanded. Even the council chambers expanded in space, making it look enormous. Harry then took on his dragon god form and roared into the air. The three council members gaped and stared in shock at the enormous creature in front of them. Saren also stared in disbelief. He was now starting to get very nervous. Ashley, Kaiden, and Udina looked up in stunned silence, as they stared at the massive gold and silver dragon in front of them. Meanwhile, Shepard and Anderson just grinned. They found it amusing that Harry did this and the faces the council were making. Harry stopped roaring and then leaned his enormous head towards the council. He stared into the three aliens' eyes and then spoke. This is a dragon god. I just take a human form to move around with ease. As you can see, my true form is too big to walk around. The council did not respond for a few seconds. They were still having a hard time dealing in their minds with what they were seeing, but Tavos nervously decided to speak. I see. I don't know where to even begin. Where do you come from? How come no one has found you or your species? Where have you been all this time? Harry looked towards Tavos. I'm not from this universe, I come from an entirely different one. one where the supernatural is very active. Even then, not many outside the supernatural know about me, those that do are afraid of me and for good reason. I'm a universe destroyer class being after all. I came to this universe, along with 3 more people from my universe, to explore and see new things. It was only luck we ended up in Eden Prime and that Commander Shepard was the one who found us. After all, if it had been Saren and the Geth, then I would have gone to war against them and all of you. Trust me, you don't want that and you should be thanking your lucky stars and Shepard, that he and his team were the ones who found me. The Council and Saren were now nervously sweating or the equivalent of that for their species. Harry then went on, in any case, that's not why I'm here. I came here today to support Shepard and see how all of you handle all of this. To my disappointment, I saw Saren, a manipulative and human-hating individual, leading all 3 of you by the nose, and all of you were happy to let him do so. As representatives of your races, your first priority is to confirm any threats, no matter how unlikely or false they might seem. Your job is to make sure and take these sorts of things seriously. Instead, what I saw, are 3 individuals happy to brush all of this aside, and support someone who is obviously biased against humans, do what he wants, you ignore evidence, and even denied a witness. Harry glared at the Council, who jumped a bit at the glare. How foolish and disappointing. It is a shame that even within other species, arrogance and ignorance blossom so aggressively. Harry shook his head, he then turned back to his human form and snapped his fingers. This restored everything he had modified to allow his enormous dragon god form to have space to stand inside the council chambers. Harry then stared at the Council. Nillis, he's the Turian who died during the Eden Prime attack, correct? Tavos snapped out of it and shook her head to compose herself. She now knew that she was before a being way beyond anyone's understanding, so in order to not provoke it or invite its rage, she decided to speak. Yes, Saren is accused of killing him, the witness reports say that he shot him in the back. Sparatus spoke, but everyone who knew him noticed he was tense and very nervous. Yes, but we couldn't even find his body, we can't even confirm that he's dead. Harry nodded. I have his body, I collected it where we found it just in case. It wouldn't do, if it was destroyed or taken away by the killer or something else, right? The Council nodded, while Saren was now beginning to panic. Shepard found it funny, how he was treating the Council as if they were children. Harry then took out Nillis's body for his inventory and made it float in front of him. The Council gasped, not only, because that was indeed Nillis, who was very much dead, in front of them, but this was also solid evidence he was indeed murdered. Harry hummed and then spoke, so, if Nillis was to confirm that Saren was on Eden Prime and that it was Saren who shot him, will you all take your head out of your asses, or whatever you might have that lets you go to the bathroom and do your job? The Council did not know how to respond to that and just stared in silence, though they were able to nod. Harry smiled and then pointed a hand over Nillis's body. Bring back this soul from purgatory. Resurrection. A soft white light engulfed Nillis's body while a magic circle appeared below him. The white light soon dispersed and Nillis suddenly took a big breath. The Council, Saren, Shepard, Anderson, Udina, and the rest of the group except the girls of course, stared in shock as Nillis was brought back to life. Meanwhile, Harry floated Nillis up to his feet. The Turian shook his head but then noticed Saren's hologram. He immediately glared at him. Saren, you coward! Nillis's reaction immediately proved that Saren really did kill him and that he indeed was working for the Geth, so Saren immediately got off the hologram and turned everything off. The Council could only stare in stunned silence, as the person they had been defending ran away. Nillis glared and then turned his head towards Harry. He then bowed to him. Lord Potter, Lady Death sends her regards and thank you for giving me a second chance at life. Harry nodded and smiled. No problem, I take it Death explained to you everything that is going on, right? Nillis nodded. Indeed, she did. Nillis then turns his head towards the Council. Saren is a traitor. He is working with the Geth and slaughtered many humans with glee. All of it to get to the beacon. He must be stopped at all cost, or something terrible will befall the known galaxies. The Council were still rather shocked but they also agreed, there was no way they could deny it any longer. Saren is a traitor. Tavos sighed and nodded. Indeed, Saren must be stopped at all cost, but how do we make all of this public? Everything that has happened here today is unbelievably hard to explain and even prove. Can we even use the testimony of someone who was declared dead? These were some really good questions. Harry then spoke. I rather we keep my ability to bring the dead back to life a secret. That's not something I should use often, and if it becomes common knowledge, I'll have many after me. Plus I suggest, Nillis goes into hiding. I don't doubt Saren will want to silence him and get rid of him, especially because he saw him speak against him. I'm sure Saren still has allies in high places. Spiritus nodded yes. Potter is correct, Nilus, you will go into hiding for now, once this is over we'll just declare that you survived but that it was kept a secret. Nilus nodded, he didn't mind taking a short vacation and disappearing for a while. Valern then spoke. I have so many questions, so many things I want to ask and learn. But priorities come first. Tavos is right, how do we come to the public with all of this? We can't really explain what happened here today. Shepard then spoke, then we find evidence of what Saren did, there has to be something he forgot or mislooked, well use that as the reason as to why he will be declared a traitor. The council shared a look but then nodded. Very well Commander Shepard, we will leave this to you, as soon as you find evidence, the council will publicly declare Saren a traitor. We will then be able to freely move against him. Shepard nodded also, don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this for you, but for Harry, he's the one who took a risk by revealing himself to all of you, for my sake. The council frowned but Harry narrowed his eyes at them, this caused whatever they were going to say to Shepard, to die in their throats, so instead, they nodded to Shepard. Valern sighed and then nodded. We'll publicly support you and go after Saren after you find evidence about treachery, do be quick, we can't allow Saren to keep going with whatever he's planning. Tavos then spoke, we also apologize to you Commander Shepard, and to the ambassador. Shepard and Udina nodded, they were still pretty mad with the attitude the council took against them, but they also knew that they will need the council as well. Tavos then turned her head towards Harry, she stared at him in silence for a few seconds before speaking. Mr. Potter, I have to ask, are you an ally or? Harry just shrugged. I'm Shepard's ally, as long as he's allied to the Citadel and the council, you can consider me an ally as well, but betray him, get in his way, or work against humanity and I'll destroy you all. Tavos, Spiritus, and Valern shivered upon hearing Harry's threat. They knew he was being completely serious with his threat, so they nodded to him, after all with what they had seen so far. They don't want to be on Harry's bad side, they all felt his power and presence when he took on his dragon form. Shepard nodded and then spoke, well gather again, as soon as I collect evidence that we can publicly use. The council members nodded and quickly left, they all had a lot to think about. Nilus turned towards Shepard and Harry, and he then saluted and nodded at them. Shepard and Harry nodded back at him and then watch him quietly leave, more than likely to prepare to disappear for a while. Shepard sighed and then smiled at Harry. Thank you, Harry, I don't know what would have happened if you didn't intervene. Harry nodded and gave Shepard a smile. No problem Shepard, now let's get out of here so we can speak more about what we are going to do next. Right now Saren must be panicking, that will give us some time to find what we need. Everyone gathered around outside the council chamber. Harry immediately raised a privacy ward and everyone began to speak about what to do next. Udina spoke next but everyone noticed he seemed subdued. It might have been a mistake to bring in their captain, Saren, and you have too much history and it made the council question our motives. Anderson had to admit that yes, his presence might have not been productive here today, so he nodded yes, but I know Saren, he's working with the Geth for one reason only, to exterminate the entire human race. We have to stop him, every colony we have is at risk, every world we control is in danger, even Earth isn't safe until we do. Harry, however, was a bit curious about something. What's this past history you and Saren have, Captain? It's been mentioned a lot today. Shepard nodded. Yes, I must admit that I am curious about it as well. Anderson crossed his arms and sighed. I worked with him on a mission a long time ago, things went bad, real bad. We shouldn't talk about this here, maybe later we can speak about it, but I know what he's like, and he has to be stopped. Both Harry and Shepard nodded, they'll talk about Saren later. Now they had a job to do first. Shepard took a big breath and then exhaled. We need to find evidence against Saren as soon as possible, with the council able to publicly denounce him. We should be able to work against him better and even slow him down quite a bit. Everyone nodded. Udina huffed and then crossed his arms. He still had his Spectre status, so he's virtually untouchable right now, or at least until we have evidence that we can publicly use to expose him. Kunu suddenly raised her hand. Oh, what about Garrus? He could help us. Kaiden nodded. That's right, he's a CSEC investigator and we saw him argue with the executor about Saren too. Ashley smiled. That's right. He was asking for more time to finish his report, seems like he was close to finding something on Saren. Valerie smiled. He also doesn't trust Saren, so he'll be extra motivated to help us find evidence. Shepard nodded. Does anyone have any idea where we could find him? Udina nodded to Shepard. I have a contact in CSEC who can help us track Garrus, his name is Harkin. Anderson shook his head. Forget it, they suspended Harkin last month, drinking on the job, I wouldn't waste my time with that loser. Li Fei shook her head. He might still be able to help a bit, Captain, and besides, I think you should stay out of this one. No offense, but I think that until we have the evidence we shouldn't give any supporters of Saren a reason to get in our way. Harry sighed. Yeah, that would force us to move, and trust me, unless you guys want a lot of dead bodies, we should avoid that. Udina turned his head towards Anderson. They do make a good point, Captain. We don't want your past against Saren being used against us, and I don't ever want to see Potter lose his patience. Everyone nodded in agreement. A pissed-off Harry was the last thing anyone wanted to see. They were sure the council would agree with this as well. Udina shook his head and went on. Let's allow Shepard to handle this. Shepard looked down. I don't feel right cutting the captain out of this investigation. Anderson smiled but then spoke his head. No, everyone is right. I need to step aside. Harry smiled at Anderson and walked up to him. He then lightly slapped the captain's back. Don't worry, Captain. We'll get Saren, and I'll even bring you one of his arms as a souvenir, the next time I see him. Everyone just nervously sweated. Ashley deadpanned. How romantic. The girls giggled, while Anderson shook his head and chuckled a bit. Udina sighed. I need to take care of some business, Captain. Meet me in my office later. Udina then nodded at everyone and quickly left. Anderson then turned his head towards Shepard. Harkin's probably getting drunk at Kura's den. It's a dingy little club in the lower section of the wards. Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought you said he was a drunken loser. Anderson shrugged. Li Fei made a good point. He might be able to help, who knows? Maybe he has some information that might be useful to you guys. Shepard nodded and then said, we should get going. Anderson nodded. Good luck, Shepard. I'll be over in the ambassador's office if you need anything else. Anderson quickly left after that. Harry sighed. Well, I guess we should head over to Kura's den and meet with this Harkin guy. Everyone nodded. They then began to walk over to the elevator to the transport so they could go to the lower wards. As they walked through the council tower, they looked around the place once more. Ashley couldn't help but comment about the place. So this is where the council passes judgment on us little folk, huh? Ever get the feeling we're in over our heads, Commander? Shepard nodded. All the time, but that's why we have to do something about all of this. Who would do so if we don't? Ashley looked down, but nodded a few moments later. It seems like she agreed with Shepard's sentiments. Suddenly, as everyone was walking to the elevator, they saw a Solarian stand up and begin to speak. Oh, no, I wasn't, never mind. The Solarian seemed nervous. Harry looked down and saw a keeper close by. The Solarian noticed this and nervously spoke up. Yes, is there something you want? Harry raised an eyebrow. Hey, he was looking into that keeper. Shepard stared at the Solarian after Harry said that. So? Why so interested in the keepers? The Solarian looked even more nervous now. Keepers? I've got no interest in the keep. Ashley shook her head and cut off the Solarian. Don't get coy, I know what we saw. Kunu smiled and tilted her head at the Solarian. Yeah, we saw you, you know? You were intently looking into that keeper. The Solarian sighed. I'm not sure I should be talking to you about this. Everyone shared a look. Solarian seemed rather nervous, but he didn't seem like he was doing anything bad, but it did make everyone curious as to what he was doing. Shepard decided to try and get the Solarian to talk. We're just talking, is there something wrong with that? The Solarian shook his head. No, I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell. I'm using a small scanner to gather readings on the keepers, and so far, I've had mixed results. I find it difficult to get near the creatures. That didn't seem too bad, in fact, it was quite a harmless thing, but that did make everyone wonder why the Solarian seemed so nervous and prone to lying about it. So Shepard decided to ask about it. Why were you being so secretive about it, though? The Solarian began to fidget with his hands. Well, technically we're not supposed to disturb the keepers. I don't really think my scanning disturbs them, but the authorities might disagree. I'd like to do it openly, but it's not really worth getting arrested over. Shepard nodded. He seemed very interested in the keepers, and so was everyone else. Ever since they saw one, they wondered about them, so they wouldn't mind getting to know more. So Shepard said, I could help you out, I'm not worried about the authorities. The Solarian just raised an eyebrow. I don't even know who you are. Everyone's sweat dropped, and the Solarian raised a very good point. Eventually, Harry and the girls lightly laughed, finding the whole thing funny. Shepard chuckled and then said, I'm Commander Shepard, with the Alliance military. The Solarian looked intrigued. Well, I suppose I could use the help. Okay. I'm Corbin and you'll need this. It's the scanning device I developed. Activate it each time you see a keeper, and all collected data will automatically upload to my database. I'll even send a few credits your way for each unique scan. Shepard took the scanning device, and nodded at the explanation. He then decided to ask one more thing. What are you doing with the data once you've scanned it? The Solarian smiled, trying to learn whatever I can about the keepers. We see them working everywhere, yet we know so little about them. I'm a scientist, I want to see what makes them tick. Shepard nodded. He can certainly understand where the Solarian was coming from. Then I'll get going. Corbin nodded. Yes, I have much work myself, so long and good luck with the scanning. Corbin then left. Shepard stared at the scanning device in his hands. How should we do this? We still have to go to Kara's den and speak with Harkin, but I also want to help Corbin. Kunu smiled. He's a funny guy. He's so nervous too, but at least he's doing what he likes. Harry nodded. Yet, he wants to learn about the keepers and he's doing something about it. He even built a scanning device. That couldn't have been easy. Shepard nodded. Valerie then spoke. Harry, why don't you send a shadow clone to find keepers? The clone should be able to go all over the Citadel undetected and find a lot of keepers in all kinds of places. Harry hummed while Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden seemed intrigued. Kaiden eventually decided to ask Shadow Clone. What's that? Le Fei smiled and answered Kaiden's question. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, or the Shadow Clone Jutsu, is a ninja technique. It allows the user to create a perfect clone out of the user energy. The clone is fully autonomous as well. Shepard gaped a bit. That sounds like an amazing technique, very useful too. Harry nodded. It is, though the clones might get a bit rebellious and sassy with you. Nothing serious, but it can be annoying. Harry crossed his finger and created a shadow clone. Shepard inspected it and seemed to be very impressed about it. Ashley even poked it, which made the shadow clone grin in amusement. Shepard then gave the clone the scanning advice. Harry nodded and began to speak to the clone. Go full stealth mode, scan as many keepers as you can but don't disturb them. When you're done, put the scanning device in my inventory and then dispelled yourself. The shadow clone nodded and then disappeared in a blur. Ashley grinned. Okay, I got to admit, that was kinda cool. Shepard and Kaiden nodded in agreement, while Harry just chuckled in amusement. With that done, Shepard, Harry, and the rest of the group went to the elevator and rode it down to the Presidium. While they rode the elevator, Ashley suddenly spoke. I still can't believe they were going to ignore all the evidence against Saren. Kaiden sighed. Saren is one of their best operatives, it's only natural that they take his word over us. Ashley huffed and shook her head. They were in denial. That's what it is. We were lucky Harry was with us, otherwise, Saren would have gotten away with all of this. Kaiden nodded. Yet, but still, to think he's a dragon and he even brought Nilus back to life. That's crazy. Shepard nodded and turned his head towards Harry. I had already seen your dragon form, but I didn't know you could bring the dead back to life. Harry shrugged. It's not an ability I show off often in other worlds. I rather not have to worry about people looking for me, in order to bring their loved ones back to life. Sometimes the dead move on, sometimes being brought back to life is something they don't want, and at times, bringing someone back to life could disturb the balance of that universe. Shepard nodded. I see, so we shouldn't count on you bringing us back to life often. Hey. Harry smiled. I rather none of you died in the first place. You saw how Nilus was a bit off, right? Shepard nodded. Yet, he seemed oddly relaxed and a bit out of it. He wasn't acting the way he did when I met him in the Normandy either. Harry nodded. That's because resurrection is jarring on the soul. I am pulling it to the land of the living after all, though the stronger the soul, the less likely you'll get that jarring effect. I'll bring you guys to life, sure, but I doubt you'll enjoy the feeling, and eventually, you'll get pretty traumatized about it, so let's avoid that, shall we? Everyone nodded. In fact, no one really wanted to feel what Harry just described. Ashley decided to change the subject. Still, the faces the council were making when they saw Harry turn into a massive dragon. It was awesome. Kaiden and Shepard grinned. They both found it highly amusing. They had never seen a Solarian, a Sari, and Turian gape like that. Kaiden then spoke up. So a dragon god, hey? Harry smiled and shrugged. Yup. You guys should pray a little to me. I did just save your butts. Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden shared a look. They suddenly nodded and turned their bodies towards Harry, who raised an eyebrow at them. Suddenly they clapped and closed their eyes and began to pray to Harry, which made him deadpan at them. Haha, hilarious guys. Everyone shared a laugh as Harry shook his head. The smile on his showed he had enjoyed the little prank his new friends hit him with. Once in the Presidium, the group quickly moved to a transit station and then called a transport. They quickly boarded and rode it to the lower wards and Kara's den. It didn't take them long to arrive at Kara's den, so they soon got out of the transport and walked inside, but someone suddenly shot at Shepard. Harry reacted right away and slapped the shot away with his bare hand. The shot was sent to the side. where it hit a wall. Shepard and the rest of the group immediately took cover, and Harry suddenly yelled, "I see only two." Shepard nodded. He immediately came out of cover and shot back at one of the bastards who tried to shoot him just now. Harry pointed his finger at the other one and shot him with a death beam. The key beam hit the assassin in the head, and the head immediately exploded, which made the other assassin panic. This allowed Shepard to shoot him in the neck. The assassin grasped his neck in a panic but soon dropped dead on the floor. Harry and Shepard looked around a bit, but soon saw that it was clear, so they relaxed. Everyone sighed and then went to check on the one who just tried to kill them. Kaiden frowned as he saw the assassin. "These must be Saren's men, he must have wanted to get rid of us." Li Fei shook her head. "Well, he must be panicking, he knows it's a matter of time before we find something against him." Valerie took the assassin's weapons and put them in her pocket. "He must not think much of us if he sent only 2 assassins." Harry shook his head. "No, they were aiming at Shepard. He must be wary of me and he might not be taking anyone else seriously in our group, but Shepard must be his primary target." Ashley frowned. "Why though? He should be concerned about you more, rather than the commander. You showed you could get to him whenever he is." Kunu suddenly realized something. The beacon. Saren is more worried about the information Shepard got from the beacon than what Harry could do to him. Shepard nodded. "That makes sense, but then that means he's not worried about getting killed." Harry growlers, which means that he's not working alone, he has to have more people working with him and he must think they could finish what he started. Kaiden sighed. "Great." Harry and the girls quickly got rid of the assassins' bodies and then the group went inside the club. Kura's Den is a dark and quite loud little club, but to Harry and the girls, it was something new and interesting. They all looked around and watched as all kinds of alien species drank and mingled with each other. It was quite interesting to see. The girls even stared at the Asari pole dancing. Kunu tilted her head. I think I can pull off some of those moves." Li Fei blushed a bit. "But why would you want to do that?" Kunu smiled. "Don't you think it would be fun to dance like that for Harry? I think he would enjoy it very much." Li Fei looked intrigued and stared at the Asari dancing with rapt attention. Kaiden chuckled and then said to Harry, "You're one lucky bastard, Harry." Harry chuckled and nodded. He knew it was true and he would definitely like to see his girlfriend dancing like the Asari was. It would certainly be very sexy. Valerie stared at the drinks with curiosity. She had never seen blue glowing drinks before, so she wondered what they tasted like. Ashley walked up to Valerie. "I heard that drink is pretty strong." Valerie raised an eyebrow. "Really? I wonder if we could feel it." "Well, I don't think it would do anything to Harry though." Ashley looked curious. "Hey, I wanted to ask, are you guys dragons like Harry?" Valerie smiled. "In a way we are, thanks to his blessings and so many other things, but most of us are other kinds of supernatural beings. I'm a vampire, while Kunu is a 9-tailed fox, a yokai. Li Fei is a mage but her ancestor has Fei blood. Though that was something we found out later." Ashley smiled and began to ask Valerie all sorts of questions about vampires and other supernatural beings. Meanwhile Shepard heard 2 Krogans arguing, so curious about it, he approached them. Chapter 139. As Shepard approached the Krogan he began to be able to hear their conversation. "Back off, Rex, Fist told us to take you down if you showed up." Rex scoffed. "What are you waiting for? I'm standing right here, this is Fist's only chance, if he's smart, he'll take it." The Krogan in front of Rex shook his head. "He's not coming out, Rex, end of story." Rex just growled, "This story is just beginning." Rex turned around and began to walk away. Shepard accidentally got in his way but quickly moved out the Krogan's way. Rex, being annoyed now, said, "Out of my way, human, I have no quarrel with you." Shepard nodded and Rex walked away. Harry walked up to Shepard and raised an eyebrow. "What crawled up his ass and died?" Shepard shrugged. "Who knows, but it's not wise to get involved in Krogan business." Harry tilted his head in curiosity. So that's a Krogan, sort of looks like a snapping turtle with a weird shell." Shepard thought about the comparison and ended up chuckling a bit. "You're right, I never noticed it until now, but they sort of look like turtles." Afterward, they all checked the club for a little while and even tried some of the drinks, but eventually, they had to start looking for Harkin. Luckily for them, there weren't many humans hanging around the club. So they found him easily enough. He was sitting by a table and looking mighty miserable right now. Shepard immediately approached him, but Harkin was drunk, so he began to rant as soon as he noticed Shepard. "Alliance military? Humph, I could have been a marine, you know, instead I joined the goddamned Citadel security, biggest mistake of my life." Shepard sighed, he really hopes that Harkin doesn't want to be difficult right now. "Harkin, right, I was told, you could help me find someone, a Turian CSEC officer named Garrus." Harkin raised an eyebrow. "Garrus? You must be one of Captain Anderson's crew, poor bastard still trying to bring Saren down, eh? I know where Garrus is, but you gotta tell me something first, did the captain let you know about his big secret? Shepard, Harry and everyone else raised an eyebrow. Shepard, wanting to know what Harkin was talking about, decided to ask, is there something I should know about the captain? Harkin scoffed. The captain used to be a spectre, didn't know that, did you? It was all very hush, hush, the first human ever given that honor, and then he blew it. Everyone was surprised about this revelation. Harry looked down. So that's what Anderson meant with what he said to us in front of the council's chamber, that must be part of the history between him and Saren. Harkin shook his head and continued on. He screw up his mission so bad they kicked him out. Of course, he blames Saren, says the Turian set him up. Harry and Shepard shared a look. This was starting to make a lot of sense. Harkin doesn't know the truth about Saren as we do, so he's been acting like an asshole, but now Harry, Shepard and the group know. What's the history between Anderson and Saren? Shepard turned his gaze towards Harkin and decided to ask something that had him curious. You said they covered all this up. How did you hear about it? Harkin turned his head away from Shepard. I spent 20 years working cases on the Citadel. People on this station love to talk. Secrets are like herpes. If you got 'em, might as well spread them around. Kunu, Valerie, Faye and Ashley made disgusted faces while Shepard and Kaiden shook their heads. Harry was just glad that supernatural beings were immune to things like that. Shepard tiredly sighed, but decided to continue asking questions. Why did they kick him out? Harkin shrugged. Have to ask him, I never heard any of the details. Bet it's a good story though. The hero's fall, classic tragedy, ha. This guy was a complete asshole. He was lucky they needed information, otherwise Harry or one of the girls would have shoved his head up his own ass. Shepard just huffed and decided to get this over with. Just tell me where Garrus went. Harkin closed his eyes and answered the question. Garrus was sniffing around Dr. Michelle's office. She runs the med clinic on the other side of the wards. Last I heard, he was going back there. Shepard nodded. I'm out of here. Harkin scoffed and then said, yeah, good, go and let me drink in peace. Everyone gladly left Harkin to get back to his drinking and quickly left the club, though as they walked, Ashley decided to make conversation. Why didn't Captain Anderson tell us he used to be a spectre? Valerie hummed for a bit before speaking up. Well, it wasn't the time or the place to speak about that. Kunu nodded. And we didn't exactly have a lot of time to talk about all of this. The captain has been busy from the moment we arrived. Kaiden then said, besides, Harkin might have been making the whole this up. He is a drunk, so we shouldn't take him too seriously. Ashley nodded. Yeah, you guys are probably right, but still, I want to know what the captain has to say about all of this. Harry nodded. We can ask him about it later. For now, we have things to do. Everyone nodded and picked up the pace, towards the other side of the ward. Looking for Garrus was the top priority right now. Harry decided to ask for them to take the scenic route, though it confused the Marines, but they did so anyways. It took them quite a bit of walking, but eventually, they reached an elevator to the wards they needed to go to. Everyone got inside and wrote it down. Meanwhile, some kind of news report was being played in the elevator. In light of the recent attack on Eden Prime, many colonial investors are pulling their support for future projects. Proponents of expanding human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped greatly. Many colonial proposals are on hold until backers have some reassurance that human colonies will be adequately protected. Harry sighed. That was fast. Seems like news of the attack have already spread out and it's already affecting many people. Faye looked up. Perhaps, it's for the best that colonization slows down. This might prevent more deaths until we can get to Saren, and stop him. Shepard, Ashley and Kaiden nodded. They didn't like the situation nor the consequences of what is going on after the attack on Eden Prime, but at least, with this going on, there would be fewer deaths. Still, they needed to stop Saren as soon as possible. The elevator soon reached its destination and everyone got off. Harry and the girls looked around the new location. It was so clean and filled with all sorts of people, it looked kinda blue to them. It certainly was a very interesting sight, seeing humans and aliens hanging out all over the place. Eventually, they reached the end of this ward and arrived at another elevator. Everyone got on and rode it deeper down, and as they did so, another news report was beginning to broadcast. A Solarian excavation team has run into an unexpected problem after unearthing a protein dig site. Hanner protesters have blockaded the dig site, claiming that artifacts of the enkindlers, as the Hanner call them, should not be disturbed. The excavation team has appealed to Hanner representatives on the Citadel to reach a diplomatic solution. Harry hummed a bit. Everyone really seems to care a lot for these proteins and everything they left behind. Why is that? Shepard turned his head towards Harry. I'm not well versed in technology and such, but the ancient protein technology that has been uncovered so far, is what has allowed the Citadel to exist. Even travel between the galaxies is possible thanks to protein technology. Harry nodded. I see. I don't know why, but I think we will be finding out more about the proteins during this ordeal, especially since Saren seems to be very interested in them. Everyone nodded. They all felt the same way, since everything they had gone through lately had to do with protein technology. The elevator reached its destination and everyone stepped out. They walked through the hall and came out into the Presidium. Shepard then walked towards the Citadel Rapid Transit Station and called in a transport to the medical clinic. The transport arrived soon enough, and everyone climbed aboard. The transport quickly took off soon after. It didn't take long for them to arrive and everyone got off the transport right away. Luckily for them the clinic was close by, so they immediately went inside, only to find the doctor in there yelling at someone. I didn't tell anyone, I swear. Everyone looked surprised as they saw the poor doctor surrounded by thugs. One of them grinned at the doctor. That's good, doctor. Now, if Garrus comes around, you stay smart, keep your mouth shut or we'll. The thugs suddenly noticed everyone. The one speaking with the doctor immediately grabbed her and used her as a human shield. He then pointed at Shepard with his gun and yelled, "Who are you?" Shepard and everyone immediately pointed their weapons at the thugs. Let her go now. Harry then noticed Garrus hiding nearby and trying to sneak by the thugs. He smiled knowing what he was planning. Shepard also noticed him, so he kept the thugs' attention on him. This allowed Garrus to sneak attack the thugs. He quickly came out of his cover and shot the thug holding the doctor hostage, right on the side of his head. The thug dropped dead while the doctor screamed in fright. That left two other thugs stunned in surprise. Harry got ready, but before he moved he yelled, "Kunu! Get the doctor!" "Shepard, I'll take the one on the left." Shepard nodded, while Kunu disappeared in a flash of golden light. She reappeared right beside the doctor, grabbed her by the waist, and disappeared in another flash of golden light. The doctor only had time to squeak in surprise, before both she and Kunu were gone. Meanwhile, Harry pointed his hand at the thug on the right and blasted him with a key blast. The key blast slammed against the thug's chest and exploded, sending his dead body crashing against the wall behind him. Shepard immediately shot at the other thug and unloaded at least 6 shots into his chest before the thug fell to the ground dead. The others immediately moved and looked around the small clinic, to see if it was clear. Once they confirmed the clinic to be cleared, they all yelled to inform everyone of this fact, and Kunu and the doctor walked into the clinic from outside. It seems like Kunu chose to teleport the doctor out of the clinic to keep her safe. Now that it was clear, she brought her back inside, though the doctor looked dizzy from the sudden teleportation. Garrus sighed and walked over to Shepard. "Perfect timing, Shepard, gave me a clear shot at the bastard." Shepard nodded. "You took him down clean." Garrus seemed to smile, or at least that's what it looked like to Harry. He was unsure if a Turian could even smile, but Garrus seemed happy with Shepard's praise. "Sometimes you get lucky." Kunu helped the doctor walk towards Shepard and Garrus. Meanwhile, Valerie went around collecting weapons from the dead thugs, and soon after Valerie incinerated their bodies. Garrus turned his head towards the doctor and spoke to her. "Dr. Michelle, are you hurt?" Dr. Michelle shook her head and sighed. "I'm okay, just very dizzy, thank you, everyone." Everyone nodded to Dr. Michelle and gave her a smile. She smiled back at everyone. She still looked a little wobbly, but she was unhurt. Shepard nodded and then decided to ask what was going on here. "Why were they threatening you? Who did they work for?" Dr. Michelle sighed but still answered Shepard's question. "They work for Fist. They wanted to shut me up, keep me from telling Garrus about the Quarian." Now that brought everyone's attention to the doctor, and Shepard wasted no time in asking for more details. "Does this have anything to do with the investigation into Saren?" Garrus nodded. "I think it might. Dr. Michelle, tell us what happened." The doctor fidgeted with her hands a bit, but then nodded herself and began to tell Shepard what she knows. "A few days ago, a Quarian came to my office. She'd been shot, but she wouldn't tell me who did it. I could tell she was scared, probably on the run. She asked me about the shadow broker. She wanted to trade information in exchange for a safe place to hide." Shepard nodded. "Where is she now?" Dr. Michelle immediately answered the question. "I put her in contact with Fist. He's an agent of the shadow broker." Garrus then shook his head and spoke up. "Not anymore, now he works for Saren, and the shadow broker isn't too happy about it." This news surprised the doctor. "Fist betrayed the shadow broker? That's stupid, even for him. Saren must have made him quite the offer." Garrus sighed and nodded. "I bet that Quarian must have something Saren wants, something worth crossing the shadow broker to get." Shepard nodded, Harry hummed, and then spoke up. It must be some sort of evidence against him, otherwise he wouldn't have been taking so many risks. Harry turned to the doctor. What more can you tell us about the Quarian? The doctor scratched her head. I'm not sure, like I said, she wanted to trade information for a place to hide, she didn't. Wait a minute, Geth, her information had something to do with the Geth. Gurus nodded. She must have information linking the Geth to Saren, there's no way the council can't ignore this. Shepard nodded and turned his head towards Harry. If this is true, this should allow the council to move against Saren publicly, we have to find her. Harry grinned. Looks like we're paying a visit to this fist guy. Gurus suddenly cut in. This is your show, Shepard, but I want to bring Saren down as much as you do, I'm coming with you. Kunu suddenly spoke. Why do you want to bring Saren down so badly, Mr. Gurus? He's a Turian like you. Gurus immediately answered Kunu's question. I couldn't find the proof I needed in my investigation, but I knew what was really going on. Saren's a traitor to the council, and a disgrace to my people. Shepard nodded. Welcome aboard, Gurus. Gurus closed his eyes and nodded to Shepard. You know we aren't the only ones going after Fist, the shadow broker hired a Krogan bounty hunter named Rex to take him out. Ashley sighed. Yet, we saw him in the bar. L.E. Faye clapped. Oh yet. He looked pretty angry too, I guess he isn't having any luck getting to Fist. Shepard hummed and then spoke up. A Krogan might come in handy. Gurus then piped in. Last I heard he was at the CSEC Academy. Kaiden raised an eyebrow at the information they just got. What's he doing there? Gurus sighed and shook his head. Fist accused him of making threats. We brought Rex in for a little talk. If you hurry, you can catch him at the academy before he leaves. Shepard nodded. All right, let's move out, everyone. Everyone nodded and quickly moved out of the clinic. They needed to move fast to catch Rex before he left, so they couldn't waste too much time. Shepard and the group quickly went to the Citadel Rapid Transit Station and called transport, and quickly got on board as soon as it got to their location. It didn't take long for everyone to arrive at the Presidium Embassy. From there, they only had a short walk to take in order to reach the CSEC Academy located below the embassies. They got into the elevator and rode it down to the academy. It didn't take long for the elevator to reach the academy and the group quickly got off the elevator and followed Gurus. Though it seems that it was unnecessary for him to guide him, because they found Rex nearby arguing with a human CSEC officer who was now talking back at him. Witnesses saw you making threats in Fist's bar, stay away from him. Rex scowled. I don't take orders from you. The CSEC officer glared at the Krogan. This is your only warning, Rex. Rex, however, wasn't intimidated. In fact, he even leaned his face close to the CSEC officers and said, you should warn Fist, I will kill him. The CSEC officer actually looked away, but then turned his head back to Rex and sneered at him. Do you want me to arrest you? Rex actually grinned. I want you to try. Harry was actually very impressed with the Krogan, and actually grinned at him, something Rex noticed. Harry took out his Elder Wand and waved it towards the CSEC officers surrounding Rex. He then cast an imperious curse and softly said, you will leave and forget this conversation, you will also delete any reports about Rex. The CSEC officers nodded and left while looking a bit dazed. Harry put away his Elder Wand while Shepard raised an eyebrow at him. Kaiden suddenly said, did he just pull off a Jedi trick? Ashley scoffed and laughed a bit. Those movies are old, Kaiden. Kaiden gasped. They're a classic. But before anyone could say anything, Rex walked up to Harry and stood in front of him. He then stared down at Harry, and the dragon god looked up and stared at the Krogan directly in the eyes. This went on for a few seconds until Rex chuckled. I like you, human, not many can stare me in the eyes without any fear, thank you for the help. Harry grinned. You're welcome. Rex then turned his head towards Shepard. Do I know you, human? Shepard just stared at Rex and answered his question. My name's Shepard, I'm going after Fist, and thought you might want to come along. Rex softly growled, Shepard? Commander Shepard? I've heard a lot about you. We're both warriors, Shepard, out of respect, I'll give you a fair warning, I'm going to kill Fist. Rex leaned his face close to Shepard, but unlike the CSEC officer, Shepard just stared back unflinching towards Rex's eyes. The Krogan had a small smirk on his face when he saw that. Gurus suddenly spoke up. Fist knows you're coming, we'll have a better chance if we all work together. Rex seemed to be thinking about the situation, so everyone left him to do so. He then suddenly spoke up. My people have a saying, seek the enemy of your enemy, and you will find a friend. Valerie raised an eyebrow. Hey? That actually makes sense. Shepard nodded. I like that saying, I think we're going to get along just fine, Rex. Rex grinned and nodded. Let's go, I hate to keep Fist waiting. Harry grinned. All right. Now that I've been around the citadel enough, I can now take us directly where we need to go. Harry then waved a hand and opened a dark corridor right in front of everyone. This confused Rex, Garrus, Ashley, Kaiden, and Shepherd. But then they saw the girls happily step into the dark corridor and disappeared within the darkness inside it. Harry then spoke up. Don't worry guys, it's safe and it will take us close to Kura's den. Garrus and Rex looked unsure, but Harry couldn't blame them since they barely know each other. Ashley, Kaiden and Shepherd just nodded and immediately walked into the dark corridor. Seeing this, both Garrus and Rex shared a look and then cautiously walked into the dark corridor, while Harry chuckled and then stepped inside just behind them. The dark corridor soon dissipated after Harry stepped inside, leaving a room full of confused CSEC officers behind. To everyone's except Kunu, Fei, and Valerie awe and surprise, they found themselves right in front of the Citadel transit station close to Kura's den. It was unbelievable to them how quickly they arrived. Ashley looked around amazing. We got here in just an instant. Kaiden nodded. But how? This goes beyond the speed any ship can go through. Garrus looked down. Just what is that? Was it some sort of new biotic? Rex shook his head. No, that didn't feel like anything a biotic would feel like. Whatever that was, it's not something even related to that. Harry stepped out of the dark corridor, and the pillar of darkness dissipated soon after. While Harry smiled at everyone, it's a special kind of transportation ability. It uses the darkness within the gaps of the world to create a pathway between two locations. Shepherd nodded. This sort of ability would be very useful in battle and military operation. Oh. This is why you asked us to take the scenic route too. Harry smiled at Shepherd, confirming what he just said to be true, while Garrus and Rex nodded to Shepherd's words. Both could see the military applications to such an ability. Harry then hummed. Sure, it would be useful. The problem lies in two things. 1. You have to have an idea of where you are going, otherwise, you might end up somewhere entirely different from where you wanted to go. And 2. Unless you have good control over darkness, anyone going through a dark corridor could actually end up consumed by it. I have perfect control over darkness, and everyone taught the technique also got their control to a very high degree. It would be risky to allow anyone to use one without intensive training, and that takes time. Shepherd nodded. That makes sense. Such techniques must have a high degree of difficulty to both learn and master. Did you teach many? Harry nodded. My family all know how to do it, though some prefer different methods of teleportation, so they have more options. Everyone nodded in understanding. Rex suddenly spoke up. This is very interesting and new, but we should get moving. I'm sure Fist knows we're coming. I rather not give him the time to run away. Rex was right, so everyone got their head in the game and quickly headed to Kura's head. It was time to pay Fist a visit. As soon as they got closer to the club, they knew something was wrong. Garrus commented on it right away. Looks like it closed down. Rex nodded. Fist knows we're coming. Be prepared for an ambush. Ashley sighed. Wonderful. Harry turned his head towards Valerie. Valerie, go inside and clean the entrance. Valerie nodded, and everyone looked on curious as to what Valerie was going to do to get inside without alerting anyone. Suddenly Valerie turned into mist and drifted inside the club's entrance. Garrus gaped, which looked funny to Harry, while Rex said, "What the hell?" Kaiden sighed. And now it's a Dracula movie. Ashley scoffed at him again with the old movies. Kaiden scoffed. It's a classic. Fei giggled. Ah, I guess we didn't tell you Valerie's full name. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. He had a feeling that he was about to get hit with some crazy information again, but he was also very curious. What's her full name? Kunu was the one who happily answered Shepherd's question. Her full name is Valerie Teeps. She's a direct descendant of Vlad Teeps, otherwise known as Dracula. Ashley and Kaiden gaped while Shepherd sighed. First a descendant of King Arthur and now one of Dracula. Shepherd turned his head towards Kunu. The Keyblade wielder seemed to get what Shepherd was wondering about, so she decided to just tell him. I doubt you know about her. She's more prominent in Japanese mythology, but I'm a direct descendant of Tamamo no Mae, the most infamous nine-tailed fox in Japan. Shepherd sighed and nodded. I see, your ancestors are pretty famous on Earth. To think I would get to meet the descendants of such famous mythological figures. Harry chuckled at Shepherd's expression and the confusion on Garrus and Rex's faces, but the door suddenly opened and Valerie walked out with a smile on her. Though everyone except her family tense up when they saw her drenched in blood, Harry smiled and then said, Val, you're dripping blood everywhere. Valerie stopped mid-step. Oh. Sorry. Valerie then raised a hand and all the blood in her body, clothes, and even from the entrance of Kura's den coalesced into a small condensed orb of blood. Valerie smiled and then chucked the orb of blood into her mouth and began happily chew it like if it was some sort of marshmallow. Ashley gulped. That's both cool and scary at the same time. Valerie giggled and then pointed at the entrance of the club with her thumb. The area is clear, but I sense a lot of hostiles still in there, we're in for a big gunfight. Rex seemed excited, while Gurus huffed. Of course, I'm sure Fist called every thug, mercenary, and assassin on his payroll here. Shepard nodded. Thank you, Valerie. All right everyone, we're moving inside together and keep an eye on everyone's location. I don't want any friendly fire, the club doesn't have a lot of space so watch out. Everyone nodded to Shepard, and then quickly moved inside. With the entrance cleared, they were able to go in and immediately take cover. Their enemies immediately opened fire on them, the moment they saw them. Rex, Kaiden, Gurus, Ashley, and Shepard took cover behind the bar or tables around the club. They quickly shot back at their targets. Meanwhile, Harry jumped into the wall and ran on them to arrive over one of the thugs shooting at his friends. He quickly dropped on top of the thug and took out a kunai from his pocket. He then jabbed the kunai right into the top of the thug's skull, killing him instantly, before he could even reach the floor. Harry then pulled the kunai out of the thug's skull and threw it at another thug, nailing him in the arm, which made him jump up in pain, only to be shredded into pieces by Rex's shotgun. Kunu flashed around in a golden light and kicked a thug out of his cover. Ashley immediately shot him with her assault rifle until he stopped moving. Kunu suddenly flipped out of the way from a thug's shot and fired back with a blue fireball of foxfire. The thug didn't even get to scream, he was instantly incinerated into ash, by Kunu's very powerful foxfire. Li Fei pointed her hand towards a group of thugs hiding behind the bar and blasted them up with a powerful gust of wind magic. The thugs were sent flying up and out of cover. Both Kaiden and Gurus shot them dead before they could even land on the ground. Meanwhile, Shepard was trading shots with a Krogan bouncer. The commander suddenly waved his hands towards the Krogan, and a wave of energy shot forward. The wave of energy crashed against the Krogan and sent him flying until he crashed against the wall behind him. Shepard wasted no time shooting at the Krogan while it was on the floor until it stopped moving. Valerie moved around so quickly that the thugs couldn't even see her move. They only heard a gunshot before they dropped dead with a bullet hole between their eyes. They died without ever knowing where the shot even came from. After everyone saw no more enemies, they all took a minute to make sure everything was really cleared. Once they confirmed that it was, they all relaxed and gathered together. Gurus and Rex were staring at Harry and the girls. The things they just saw them do were not only incredible but also out of this world. Harry smiled at them, knowing what was going through their heads. I know you have questions, but right now we don't have the time. We'll talk about this later, okay? Gurus sighed but nodded. All right, I'm willing to wait. Besides, you're right, we don't have a lot of time. Rex smirked at Harry. I knew you were something special. I don't know what it is, but a part of me is actually afraid of you. And that makes me excited, but I can wait. Fist, come first. Harry smiled at them and nodded in thanks for their patience. Shepard smiled and then began to move through the bar to the back door to look for Fist. However, as he went inside a room, he was suddenly held at gunpoint by two humans. Both seemed very scared but also ready to fight for their lives. One even yelled, "Stop! Stay where you are!" Gurus looked at the humans. Warehouse workers, all the real guards must be dead. Ashley nodded. Well, we did clean house after all. The other warehouse worker suddenly spoke, "Stay back or we'll shoot." Shepard stared at them and came to a decision. This would be a good time to find somewhere else to work. Both warehouse workers relaxed, seeing that the group wasn't going to hurt them. One of them nodded. Yeah, right, that's a good idea. The other warehouse worker sighed. I never liked Fist anyway. Both warehouse workers left soon after. Rex sighed. It would have been quicker to just kill them. Gurus shook his head. Shooting people isn't always the answer. Harry shrugged. It's all about whether it's worth the effort and ammo to kill people, like those two guys. In this instance, it would have been a waste of time, plus those guys were terrified, they weren't a threat. Everyone nodded. Shepard smiled at Harry and then began to move forward, while everyone followed behind him. They quickly ran through the warehouse and reached Fist's office. They went through the door but Fist was already waiting for them. Why do I have to do everything myself? Time to die, little soldiers. Fist immediately shot at the group with his assault rifle, but Harry summoned Oathkeeper and began to quickly slap away the shots from the group. Everyone then began to shoot at Fist from behind Harry. Fist was quickly overwhelmed and eventually dropped to the floor in fear, where he began to scream, "Wait! Stop! Don't kill me! I surrender!" Everyone stopped shooting but kept their weapons on Fist as they walked towards him. Shepard arrived in front of the terrified Fist and began to try to get answers. "Tell me where the Quarian is and I won't shoot you in the kneecaps." Shepard aimed his pistol at Fist, who looked away in fear, but quickly answered Shepard's question. "She's not here, I don't know where she is, that's the truth." Shepard glared at Fist. Rex nodded and then spoke up. He's no use to you now, let me kill him. Fist immediately panicked and began to talk. Wait. I don't know where the Quarian is, but I know where you can find her. Fist shook his head in fear. The Quarian isn't here, said she'd only deal with the shadow broker himself. Rex seemed very surprised about this face-to-face. Impossible. Even I was hired through an agent. Shepard stopped aiming at Fist, who quickly got up and began to talk once again. Nobody meets with the shadow broker, ever, even I don't know his true identity, but she didn't know that. I told her I'd set a meeting. But when she shows up, it'll be Saren's men waiting for her. Everyone frowned and glared at Fist. Harry growled at him, which made him flinch and step away from him. You piece of shit. Shepard was also pissed, so he took his pistol and put it right up to Fist's face. Tell me where the meeting is before I blow your lying head off. Fist was now shaking and sweating. Here in the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry. Rex suddenly took out his shotgun and shot Fist's head off, which surprised everyone. I mean, they all saw a head pop like a pimple right in front of their faces. That's never pleasant. Kunu frowned and then deadpanned. Well, that was gross. Gurus immediately yelled at Rex. What are you doing? Rex just shrugged and nonchalantly said, the shadow broker paid me to kill him. I don't leave jobs half done. Shepard sighed and shook his head. Well, he certainly deserved it. Harry just huffed. Next time, a little warning? Give us time to get away from the splashing zone, you wanker. Rex just chuckled. Sure. Everyone deadpanned at the Krogan, not believing him for a second. Gurus shook his head and then said that Quarian is dead if we don't get to her fast. Everyone nodded and got ready to move. They needed to save the Quarian, otherwise, she won't only die, but they would also have to start from scratch to look for evidence against Saren, and no one wants that. Chapter 140. Shepard turned his head towards Harry. Can you open one of those dark corridors to the Quarian? Harry shook his head. No, I haven't been on the markets, I don't even have a clue as to where they are, it would be too dangerous to open one like that. Shepard frowned. Looks like we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Everyone nodded and quickly left the room. However, as they reached the main lobby of the club, they were attacked by even more thugs. Ashley growled, son of a bitch. Where did these guys even come from? Shepard shook his head. We can't lose too much time here. Take them out. Harry nodded. Leave them to me then. Harry activated his Rinnegan to see all the thugs and then went through some hand signs at high speed. Lighting suddenly began to surge forth from his hand as he waved it forward. Raiden. Rei Hashiri no Jutsu. A hound made out of pure lightning formed from Harry's hand and rushed forward at high speed. As soon as it reached the lobby, it suddenly split into 4 versions of itself, and all of them pounced on the thugs attacking Harry and friends. The thugs screamed in pain as the lightning beast crashed into them and engulfed them in thousands of volts of electricity. The thugs dropped dead by electrocution a few seconds later. Harry then ran forward. Clear. Let's go, guys. Everyone nodded and took running after Harry. Rex grinned and even whistled. Damn, that was great. Harry chuckled but kept running. There was not a moment to spare or waste, especially with the life of someone on the line. Harry found a few more thugs along the way, but he and the girls took them out fast and hard. This allowed Shepard and the rest to keep moving and not waste any time. Eventually, they made it to the transit station and Shepard immediately called a transport. The transport arrived and then everyone hopped inside right away. Soon after, the transport took off. It didn't take them long to reach their destination, and as soon as they got out of the transport, they all took off running toward the location Fist had given them. In an alley behind the Citadel Market, a Quarian stood while being addressed by a Turian. The poor Quarian seemed nervous and very afraid, but the Turian didn't care. Did you bring it? The Quarian nervously began to talk. Where's the shadow broker? Where's Fist? The Turian approached the Quarian and reached over to her hood and began to play with it. They'll be here. Where's the evidence? The Quarian slapped the Turian's hand away and stepped away from him. All of this was starting to smell funny to her. No way, the deal is off. The Turian growled and glared at the Quarian. He then nodded to the thugs behind them and they immediately moved in while drawing their weapons. The Quarian noticed this right away and quickly took out a grenade. She threw it at the thugs and jumped away. The thugs never expected this and didn't even notice what the Quarian had thrown until it was too late. The grenade exploded and killed the thugs a few seconds later. The Quarian took cover, and as more thugs and assassins began to rush over and shoot at her, she was quickly starting to get overwhelmed. However, Shepard and the group arrived and immediately began to shoot back at the assassins and thugs. Rex roared and rushed forward like a ram toward the enemies. Le Fay saw this and pointed her hand towards Rex and engulfed his body with mana. This gave his charge a magical effect. in which anything he touched was sent flying through the air at high speed. These enemies became smears on the wall from the force of the combined attack between Le Fay and Rex. The Krogan actually laughed in good fun as he stopped charging forward. Kaiden's sweat dropped. That was both terrifying and amazing to watch. Shepard walked forward while shooting at the Turian assassin. The Turian growled and suddenly pointed his hand forward. A strange energy shot forwards from his hand and towards Shepard. Shepard was ready to jump out of the way, but Harry summoned Oathkeeper and pointed it towards Shepard. Reflect. A barrier of light engulfed his body in time to protect it from the blast of odd energy and even reflected back towards the Turian. The Turian assassin didn't even have time to blink as he was suddenly struck by his own biotic attack and sent crashing into a wall behind him. Valerie then summoned Ebony and Ivory, and she then quickly unleashed a storm of energy bullets at the Turian. The assassin was then torn to shreds by Valerie's barrage of energy bullets. He died almost instantly. Garrus scratched his head. Isn't that overkill? Valerie stopped shooting and shrugged. There is no such thing as overkill in my book, at least now we know for sure he won't be getting back up. Garrus nodded, but he couldn't help but feel bad about his fellow Turian. He was scum, sure, but now he was pretty much a smear on the wall and that was very disturbing to see. Harry sighed and then turned his head towards Shepard. Are you okay? I don't know what that was, but it looked dangerous. I've never felt anything like it, that's for sure. Shepard nodded to Harry. Yeah, I'm okay, but remind me to give you a crash course in biotics, you're going to need to know about them. Harry nodded. Both Shepard and him then walked over to the Quarian, who had come out of her cover and shook her head in anger. Fist set me up. I knew I couldn't trust him. Shepard sighed. The Quarian learned a valuable lesson today, and Harry huffed. Don't worry about Fist, he's dead. The Quarian sighed in relief. Are you sure? Kunu was the one who answered the question. Pretty much. We all saw his head explode right in front of our faces. Everyone deadpanned at Rex, who just grinned at them. The Quarian nodded and then turned her head towards Shepard. Then I guess there are two things I need to thank you, guys, for, but who are you? Shepard smiled and nodded to the Quarian. I'm Shepard, I'm looking for evidence to prove Saren's a traitor and I'll let everyone introduce themselves. Harry grinned. I'm Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you. Kunu waved. I'm Kunu. And Mr. Scary and Grumpy is Rex. Rex grunted but smiled at Kunu. Valerie smiled. I'm Valerie, and these two are Ashley and Kaiden. Both Ashley and Kaiden nodded to the Quarian in greeting, while Le Fay smiled and tilted her witch's hat. My name is Le Fay, and the Turian by my side is Garrus. Garrus nodded and smiled at the Quarian. The Quarian then nodded. Nice to meet you all, I'm Talai Zora Nar Rhea. Talai then nodded to herself and then turned her head back to Shepard. If you're looking for evidence against Saren, then I have a chance to repay you for saving my life, but not here, we need to go somewhere safe. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was too dangerous for Talai to be in the open, so they all shared a look as they thought about where to go. Garrus then spoke up. We could take her to the human embassy, your ambassador will want to see this anyway. Shepard nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. He then turned his head towards Harry. Do you mind giving us a shortcut? Harry smiled. The same room we met Udina in, right? Shepard nodded and Harry immediately waved a hand in front of him. A dark corridor sprouted from the ground in front of him. This surprised Talai, who hadn't seen this until now. But the rest were already used to the craziness that is Harry, so they quietly walked through. Talai looked nervous but Harry softly spoke to her. It's safe, trust me, you'll be okay, just step inside. Talai turned her head towards Harry and stared at him. She then nodded and nervously walked into the dark corridor, with Harry following her close behind. Udina, who was in his office dealing with complaints and reports of the group's actions, jumped from his seat in shock as a pillar of darkness sprouted from the floor in the middle of his office. What in the world? But then he calmed down when he saw Shepard and his group walk out of the pillar of darkness, though he raised an eyebrow when he saw a Turian, a Krogan, and a Quarian arrive as well. Harry stepped out of the pillar of darkness last and Udina then saw it dissipate soon after. He sighed and shook his head knowing that it was Harry who had done this. But right now he had more pressing issues to deal with. You're not making my life easy, Shepard. Firefights in the wards, and an all-out assault on Kura's den? Do you know how many complaints I had? Udina might have been complaining, but everyone noticed he was trying not to sound insulting, probably because of Harry, though they did have to admit that they probably got a bit gung-ho about all of this. But before anyone could say anything, Anderson stepped inside the office and walked up to the group the instant he saw them. Oh, you're back, Shepard. He then noticed the Quarian. And who is this? Udina nodded. Yeah, I would like to know why a Quarian is here. What are you guys up to now? Shepard nodded. This Quarian has evidence against Saren. I would have told you right away, but you did kinda jump down our throats. Harry nodded. Though, I can see where you're coming from, but maybe relax a bit, we did what we did to get what we needed. Yudin sighed and shook his head. I apologize, Commander, Lord Potter, this whole thing with Saren has me a bit on edge. Shepard nodded. We understand, trust me, we're all on edge. Well, maybe not Harry and the girls, but they're a special case. Harry and the girls just shared a laugh, while Yudina nodded. Maybe we should just start at the beginning, miss. Talai nodded and then introduced herself once again. My name is Talai, Talai Zora Nar Raya. Yudina nodded. We don't see many Quarians here, why did you leave the flotilla? Talai immediately began to explain her situation. I was on my pilgrimage, my rite of passage into adulthood. Harry hummed, he was now curious about all he just heard. Sorry, but what's this all about? I'm afraid I don't know about anything you just said. Everyone except Garrus and Rex knew that information was something that Harry and the girls were lacking, so they were more than happy to let him ask questions. Talai nodded and went on to explain in more detail. It is a tradition among my people, when we reach maturity, we leave the ships of our parents and our people behind. Alone, we search the stars, only returning to the flotilla once we have discovered something of value. In this way, we prove ourselves worthy of adulthood. Kunu smiled. That sounds like what Morgan and Hope are doing right now. Valerie giggled. That's true, they have brought all sorts of interesting things to our home in Neo Kyoto. Harry smiled at the fact that Morgan and Hope had done something equivalent to a pilgrimage, of course, a multiversal one, but it's practically the same thing. Curious about this tradition, Harry decided to ask for more details. What sort of things are you looking for? Talai nodded and explained further. It could be resources like food or fuel, or some type of useful technology, or even knowledge that will make life easier on the flotilla. Through our pilgrimage, we prove that we will contribute to the community, rather than being a burden on our limited resources. Harry nodded and smiled. How interesting, this actually sounds kind of fun. Li Fei nodded in agreement. Yet, who knows what sort of things the young will arrive with since they're traveling through multiple galaxies. Shepard smiled at the fact that Harry and the girls seemed very interested in their galaxies, but they needed to talk about what Talai had found out about Saren. Thank you for the explanation, can you tell us about what you found? Talai nodded. During my travels, I began to hear reports of Geth. Since they drove my people into exile, the Geth have never ventured beyond the Veil. I was curious. I tracked a patrol of Geth to an uncharted world and waited for one to become separated from its unit, then I disabled it and removed its memory core. Anderson raised an eyebrow at what Talai just said. I thought the Geth fried their memory cores when they die, some kind of defense mechanism it seems. Shepard had heard of this before, but until now it wasn't confirmed, so he grew curious about how Tal pulled that off. How did you manage to preserve the memory core? Talai answered Shepard's question right away. My people created the Geth. If you're quick and lucky, small caches of data can sometimes be saved. Most of the core was wiped clean, but I salvaged something from its audio banks. Talai activated her Omni tool and began to fiddle with it. Meanwhile, Harry thought about the fact that the Quarians created the Geth and saved it in his mind for later. He was definitely going to look for more information about this later. Talai finished using her Omni tool and a voice recording began to play. Everyone immediately recognized Saren's voice. Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit. Anderson grinned. That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack. Shepard nodded, but he was curious about something he heard from the recording. He said Eden Prime brought him closer to the conduit. Any idea what that means? Anderson frowned and crossed his arms as he thought about all of this. The conduit must have something to do with the beacon, maybe it's some kind of protein technology, like a weapon. But before anyone could say anything else, Talai cut and wait. There's more, Saren wasn't working alone. Talai fiddled with her Omni tool again and soon enough the recording continued on. This time, however, a female voice came out of the recording and one step closer to the return of the Reapers. Harry raised an eyebrow when he heard the word Reapers. Valerie tilted her head in curiosity. Reapers? Harry, does this world have death gods or something like that? Harry shook his head. No, death is present sure, but I can't sense any death gods or even minor ones. I don't think they're referring to the ones we know of though. Yudina shook his head. I don't recognize that other voice, the one who said something about Reapers. Shepard sighed, but Harry was right. Saren isn't working alone, and whatever they're planning must have a lot of supporters. This is turning into something bigger than we thought. Shepard then looked towards Talai. Do you think these Reapers are some sort of alien species? Talai hummed out loud and then began to speak. According to the memory core, the Reapers were a hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago. The Reapers hunted the proteins to total extinction, and then they vanished, at least that's what the Geth believe. Yudina crossed his arms. Sounds a little far-fetched. Harry shook his head. So does a dragon god capable of destroying universes with a snap of its fingers, but here I am. It's best not to ignore and push aside things like these, Yudina. You never know what's lurking out there. Trust me, you can easily get taken by surprise with your pants down. Yudina's sweat dropped but nodded. What Harry just said did make a lot of sense after all. Shepherd then spoke up. Harry is right, the vision on Eden Prime. I understand it now. I saw the proteins being wiped out by the Reapers. Everyone stared at Shepherd in silence, until Talai suddenly spoke up. The Geth revere the Reapers as gods, the pinnacle of non-organic life, and they believe Saren knows how to bring the Reapers back. Yudina sighed. The council is just going to love this. Shepherd turned his head towards Harry. Do you think they will ignore this? Harry hummed. No, I don't think so, but even if they do, as long as they declare Saren a traitor and denounce him as a spectre, then we can deal with all of this ourselves. Anderson nodded. Harry is right. No matter what they think about all of this, those audio files prove Saren is a traitor. Yudina nodded. The captain is right, we need to present this to the council right away. Rex then pointed out something very important. What about her? The Quarian. Kunu nodded. That's right. Saren and his men might still go after Talai, now it will be for revenge. Talai nodded to Kunu and then turned her head towards Shepherd. You saw me in the alley, Commander, you know what I can do, let me come with you. Shepherd raised an eyebrow. I thought you were on your pilgrimage. Talai nodded. The pilgrimage proves we are willing to give of ourselves for the greater good. What does it say about me if I turn my back on this? Saren is a danger to the entire galaxy, my pilgrimage can wait. Harry smiled. Might as well take her, we already saw she was really capable. Shepherd nodded. I'll take all the help I can get. Talai nodded and seemed a bit happy, or at least that's the impression everyone got from her. Talai then approached Shepherd and nodded at him. Thanks, you won't regret this. Yudina then spoke up. Anderson and I will go ahead to get things ready with the council, take a few minutes to collect yourself and then meet us at the tower. Yudina quickly left, while Anderson walked up to Harry. Here you go, Harry, these are your documents. I also went ahead and got you and the girls your own Omni tools and programmed them with everything you need. I opened a bank account for all of you as well, it's connected to your Omni tools for convenience. Harry grabbed everything Anderson handed over to him, he then grabbed his Omni tool and equipped it. The girls did the same as well, they all had seen everyone use theirs before, so they had an idea of how to use them. Harry then connected his in-game money to the bank, with his powers over reality, and nodded in satisfaction. He then looked up towards Anderson. Thanks, Captain. Anderson nodded. No problem, Harry, you and the girls have been helping us in all kinds of ways, this is the least I can do. Oh. I also added you to the Alliance payroll. Now that you're working with Shepherd, you guys need money for expenses, weapons, and gear. Harry nodded, they weren't hurting for money, and they never will, but having extra is always good. Anderson nodded back to Harry and then quickly left to catch up with Yudina. Everyone rested a bit, and Harry also took the time to reveal everything about himself and the girls to Rex, Garis, and Talai. They were going to be closely working together, so they needed to know what they can do. Rex accepted everything rather quickly, he even shrugged and grinned. I knew there was something odd about you, Harry. You actually make fear send a shiver down my spine, and that has never happened before, though it makes me feel better to know that it took a god to make me feel that. Harry grinned and shrugged. You still stood up to me when we met, but I guess you felt challenged, hey? Rex chuckled. I can wait to see you more in battle and witness what you can do. Garis was of course shocked. A god? You're actually a god? That sort of makes sense, but it's so hard to believe. Harry shrugged. You'll eventually see that it's true, though I hope you're ready to get your mind blown. I am capable of doing some very crazy stuff. Garis nervously chuckled and felt very anxious now. The fact that Shepherd, Kaiden, and Ashley sighed and nodded at him, did not make him feel any better. Talai however was excited. A dragon? You mean like an enormous fire-breathing lizard? That's actually pretty cool. Le Fei smiled at Talai. I'm surprised you know about dragons, Talai. Do Quarians have dragons or something like that? Talai shook her head. No, but over my time on my pilgrimage, I met a lot of humans and learned about their mythological creatures a bit, so I know what a yokai, vampire, and mage are, but dragons have always been an interest of mine. In all kinds of cultures on Earth, they depict dragons as a sign of power and wisdom, so I've always thought they were cool, and now I met an actual one. Everyone smiled at Talai, while Ashley laughed. Wait until you see his dragon form. He's gold and silver, plus he's enormous as well. Talai awed while she and the girls began to speak among themselves. Shepherd smiled and then spoke up with Harry. Are you sure about telling them about you? Harry smiled and nodded. Yeah, all three of them are good people, I can see it in their hearts, besides trust has to begin somewhere and me telling them all of this shows that I trust them. Shepard nodded and thus the group of humans, aliens, and supernatural beings, spend some time getting to know each other better. They all soon decided to get moving, so they all left Udina's office and headed back to the lobby of the embassy, but as they were heading towards the door leading outside, someone called out to Shepard, "Commander. A moment of your time." They all stopped and the man who had called out to Shepard walked up to him and began to speak. "Commander Shepard, my name is Samish Badia, forgive the intrusion, but I have nowhere else to turn to." Shepard nodded. "What do you need?" Samish looked worried and then spoke, "My wife was a Marine, she was in the 212 on Eden Prime, I have requested that my wife's body be returned to me for cremation, but the military has refused my request." That made everyone rather curious, so Shepard decided to ask for more details. "Why did they refuse your request?" "There's got to be some reason." Samish shook his head and sadly frowned. "I don't know, all I know is that they declared it impossible for my wife to be returned to me." Harry frowned. "They don't have a right to hold her body like that." Shepard nodded. "I agree, there's no reason for your wife's body to be held like this, just wait here." Samish nodded. "The man in charge of my case is Mr. Bosker, when I last saw him, he was in the expensive bar over there." Samish pointed towards the bar and then nodded again. "Thank you for the time, I just want to give my wife a proper funeral and the respect she deserves." Harry walked up to Samish and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, we'll make sure you do." After that everyone left and headed to the bar. Samish pointed out, though everyone looked mighty nervous about the big group of humans and aliens walking through the embassy lobby. It didn't take long for everyone to reach the high-end bar, and as soon as they got there, looked around for Bosker. Luckily they found him rather quickly by a wall. They all approached him and Bosker immediately recognized Shepard. "My goodness, you're Commander Shepard. Your activities made for quite a briefing in the diplomatic corps. Is there something I can assist you with?" Shepard nodded. "You can cut the red tape for a grieving husband, I want you to release the body of Nirali Badia." Bosker sighed. "Commander, nothing would make me happier, I'm afraid though, it's not quite that simple. Serviceman Nirali Badia died on Eden Prime, as Mr. Badia no doubt told you, her wounds are inconsistent with any type of weapon damage we've seen before, that's why her body is being held." Shepard sighed. "You're studying her injuries to learn about Geth weaponry?" Bosker nodded. "The test we are conducting may lead to better defenses against the Geth attacks, respectfully, Serviceman Badia may save more lives in death than she did in life." Shepard nodded. "I understand what you're trying to do, but holding the body is wrong." Bosker looked confused. "Commander, you of all people should understand how far we must go to protect humanity." Shepard frowned. "Not if we lose our humanity in the process. I'm out there fighting to stop crap like this." Harry nodded. "The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Bosker." Bosker sighed and then nodded. "All right, Commander, you win, it was hard enough refusing Mr. Badia, I'm not about to risk an incident by refusing you. Tell Samish that the body is being shipped back to Earth, I'll go now and see to it myself." Bosker quickly left after saying his piece. Valerie grinned. "Smart little guy, good choice in not wanting to upset you, Shepard." Shepard smiled at Valerie. A few moments later they all left and went back to Samish to let him know about the good news. Samish immediately spoke up when saw that everyone was back. "Hello again, Commander, has there been any word?" Shepard nodded. "Your wife is coming home, Mr. Badia." Samish's face softened and gave Shepard and the group a thankful smile. "Thank you, I will return home and begin preparations. It does not bring me happiness, but it may bring me peace. Goodbye, Commander." Samish quickly left after that, while everyone waved at him goodbye. Meanwhile, Harry was inwardly asking Death, to ensure that Ms. Badia has a good afterlife. Having done a good deed, everyone quickly left the embassy and headed to the Citadel transit station. Shepard quickly called a transport and everyone boarded it right away. The transport soon took off towards the Citadel Tower. As soon as they got there, everyone headed straight towards the council chambers. Right in front of the entrance they found Anderson, who immediately spoke to everyone as he saw them arrive. "Come on, Udina is presenting the Quarian's evidence to the council." The group nodded and together everyone walked towards the council chamber, ready to get this over with and begin to work towards catching Saren. As everyone approached the council chambers, they began to hear the recording play out loud. Saren's voice was clearly heard as he talked about the attack on Eden Prime. Udina nodded. "There's the proof we needed to be able to publicly go after Saren." Spiratus nodded. "Yes, this evidence is irrefutable, Ambassador, with this we can strip Saren of his Spectre status and all efforts will be made to bring him in to answer for his crimes." Tavos frowned and then spoke up. I recognized the other voice, the one speaking with Saren, Matriarch Benazia. Shepard frowned, this meant that Saren had the aid of a high-profile individual. Who is she? Tavos sighed but immediately began to answer Shepard's question. Matriarchs are powerful Asari who have entered the final stage of their lives, revered for their wisdom and experience, they serve as guides and mentors to my people. Matriarch Benazia is a powerful biotic, and she had many followers, she will make a formidable ally for Saren. Kunu huffed. Great, another troublesome person with a lot of influence. Valern then spoke up. I'm more interested in the Reapers, what do you know about them? Anderson quickly answered the question. Only what was extracted from the Getha's memory core. The Reapers were an ancient race of machines that wiped out the Proteans, then they vanished. Shepard then spoke up. The Geth believe the Reapers are gods, and Saren is the prophet for their return. Anderson then continued on, we think the conduit is the key to bringing them back, Saren is searching for it, that's why he attacked Eden Prime. Valern sighed. Do we even know what this conduit is? Harry narrowed his eyes. Does it matter? Saren is looking for it, and we definitely can't let him get to it. Valern jumped and quickly nodded to Harry, for a second he forgot he was there and was quietly chastising himself for doing so. Harry then went on. Whether Saren is working towards bringing the Reapers back or not, does not matter, what does, is the fact the bastard is killing thousands while working with that goal in mind. He needs to be stopped, and I hope all of you are taking this as seriously as it deserves, only someone foolish would ignore this sort of information. Shepard nodded. I tried to warn you about Saren and you refused to face the truth, and you would have done so if it wasn't for Harry, don't make the same mistake again. Le Fay then smiled, a sweet and scary smile that made everyone around her step away from her except Harry and the girls. Le Fay then spoke. We would be very upset if all of you ignore all of this. After all, we really hate arrogant and stupid people, don't we Harry? Harry grinned. Yup, I despised people like that, I have killed thousands for that same reason too, and delivered their dead bodies to their leader as a warning. Tavos nervously nodded. Lord Potter is right, we have to take this seriously, we had already been proven wrong before. The two other council members nodded, they all didn't really believe about the Reapers but Harry has just handed them a clear threat, one that they took very seriously. Udina then spoke, we should send the fleet. Valern shook his head. We don't even know where Saren is, mobilizing the Citadel fleet without a clear target would only cause panic and would serve to warn Saren of our movements. Sparatus nodded. Saren is on the run and no longer a spectre, but he clearly has more allies and resources at his disposal if we're moving under the assumption that Saren seeks to bring the Reapers back. Then we need to move forward carefully. Udina frowned but nodded. Since the council made sense, but then Saren will continue to attack and target our colonies. Tavos sighed. Ambassador Udina raises a good point. Sparatus nodded and sighed. This could also trigger a war with the Terminus systems, it's a risk we can't take either. Everyone silently pondered the situation, there was a lot at stake here, and there was still a lot Harry didn't know about this universe, abrupt actions on his part might cause a lot of problems. War was also not something anyone wanted to provoke, Harry did not want to see how big an intergalactic war looked like, that's for sure, but if there was something everyone could agree on, was that Saren had to be stopped. Shepard then spoke up. I'll take Saren down. Tavos nodded and actually smiled a bit. Commander Shepard is right, there's a way to stop Saren that doesn't require fleets and armies. Sparatus looked down, he knew what Tavos was referring to, he really didn't want to do it, but he really couldn't voice his opinion with a goddamn dragon god in the room, so he sighed before speaking it loud. Is humanity really ready for the responsibilities that come with joining the Spectres? Shepard immediately responded back. It was a Turian Spectre who betrayed the Council, and it was a human who exposed him, I've earned this. Harry grinned at Shepard and nodded. Tavos shared a look with Sparatus who closed his eyes for a few seconds before nodding. Tavos smiled and then turned her head back to Shepard. All three members of the council began to fiddle with the apparatuses in front of them, meanwhile, everyone watched on. Harry though, knew that things were about to get more exciting. Chapter 141. Harry watched the council fiddle with the terminals in front of them. Soon enough they finished and Tavos immediately began to speak. Commander Shepard, please step forward. Shepard and Anderson shared a look. After a few seconds, Anderson nodded to Shepard and the commander stepped forward. Everyone around the Citadel Tower began to pay attention to what was about to happen. Tavos nodded and began to speak once again. It's the decision of the Council that you be granted all the powers and privileges of the Special Tactics and Reconnaissance branch of the Citadel. Valern then went on. Spectres are not trained, but chosen, individuals forged in the fire of service and battle, those whose actions elevate them above the rank and file. Tavos then continued speaking. Spectres are an ideal, a symbol, the embodiment of courage, determination, and self-reliance. They are the right hand of the council, instruments of RW. Harry growled, which made Tavos jump and turned her head towards Harry. She began to nervously sweat at the glare she was receiving from him. I mean instruments for the good of the people. Harry just narrowed her eyes while everyone's sweat dropped at the fact that Tavos sounded so unsure and very nervous, but Harry nodded, which let Tavos relax and sigh in relief. Spiritus continued on, to try and save face. Spectres bear a great burden, they're protectors of the galactic peace, both our first and last line of defense, the safety of the galaxy is theirs to uphold. Tavos, now slightly recovered, decided to give this another go, so she continued on. You are the first human spectre, Commander, this is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species. Shepard nodded, and even though he was trying to keep calm, he was obviously amused at what Harry just did. He however decided to get things moving. What's my first mission? Valern immediately answered his question. We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren, he's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend him or eliminate him. Shepard nodded. Any idea where to find him? Spiritus answered Shepard's question. We will forward any relevant files to Ambassador Udina. Tavos then sighed. She was obviously stressed and tired, so her next word didn't come as a surprise. This meeting of the council is adjourned. The council members quickly left, while Anderson wasted no time to congratulate Shepard. Congratulations, Commander. Udina sighed and then crossed his arms. We've got a lot of work to do, Shepard, you're going to need a ship, a crew, supplies. Anderson nodded and then went on. You'll all get access to special equipment and training now. You should go to CSEC Academy and speak to the Spectre Requisitions Officer. Shepard nodded, while Udina then turned his head towards Anderson. Anderson, come with me, I'll need your help to set all of this up. Anderson smiled and nodded. Both soon left to get everything Shepard will need ready. It seemed like they were quite excited about all of this. Rex shook his head. Humph. Bastard didn't even thank you. Kunu giggled and patted Rex on his arm. Well, he must be very excited about all of this, plus I bet there's still a lot for him and Anderson to get ready. Harry nodded. Let him worry about all the paperwork and political crap, not receiving thanks is more than enough of a price for us, not having to deal with all of that. Rex hummed but then nodded in agreement. Shepard grinned. Well, enough about Udina, let's go. Everyone nodded to Shepard and got ready to leave. For convenience, soon enough, everyone left to go to the CSEC Academy. As everyone walked towards the Citadel Rapid Transit Station, Talai suddenly began to speak. 300 years ago, the Geth drove my people into exile. We asked the council to wipe the synthetics out, but they ignored our pleas. Valerie sighed. Why am I not surprised? Le Fay shook her head. The council does seem like the type to wait and see, rather than to do something about a problem. Rex scoffed. Maybe if they'd listened, we wouldn't be here now. Everyone had to agree with Rex and Le Fay's words, but they also knew that spending time thinking about what-ifs is a waste of time. Harry, however, took note of what Talai just said. He will be asking about all of this later. Something about what Talai said did not bode well for him. After that conversation, Shepard and the group reached the Citadel Rapid Transit Station and called a transport. A few seconds later, they were on their way to the CSEC Academy. As soon as they arrived, everyone got into the elevator, though it was a bit of a squeeze for all of them to get inside. As they rode down, Rex suddenly began to speak. You Quarians messed up the whole galaxy when you let the Geth break free. Do your people ever talk about it? Talai huffed and then said, do the Krogan talk about starting a foolish war that resulted in the Turians sterilizing your people? Rex nodded. All the time. Harry suddenly stopped everything, and by that, it means, he stopped even time and space. Everyone was shocked at what had happened, but they soon ignored all of that, and when they noticed Harry's narrowed eyes, all right, what's this about the Quarians setting the Geth free on the galaxy and the Krogans being sterilized? Kunu frowned. Yet, we've been hearing a lot of stuff that's beginning to raise red flags for us, and well, Harry looks very aggravated. I really suggest all of you answer honestly to his questions. Everyone except the girls gulped, and Shepard shook his head. I don't know much about all of this, but from what I heard, those are very well-known and dark moments in galaxy history. Ashley scratched her head. Yet, we're humans, Harry, so we don't know much about the history of other races. Kaiden nodded. Harry nodded at them and then turned his head toward Garrus, Talai, and Rex. Garrus seemed ashamed, while Talai was nervously fidgeting with her hands, and Rex sighed and shook his head. He then began to explain. Harry, you have to understand, that as a race, Krogans are a rowdy bunch, we seek battle and war, thrive in it, we were a very primitive race but soon became technologically advanced. The Solarians eventually uplifted us into galactic society, and soon our battle prowess and high numbers were put to use, in the Rachni Wars, but we grew arrogant. Our rapidly expanding race became a threat and so we started the Krogan Rebellion. In the end, the Turians unleashed the genophage on the Krogan. Rex looked down and seemed very angry right now. Harry discreetly gazed at Garrus only to see him looking down as well. This was obviously a sensitive subject for these two races. But Harry needed to know what was going on. What is this genophage? Both Rex and Garrus tense up, then stayed silent for a few minutes and Harry was more than happy to let them take as long as they wanted. Eventually, it was Garrus who answered Harry's question. The genophage was a biological weapon, one that caused a genetic mutation in the Krogan. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. Talai then spoke up. Apparently the genophage was not designed as a sterility plague. The combination of a low frequency of viable pregnancies with the Krogan proclivity to violence and indifference about focused breeding left the Krogan a dying race, and soon to be extinct. This is well known in the galaxy, Harry. The Turian made it impossible for the Krogan to procreate. Rex shook his head. It's just not that. The damn genophage did more than just make us shoot blanks. It destroys growing babies from developing right. Do you have any idea how many baby Krogan died still inside their mothers? Many were stillborn, and the damn genophage makes it impossible to use gene therapy to counterattack it. Many of us had to endure the disposal of massive amounts of dead children. Rex growled in anger. Garrus shook his head, not even daring to say anything. He might have not been personally involved, but the shame of what his people did was surely felt, especially because of what Rex just said. Meanwhile, Shepard, Ashley, and Kaiden looked down. All of that was just horrible, and they just did not know what to say, while Talai just looked down, lost for words as well. Kunu shook her head. How could the Turians do something like that to another race? Valerie sighed. Fear, Kunu, fear. They were afraid of the threat the Krogan posed, but still, to do that to another race? How sad. Fei looked sad. All those poor babies. Rex heard the girl's words and couldn't help but smile at their honesty. Harry suddenly spoke. This reminds me of the Uzumaki clan. Everything turned to look at Harry, but flinched at the cold look in his eyes. He was absolutely pissed off, and Garrus was hoping he wouldn't just decide to go end the Turians. No one could stop him if he did. Though a part of him wouldn't really blame him. Rex, however, was curious about what Harry had said. Uzumaki clan. Harry nodded. They were a ninja clan who had their own country in another world. They were also a rowdy bunch. But what made them dangerous was their skill in sealing techniques, their mass amount of energy reserves, and their vitality. They were a hard bunch to kill and even had a healing factor. Shepard frowned when he noticed something in particular about everything Harry just said. Was as in past tense. Harry nodded. The Uzumaki clan eventually grew in number and became a great threat to other nations, so much in fact, that 3 nations banded together and attacked them to near extinction. But the Uzumaki went down fighting. One clan, outnumbered by 3 massive armies, they almost killed them all. The Uzumaki had single-handedly crippled the military might of 3 nations by themselves. Everyone except the girls gaped, while Rex chuckled. They sound like my kind of people. Harry grinned and nodded to Rex. Yeah, I bet the few remaining Uzumaki would love to hang out with you, Rex. There's only a handful left. But they're extremely powerful. One, a brother in all but blood, is actually a leader of his village and one of the most powerful individuals in that world, though his daughter, my niece, is already leaving him in the dust. Rex grinned and was already liking these Uzumaki quite a lot. Harry sighed and shook his head. Rex, I'll be looking into all of this, but more than likely I will have to fix this problem myself. I promise you, soon, the Krogan will never have to see a dead child again. Just give me some time to get all the information I need. Rex stared into Harry's eyes, and as they glowed brightly, Rex could see that Harry was entirely serious about this, so Rex nodded to Harry. I look forward to that day, Harry. Thank you. Harry nodded and smiled at Rex. He then turned to Garrus. You don't have to be scared. I'm not about to go on a genocidal warpath, Garrus. I doubt any of the Turians responsible for this are even alive. I'm not about to judge the next generation of the sins of their predecessors, but I will fix this, and if anything dares get in my way, I'll kill them all. Garrus raised his hands. Hey, I will help you. I can understand why they did it, but I don't condone it. I'll even help you kill anyone who tries to get in your way. After hearing Rex describe what was done to his people, well, I'm more than willing to fight for this. Rex grinned. He never blamed the new generation of Turians for the decision of their predecessors, and a part of him could see and understand why they chose to do what they did with the genophage. He, more than anyone, knew how dangerous a single Krogan is. Dealing with thousands, it must have terrified the Turians. Harry nodded and sighed. He then began to scratch his head. Everyone knew he was trying to calm himself and were more than happy to let him do so. Ashley, however, leaned to her side and whispered to Kunu, Harry seems to take this very personal, no? Why is that? Kunu's ear flicked from having Ashley whisper to her so close to her ear, but still answered her question. Harry loves children, he himself never had a childhood and was abused by his so-called family. So when he sees children suffering, it really makes him angry. I half expected him to snap, but luckily for everyone, he seemed to be able to keep calm, so yay. Ashley's sweat dropped. She certainly did not like that Harry was very close to snapping. A dragon god rampaging in the citadel was not something she ever wanted to see. Harry then took a big breath and exhaled, feeling calmer now. He turned his head towards Talai. All right Talai, now you explain this whole thing about the Quarians having set loose the Geth. Talai gulped a bit. Harry might look calm, but she can clearly see that he was still quite upset and in a bad mood. Where to begin? Harry shrugged. From the beginning is a good choice. Talai sighed and nodded. The Geth were created by us Quarians as laborers and tools of war, but became sentient and began to question us, the Quarians, about their existence. So they attempted to exterminate them. A war ensued and we lost. We were kicked out of our home planet and reduced to a race of nomads. Harry raised an eyebrow at all of this, and he already had quite a few things running through his head. Gurus then spoke up. The history of the Geth's creation and evolution serves as a warning to the rest of the galaxy of the potential dangers of artificial intelligence. Harry nodded. Did anyone ever try to speak with them, come to an accord? If they grew sentient, then that means they're capable of higher understanding. Talai seemed rather shocked at what Harry was asking, but she was able to compose herself enough to answer no. The Quarians at the time thought it was best to shut them down, especially when they started to ask questions only sentient beings would ask. Harry huffed. So they panic and let fear dictate their actions. For a race of very talented and smart people, they were pretty stupid. Talai's sweat dropped and did not know how to respond. Usually, she would argue or even defend the decisions her people had made, but with Harry? A dragon god and someone who could end her with a flick of his fingers? Well, she didn't dare say anything and just listened. Harry sighed and shook his head. Well, any being whose awakening to sentience would begin to question their existence, the Quarians should have dealt with this smartly and patiently, but instead chose violence. Talai, any being, synthetic or not, deserves the right to live. I'll introduce you to some friends of mine later, but I will be looking for more information on this. Maybe I can come up with a solution, but know that the Quarians are at fault here. Understand that and things will better. For now, I heard enough about all of this. Everyone watched as Harry snapped his fingers and time began to move once again, but they all knew Harry was in a bad mood now. It clearly showed with the way he just closed his eyes and stayed silent. It made everyone worried, but Kunu smiled and shook her head. It's all right guys, Harry is just processing everything he just learned. It is quite a lot to digest. Everyone nodded. They could understand and decided to give Harry some space, though they did have quite a bit to think about too. What Harry had said also made a lot of sense and meant a lot to both Talai and Rex. A few moments later the elevator arrived at where they were going, so everyone got off the elevator and began to walk into the hall right outside. To their surprise they found both Udina and Anderson close by. Udina immediately turned his head towards Shepard when he noticed him and his group arrive. I got big news for you Shepard, Captain Anderson is stepping down as the commanding officer of the Normandy, the ship is yours now. Shepard turned his head towards Anderson and looked at him in surprise. Anderson nodded. She's quick and quiet, and you know the crew, perfect ship for a Spectre, treat her well, Commander. But Shepard didn't like the way everything was happening. He had some suspicions, so he decided to ask. I want the truth, why are you stepping down, sir? Anderson nodded to Shepard and answered his question. You needed your own ship, a Spectre can't answer to anyone but the Council, and it's time for me to step down. Shepard wasn't buying it though. Come clean with me Captain, you owe me that much. Anderson sighed. I was in your shoes 20 years ago, Shepard, they were considering me for the Spectres. Valerie sighed. So Harkin was telling the truth. Everyone nodded, while Anderson scoffed. He was certainly upset that Harkin spilled the beans. Shepard nodded. Why didn't you ever say anything? Anderson frowned. What was I supposed to say? I could have been a Spectre but blew it. I failed, Commander, it's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is that I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. Anderson shook his head. I had my shot, it came and went, now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes. Shepard nodded to Anderson. Saren's not going to get away this time. Anderson nodded. Saren's gone, don't even try to find him, but we know that he's after the conduit. He's got his geth scouring the traverse looking for clues. Udina then spoke up. We had reports of geth in the Pharaoh's system shortly before our colony there dropped out of contact, and there have been sightings around Novaria. Anderson nodded and turned his head towards Shepard. Find out what Saren was after on Pharaohs and Novaria, maybe you can figure out where the conduit is before he does. Shepard frowned. It seems like Udina and Anderson were forgetting something important. The Reapers are the real threat. Udina was about to speak, but Harry cut him off. Well, keep an eye on everything that has to do with the Reapers. I'm sure we'll find more information as we look for the conduit. It is a big priority, but one thing at a time, Shepard. We'll do our best with what we have right now. Shepard nodded. Anderson then spoke up. The conduit is the key to bringing them back. Stop Saren from getting the conduit and we stop the Reapers from returning. Shepard agreed and slightly nodded to Anderson. Anything else before I get to work? Udina nodded. We have one more lead, Matriarch Benezia, the other voice on that recording. She has a daughter, a scientist who specializes in the proteins. We don't know if she's involved, but it might be a good idea to try and find her, see what she knows. Her name is Lyra, Dr. Lyra T. Sony. We have reports that she was exploring an archaeological dig on one of the uncharted worlds in the Artemis Tau cluster. Shepard crossed his arms and began to think about what they should do first. After a few seconds he came to a decision. Sounds like we should head for the Artemis Tau cluster. Anderson smiled. It's your decision, Commander. You're a Spectre now, you don't answer to us. Udina sighed. But your actions still reflect in humanity as a whole. You make a mess and I get stuck cleaning up. Shepard raised an eyebrow, but Harry spoke up. That's your job, not Shepard's. Might as well earn your paycheck, Udina. Udina's sweat dropped and wondered why Harry seemed extra annoyed, but decided to just nod and not provoke Harry any further. Shepard wanted to chuckle and how subdued Udina was in front of Harry, but decided to hold it in. Udina shook his head and then said, I have a meeting to get to. Captain Anderson can answer any questions you might have. Shepard sighed and turned to speak with Anderson. How are you holding up? Anderson looked down honestly. This isn't how I picture my career coming to an end. Pushing papers really isn't my thing, but you're the one who can stop Saren. I believe in you, Shepard. If that means I have to step aside, so be it. Shepard smiled at Anderson. He decided to ask more about his and Saren's past. Tell me what happened with you and Saren 20 years ago. Anderson sighed but nodded. It's close to 20 years ago now. Ambassador Goyle was our representative here on the Citadel. Like Udina, she wanted to get humans into the Spectres, and she chose me. The Council sent Saren to keep an eye on me and evaluate my performance, just like they sent Nihilus to keep tabs on you. Shepard nodded. Why didn't you say anything? Anderson shook his head and frowned. It's not something I'm proud of. I had a chance to become the first human Spectre and I failed. Saren made sure of that. Harry scratched his head. Well, might as well tell us what happened, Anderson. This seems important after all. Anderson nodded. We had intel on a rogue scientist being founded by Batarian's interest. He was trying to set up a facility to develop illegal AI technology out in the Verge. Alliance Intel had done all the work, but the Council wanted a Spectre involved, so we compromised. I was assigned to help Saren in his investigation. We tracked the scientist to a refining facility on Kamala. He was hidden away somewhere inside, protected by an army of Batarian mercenaries. The plan was simple: sneak into the plant, capture the scientist, sneak back out, quick, quiet, and a minimum of bloodshed. Shepard and the others immediately felt a bit coming. Shepard sighed. I'm guessing things didn't go as planned. Anderson nodded. Saren and I split up to cover more ground. Then about halfway through the mission, there was a massive explosion in the refinery core. Officially, it was ruled an accident, but I think Saren detonated it on purpose to draw off enemy guards. Fei hummed. That didn't seem necessary. I mean, don't get me wrong, we, of the Potter household, tend to go overkill most of the time, but all of you have seen that we are capable of finesse. Shepard nodded in agreement. Fei is right, all of this sounds like overkill. Anderson agreed with both Fei and Shepard. He nodded to them to let them know so and then went on. The explosion tore the refinery to shreds. The whole place was on fire. Black chemical clouds poured out into the atmosphere. Nobody inside survived. There was a camp for the worker and their families nearby. Between the fires and the toxic fumes, the final death count was over 500, mostly civilians. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Harry and Rex were hit by the number of deaths. Anderson just continued on. Saren didn't care. The target was eliminated, mission accomplished, and I ended up taking the blame. That ended all talk of me joining the Spectres. Harry growled. Son of a bitch. I'm going to rip more than arm off Saren. When we see him, he's a complete and total asshole. Everyone nodded in agreement to Harry's words. Saren was not a good person it seems, and before all this about Geth and Reapers even began, he was already a bastard too. Shepard huffed. Saren caused the explosion, how'd he pin the blame on you? Anderson crossed his arms and began to explain in his reports. Saren accused me of blowing his cover, he said it was my fault the guards were ready for us, and he claimed that's why it turned into a massacre. Anderson shook his head in annoyance. Saren's report was all the proof the council needed to kill my chances of becoming a Spectre. Shepard closed his eyes for a few seconds. The council was really filled with idiots and now more than ever he was very happy about how Harry put them in their place. Shepard opened his eyes and then said, "Don't blame yourself, Captain." Anderson smiled at Shepard. I blame Saren. I think he wanted things to go bad, he was looking for an excuse to blow the refinery. Maybe he just liked the violence, maybe he was just trying to make me look bad to keep humans out of the Spectres, if so he pulled it off. Kunu's ears flicked in annoyance while her tails wagged as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that was his goal. He was very anti-human when he spoke to the council, it's obvious he hates humans. Both Talai and Ashley stared at Kunu's tails and ears and seemed to be struggling to not just grab hold of a tail and hugged it. Harry saw that and chuckled in amusement. Shepard nodded in agreement to Kunu's words. Then we have to stop Saren and make him pay for what he's done. Anderson nodded. Yes, let's do our best, Commander. Shepard smiled at Anderson. He then decided to ask for more information about the 3 places they were going to investigate, starting with the Artemis Tau cluster. What do you know about the Artemis Tau cluster? Anderson shook his head. Not much, I've never been there myself. A handful of systems with a few small uncharted worlds, but not real colonies. Might not be easy finding Dr. T. Sony out there. My advice is to look for the world with the protein ruins. Valerie hummed a bit and then said, looks like we're doing this the old-fashioned way, looking around, though I'm excited about going to other planets. Everyone smiled at Valerie. Shepard then went on with his questions. Any extra intel you can give me on our colony at Pharos? Anderson nodded. The entire planet used to be one giant protein city, mostly ruins now, but some of the infrastructure is still intact. The colony tried to build on what the proteins left behind. We lost all contact with them when the Geth attacked. L.E. Faye took her witch's hat off and scratched her head. Proteins again, why do get a feeling that I will be learning more about them as we go on. They seem to be involved in anything that has to do with Saren. That comment made everyone think about all of this more closely. Whatever Saren was looking for, had to do with the proteins, so they had to agree with what L.E. Faye just said. It seemed like they'll be learning more about the proteins soon. Shepard then continued on with his questions. And what can you tell me about Novaria? Anderson frowned but still answered the question. Novaria's trouble, always has been, the whole planet is basically a center for corporations to conduct illegal research. Watch your back out there, Shepard. Spectres are about the only form of Citadel authority Novaria respects, but they aren't popular. Rex grinned. Sounds like my kind of place. Harry nodded and grinned as well. Sure does, we'll just make ourselves at home. Ashley's sweat dropped. All right, calm down you thugs, we're the good guys, remember. But Harry and Rex just darkly chuckled, causing everyone to nervously stare at them. The girls, however, just smiled. Shepard sighed and shook his head. We should go, thank you for the information, Captain. Anderson nodded. You know where to find me if you need anything. The group smiled and said their goodbyes to Anderson and then walked past him towards the Spectre Requisitions Officer room. It didn't take long for everyone to speak to the SRO and get a few things they thought would come in handy. After that, Shepard decided that it was time to get to work, so the group then headed back to the Normandy. For speed convenience, Harry opened a dark corridor and everyone, now used to it, walked right into it. They ended up right outside where the ship was docked and Shepard immediately walked towards the Normandy. The Normandy, of course, scanned everyone, but soon enough the doors to the ship opened and everyone walked inside. The next few hours were spent making announcements to the crew, introducing new squad members, and organizing their rooms and work areas. Luckily for Shepard and the crew, Harry only needed one room. This room was expanded and modified by him to have everything the girls and him will need. He even created a hot springs in his room which shocked everyone in the Normandy. Besides that, Shepard also gave Harry a small room by the engine core, for his use. Harry and L.E. Faye then got to work setting it up with everything they will need to create, research, and investigate. Valerie will be in charge of researching firearms. L.E. Faye is in charge of researching technology while Kunu will be researching all the different races of this world. Harry will then take care of creating and improving gear. With the information the girls will collect, he was also going to get involved the most in Shepard's missions. Having a dragon god to help was a very welcome addition to Shepard and the squad. The girls will help as well, but most of the time they will be busy with other stuff. However, they agreed to have at least one girl with Harry in the squad at times. They were a big group after all, and most of the time, they needed the space or to move fast. Having a big group will get in the way of that, so they decide to do things like this. After all of this was set up and ready, Shepherd and everyone else were ready to relax and rest for a bit. Meanwhile, Shepherd and Harry went to speak with Joker to see how he was doing. Joker immediately knew Shepherd and Harry came to see him when he heard them step into his pilot cabin. He then began to speak. I heard what happened to Captain Anderson, who survives 100 battles and then gets taken down by backroom politics. Just watch your back, Commander, things go bad on this mission, and you're next on their chopping block. Harry grinned. I wish they tried anything to Shepherd, it would give me an excuse to deal with the council, can't say they're in my good books at the moment. Joker raised an eyebrow. What? Shepherd chuckled and then proceeded to explain to Joker about Harry and the girls plus what Harry did to help him when he was in front of the council. Joker gaped so much, that he was a bit worried he might break his jaw, but then began to laugh a bit. Well damn, a dragon god, hey? Can't say I heard about that kind of dragon before, and I used to read a lot of fantasy book when I was a kid. Joker then lightly shrugged. Not a lot to do, anyways, so I got into reading about magic, dragons, and whatnot, then I played a lot, and I mean a lot of video games as well. Shepherd nodded, even he, as a kid, had read a book or played a video game. Dragons are and had always been a very popular trope in this sort of media. Harry grinned at Joker. Well, dragon gods are deities, conceptual beings, and very powerful. I'm actually at a universe destroyer level, which means one snap of my fingers and boom, everything ceases to exist. Joker's sweat dropped. Not going to lie, that's both cool and terrifying. Harry grinned at Joker and then all three of them shared a laugh. Things were certainly never boring in the Normandy. Chapter 142. After sharing a laugh together, Joker, Shepherd, and Harry calmed down but still smiled. Shepherd suddenly sighed and looked up. Still, Captain Anderson should be the one in charge, it's like I'm stealing the ship from him. Joker nodded. Yeah, it sounds like the captain got screwed, but it's not like you could have stopped it, nobody is blaming you. Everyone in this ship is behind you, Commander, 100%, intercom is open, if you've got anything you want to say to the crew, now's the time. Shepherd nodded and immediately used the intercom to speak with the Normandy's crew. Listen up, Normandy, this is your commander speaking, we have our orders. Find Saren before he finds the conduit, and I refuse to let anything get in the way of that mission. We all know what happened on Eden Prime, we saw the destruction, we saw the bodies, we saw what Saren did, and I plan to make him pay. For too long our species has stood apart from others, now it's time to step up and do our part for the rest of the galaxy. Time to show them what humans are made of. Wherever Saren goes, we'll follow, wherever he searches for the conduit, we'll be there, we will hunt him to the very ends of the galaxy and bring him down. Humanity needs to do this, not just for our own sake, but for the sake of every other species in Citadel space. Saren must be stopped, and I promise you all, we will stop him. Joker nodded. Well said, Commander, Captain would be proud. Harry grinned at Shepherd. For sure, brought a tear to my eyes. Shepherd just lightly laughed at Harry and shook his head in amusement. He then turned his head towards Joker. The captain gave up everything so I could have this chance, we can't fail. Shepherd walked away from the Joker, while he smiled, and then said yes sir. Harry smiled and nodded, he rather did like that speech from Shepherd. In fact, he felt a little motivated to get to work, so with a nod to Joker and a small wave, he teleported to his workshop in the Normandy. Some time after, Shepherd, well rested after taking a break in his cabin, decided to go check on Harry and see how he was holding up or if he needs anything, so he went to the little room he gave him by the engine room. Though he stopped in his track when he saw a wooden door, he did not see before and stared at it for a few seconds, but in the end, he chalked it up to Harry's shenanigans and decided to check it out. He walked up to the wooded door and reached for the doorknob and quickly opened the door, only to gape when an enormous wide room filled with actual nature inside appeared before his sight. What the? Shepherd closed the door, and then stared at it for a few seconds in surprise. He then looked around the sides of the door and tried to make sense of how such an enormous room filled with actual trees, grass, and all sorts of plants could actually be behind the door. However, before he could ponder any longer, a voice called out to him from behind Shepherd. The commander turned around and saw Li Fei, standing behind him and staring at him in confusion. What are you doing standing in front of Harry's workshop like that, Commander? Shepherd scratched his head. This is his workshop? Li Fei, there's a whole enormous forest behind that door. Li Fei smiled and nodded. I see, well, Harry works best with nature, he's a sage after all, but the reason he created an entire environment, is because he tends to test out whatever he makes and train with it a bit. So he needs the space, plus there's a time dilation in there. I'm sure he's already spent a few days in there working on all kinds of projects for you, especially because we're already on the way to find Lyra T. Sony. Shepard nodded. Yeah, okay, I understand that, but how? We're in a ship after all. Le Fei giggled and walked up to the wooden door. Harry must have created a small pocket dimension and anchored to the door, so the forest isn't exactly inside the ship, only the door is. It takes quite a bit of specialized space and time manipulation, to be able to do something like this though, but nothing Harry can't do. Shepard nodded. I see, just when I think Harry can't surprise me anymore, he does something like this. Le Fei opened the door and both she and Shepard stepped inside. She then smiled at Shepard. It's best you just accept and try to digest everything Harry does, trust me, this is nothing compared with what he can really do. Shepard nodded while he looked around the forest behind the wooden door. He then followed Le Fei as she walked towards a path that led deeper inside. It took about 10 minutes, but eventually, both Le Fei and Shepard arrived at a clearing, and inside of it, stood a small building. Le Fei walked towards it and Shepard watched as the door opened for her. He walked up towards the door and was thankful it stayed open for him, so he stepped inside. He gaped when he looked around and found a fully equipped lab and workshop. He then noticed Harry sitting in front of a desk and carving something into a small metal plate. Le Fei walked up to him and hugged him from behind. Harry smiled and turned his head towards Le Fei and gave her a kiss. Harry then noticed Shepard and immediately smiled at him. Hey Shepard, had a good rest? Shepard nodded and walked up to Harry. Yes, actually, we're already on our way to find Dr. T. Sony, so I decided to come check up on you, but I see that you made yourself at home. Harry smiled and nodded. He then quickly finished carving on the small metal plate. The ship engines are too loud, especially for those of us sensitive to sounds, so I decided to make a place anyone can come into and relax, plus it's a great place to train and test whatever I or the girls make. Harry then grabbed the metal plate and began to install it into a pistol. After he finished, he showed the pistol to Shepard. Like this pistol. Shepard grabbed the pistol and began to hold it like he was getting ready to shoot. He checked the sights and even the weight feels like any other pistol, but it's very well made. Harry nodded and stood up, while Le Fei began to fiddle with her Omni tool. That's because, it's a normal pistol, but I heavily modified it. Shepard raised an eyebrow. You modified it? How? Harry smiled. Well, Valerie took a few of the weapons she collected apart, and we were able to figure it how some of the weapons were made and how they function that way. But we also saw some flaws in the designs, for example, how the weapons tend to overheat, how the shots seem heavy and somewhat slower than regular lead bullets, and the recoil has quite the kick as well. Shepard nodded. Everything Harry just pointed out were common issues with modern technology. Though research and development were always making improvements, they were kind of slow on coming out, and even then humans are usually the last to get such upgrades. Harry then walked up to Shepard and pointed at the pistol. So, using what we know about magic guns and what we learned about the firearms of this universe, Valeria and I made some upgrades. I built a whole new pistol from scratch, and added a few runes and enchantments to improve the pistol's performance, by quite a wide margin. Shepard looked at the pistol. It certainly looked like any regular firearm available to anyone in the Alliance military, but it had been made from scratch by Harry, and that was amazing to think about. Meanwhile, Harry walked away from Shepard while continuing to explain. I resolved the overheating problem by adding cooling enchantments on every piece of the pistol, along with stabilizing runes on the muzzle and stock of the pistol. That will absorb most of the kick and reduce recoil by 50%. As for the rate of fire, I added acceleration enchantments around the barrel of the pistol. This will increase the speed of the shots by at least twice the speed. Harry walked up to a table and then clicked on something on top of it. Friday, give me a hard light 3D simulation of the pistol, with all current upgrades. A voice suddenly spoke up. Of course, sir. Shepard then saw some sort of hologram of himself shooting the pistol. He gaped as he saw clear improvements in the rate of fire, recoil, and number of shots. This is incredible. This pistol puts all other current weapons available to shame. Harry nodded. Yup, though it's still a prototype. We need to see how resistant the materials are and if the runes and enchantments can continue to maintain their structure while in prolonged use. I suspect that I will need to use other materials in the final product, stronger and more magical conductive, but for now, this should be a good start. So I want you to use it in the upcoming mission, so we can get some data and see what the next step we should make. Shepard nodded. Of course, I would gladly help. If this is the quality of the upgrades you're making, then these would be very useful to us. Harry grinned. Ah, Shepard, this is nothing compared with what I'll be making later. just you wait, when the girls and I are done investigating and researching everything we need, you'll be getting some real legendary rank gear." Shepard nodded and he 100% believed Harry. After all, what upgrades he did just now were already amazing enough as it is. A part of him was both excited and afraid to see the end products. Soon after, Harry, Shepard, and Fei sat around a table and drank some tea. As they relaxed a bit, Shepard suddenly hummed and then said, "How did you make that pistol in 1 hour, Harry?" Fei smiled. "Remember, Shepard? I told you that this place has a time dilation. For Harry, it's been a few days, rather than the hour that you rested with." Harry sipped his tea. "Yup, it's been around 10 days for me in here, though I can change the time dilation setting. I can make it match the time outside, or even go for 1 year in here equals 1 hour outside, though I didn't feel it was necessary right now." Shepard nodded. "Incredible, this room was already amazing as it is, but with the time dilation, it will be very useful as well." Harry nodded. "So, what's up? You came to check on me?" Shepard blinked but then remember why he was coming to see Harry before he got distracted with everything he just learned. "Yet, I wanted to see how you and the girls are settling in, and if you need anything. Besides this being a whole new universe to you guys, you aren't military either, this sort of environment might be too stiff for some of you guys." Harry nodded. "Well, I actually have experience in a military environment. I was even an envoy captain in one of the worlds I used to live in. The girls have their own guild and experiences with military-like groups, so this environment isn't anything new to us, so we're fine." Harry smiled. "Right now we don't need anything per se, we're still in the process of investigating and researching things. I'm sure we'll be able to find what we need on our own as well, but thank you for asking." Shepard nodded. "What sort of things are you guys investigating and researching right now?" Fei was the one who answered Shepard's question. "Right now, we're looking into firearms, technology and all sorts of advances that could prove useful for us or that we can improve on. We're also looking into minerals, fuels, and even materials that could prove useful to us. There are actually a few exotic minerals and materials that we're very curious about already. We're also looking into alien species and wildlife. Back in Neo-Kyoto, in our world, we have a place called the Natural Dungeon. This dungeon is a self-evolving place where everyone in the yokai faction and our allies can go in and get stronger. Monsters, creatures, and all sorts of beings constantly spawn in the dungeon, and drop all sorts of things, from money, to even precious metals and gems, among other things. But the Natural Dungeon has one peculiar quirk: whatever Harry or the Potter household fights and kills, begins to spawn in the dungeon, which also includes whatever useful resources we find." Shepard nodded in understanding. "That actually sounds pretty interesting, but with what you're telling me, then alien species and materials of this universe will begin to spawn in the Natural Dungeon, right?" Harry nodded. "That's right, which means that we will need all the information we can get, so we can spread it around Neo-Kyoto, that way no one will be caught by surprise by a Krogan charging at them, or a Turian sniping them with weaponry of this universe." Shepard hummed for a bit. "To be honest, all of this sounds like a video game to me, but it's pretty amazing that a place like the Natural Dungeon exists. The place sounds like the greatest training facility ever." Harry grinned at the irony in Shepard's words while Fei giggled. Shepard didn't know what he had said that got such humor out of his friends but decided to shrug it off. For now, he was happy his new friends were okay, and getting everything they needed. After relaxing a bit, Shepard decided to go make some rounds and speak with his crew in the Normandy. Harry stretched and decided to go with him so he could get to know his new friends a little better. Fei decided to stay in Harry's lab. She had some information to go through right now, so with that decided, both Harry and Shepard left the lab, and then the forest inside the pocket dimension that was created by Harry. Afterward, they came out of the door leading to Harry's pocket dimension and into the Normandy. Shepard then led Harry to their first stop, the mess hall. Once there, they both went to speak with Kaiden. Since they hadn't had a chance to speak with him yet, they found him checking out some sort of panel, but he didn't seem too busy. So both Harry and Shepard approached him. Kaiden noticed them and turned his head towards them. He smiled and nodded. "Anything you guys need?" Shepard lightly smiled and nodded, just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. "Thoughts?" Kaiden hummed for a few seconds but then began to speak his thoughts. "Well, the last couple of hours have been an eye-opener, that's for sure. One thing is to know the galaxy is big, but another is to find out that the multiverse is real and even bigger than we could have imagined. I mean, vampires, yokai, magic, and dragons. Not only that, the fact that they're so powerful and can do all sorts of crazy things is a little unnerving. Don't get me wrong though, I know Harry and the girls are good people, but makes you think about, what sort of crazy and bad people are out there, you know. Shepard nodded in agreement. It was certainly scary to think about, someone evil with the same level of power as Harry or the girls have, to suddenly appear in their universe. Harry smiled at Kaiden. There's certainly a bunch of very evil and horrible people in the universe, but luckily for you, they don't have the power to cross to another universe. There are a lot of rules and barriers that prevent just anyone from being able to freely cross between universes like that. Even someone that has the same level of power as me, don't have the leave to cross over. This power of mine was really limited at first, and it was only possible because Death herself powers that ability. Now that I'm a dragon god and have conceptual powers of my own, that ability evolved and became stronger, though it is still random though. Kaiden nodded. I see, that does make me feel a bit better, at least I don't have to worry about another dragon god showing up and proceeding to destroy everything. Shepard nodded. Yet, but still, random hey? I guess we were lucky that you ended up in Eden Prime then. Harry smiled. Nat, I'm sure you and everyone else would be fine on your own, all I did, is make everything a bit easier for you guys. I'm sure you would have been able to make this happen eventually. Humans are a tenacious race and one that shouldn't be underestimated after all. Both Kaiden and Shepard smiled and nodded in agreement to Harry's words. Shepard then turned his head towards Kaiden. Got to go and check on the others, but we'll speak more soon. Kaiden nodded. Of course, Commander. With that said, both Shepard and Harry walked away from Kaiden, while heading to meet with the next crew member. They headed back to the lower floor, and they both looked around for a bit. They saw Garrus speaking with the requisitions officer and Ashley by the workbench, doing maintenance on the firearms. Since Garrus seemed busy right now, they decided to go talk to Ashley. She heard them approaching her and immediately stopped what she was doing and greet them. Commander, Harry. Shepard smiled at Ashley. Hey Ashley, how are you feeling with everything going on? Ashley sighed, a little overwhelmed, if I'm being honest, but can't say that it hasn't been interesting. I mean, I got to see a real-life dragon, scaring the daylight out the council. That was fun. Harry chuckled. Well, they were really getting on my nerves. I've met some real arrogant and stubborn people, but those guys were something else. Shepard nodded. Yeah, I'm just glad you were there. Who knows how that council meeting would have ended without your help. Ashley nodded. For real. I have the impression that the council was a little too happy to deny everything against Saren. Harry crossed his arms and nodded in agreement to Ashley's assumptions. They were in denial. Saren was their best agent, and him being a traitor doesn't look good on them. So they were in denial and refused to see the evidence for what it was. In the end, they were just trying to save face. Ashley shook her head and sighed. Politics, I really can't stand them. Harry and Shepard had to agree with Ashley. After all, there was no doubt in their mind that the council was going to be a big pain in their asses if it wasn't because Harry intervened, that is. Shepard sighed. Well, I'm glad everything worked out in the end. We'll leave you to your duties, Ashley, but we'll speak more later. Ashley nodded. Of course, Commander, Harry. Both Harry and Shepard walked away from Ashley while waving a bit. Suddenly they saw Rex and Valerie walking over to the weapons locker while talking about something. Curious about what Rex and Valerie were talking about, both Harry and Shepard decided to approach them. Rex immediately turned around to face them when they got close. The Krogan grinned and nodded to Shepard. Nice ship you've got, Shepard, what can I do for you? Shepard smiled at Rex. What are you both up to? Rex grinned and then pointed at Valerie with his head. Little lady here wanted to know more of Krogan branded weaponry, so I decided to show off my shotgun. Pretty fun, I'd say. Valerie giggled. Krogan weaponry packs a punch, and most of it is modified so only someone strong and heavy as a Krogan could use them. Though I also heard that they do make weaponry modified for human use, just without that extra oomph. Still, it's useful to check them out, since Harry and I might be able to come up with some upgrades thanks to their design. Shepard smiled at Valerie. He could see that she was very interested in firearms. Rex nodded. Val here seems more Krogan than whatever the hell a vampire is, just as bloodthirsty too. Harry chuckled. That's Valerie for you, sweet to her friends and a menace to her enemies, though yet, she tends to get a bit bloodthirsty when she fights. Valerie blushed and seemed a bit sheepish. I'm not that bad. I am. Shepard raised an eyebrow at her. Valerie, you came out of Kara's den, drenched in blood and smiling widely. Valerie blushed again, which made Harry and Rex chuckle in amusement. Valerie pouted at them, but that just made them laugh even more. Shepard smiled. He then decided to ask Rex about what he heard about Krogan in the elevator. Rex, are your people really dying? Rex huffed but nodded. We're sure not getting any stronger. We're too spread out and none of us are interested in staying in our system. Harry hummed. Isn't that normal? From what I have seen, every species in this universe are spread out and seem to be prospering. Rex nodded. But they go to colonize new worlds. We're not settlers, we're warriors, we want to fight, so we leave, hire ourselves out, and most of us never go back. Harry crossed his arms as he thought about what Rex just told him. Various ideas were already going through his head, and both Valerie and he shared a look. Valerie nodded and smiled at him. She knew what sort of ideas Harry was thinking about right now. Harry then turned his head back to Rex and smiled. I have a few ideas on how to help your people, Rex, but let me think about some of them more thoroughly. We'll talk about it later. Cool. Rex smiled and nodded. Sounds good. You already want to help with the genophage, so I'm more than willing to hear any ideas. Besides, you're a god. I'm sure you can pull a miracle out of your ass or something. Harry chuckled. I certainly have been known to procure a miracle out of my ass on occasion. Everyone shared a laugh for a few moments. Soon after, Shepard became curious about something and decided to ask Rex about it. You explained about the genophage, but to be honest, I don't know much about myself. Can you tell more about it? Rex closed his eyes for a few seconds but nodded to Shepard. The Solarians know all about it, they made it. All I know is that it makes breeding nearly impossible, thousands die in stillbirth, and most never get that far. Every Krogan is infected, and no one is rushing to find a cure. Well, except Harry, he seems to be the only one who cares about it. Must admit, I'm surprised, in a good way that is. Harry smiled. I draw the line on children and babies. The fact that this genophage seems to exclusively target those, well, I take that very personally. Valerie nodded. Yeah, a good way to get Harry to kill you and destroy your soul, is to mess with children. Rex raised an eyebrow. You can destroy your enemy's soul. Harry grinned. Yup, in all kinds of very painful ways. Rex chuckled. Neat. Now where do I go to send prayers to you, Harry? You seem like the kind of god a Krogan needs to follow. Valerie smiled. Harry has a big temple back in our world, full of priestesses and everything. Though he's more of a mellow deity, so you don't need to pray to him to gain his favor. But if you really want to, just pray while saying his name and he'll hear it. Harry huffed, but the small smile on his face showed that he wasn't really annoyed or anything. Rex and Shepard nodded, and Rex even grinned and said, that's good to know. Shepard smiled. I'll make sure the crew knows, so we can pray to Harry before any meal and before we go to sleep. Harry rolled his eyes. Ha! Ha! Very funny. Everyone once again shared a laugh, this time, however, at Harry's expense, but Harry just took it in good fun and also laughed. After that, both Harry and Shepard decided to get going, so they left Rex and Valerie to go back to their weaponry hobby and continued their rounds. Seeing that Garrus was still busy, they decided to go look for Talai. Thanks to Harry, they were able to find her by the field integrity monitor. It seems that Kunu was with her as well, so both the commander and dragon god went to see them. They found both girls, talking to each other in a corner of the room, but Kunu must have sensed them because she immediately turned her head toward them and waved. This of course made Talai notice them as well, so she also turned her head toward them. Both Shepard and Harry walked up to the girls, and as soon as they were in front of them, Talai immediately began to talk with Shepard. Your ship's amazing, Shepard. I've never seen a drive core like this before. I can't believe you were able to fit it into a ship this small. I'm starting to understand why humans have been so successful. I had no idea Alliance vessels were so advanced. Shepard smiled and nodded. The Normandy's a prototype, cutting-edge technology. Harry hummed. So this ship is a prototype, looks like it's a very successful one though. Kunu nodded. I did some scans and looked at some of the schematics. Captain Anderson was kind enough to send them to me when I asked. This is some very advanced stuff. Though I'm sure you and the boys would be able to make something better, especially with Tony and Asgardian's technology we have access to, not to mention what sort of thing the guilds would be able to make to help. Harry nodded. That's true. Still, this ship shows how far the humans of this universe have come. It's very impressive on its own. Talai nodded and then turned her head towards Shepard. A month ago, I was patching a makeshift fuel line into a converted tug ship in the flotilla. Now I'm sitting on board one of the most advanced vessels in Citadel space. I have to thank you again for bringing me along. Traveling on a vessel like this is a dream come true for me. Shepard smiled at Talai. I had no idea you found ship tech so interesting. Talai nodded. It comes with being Aquarian. The migrant fleet is the key to the survival of my people. Ships are our most valuable resources. But we don't have anything like this. We make do with cast-offs and second-hand equipment. We just try to keep them running for as long as we can. Some of the fleet's larger vessels date all the way back to our original flight from the Geth. Harry raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that about 300 years ago? Wow, that's a lot of time for a ship. Taylai fidgeted with her hands a bit but began to explain they're constantly being repaired, modified, and refitted. They aren't pretty, but they work, mostly. We try to make ourselves as independent as possible on the flotilla, grow our own food, mine, and process our own fuel, but some things we can't make on our own. A patch to maintain the hull integrity requires raw materials we just don't have, that's why our pilgrimages are so important. Kunu smiled. The Quarians sound like such handy people. Taylai seemed to be happy about Kunu's opinion on Quarians, or at least that's what Harry got from her posture and mannerisms. Taylai nodded to Kunu and continued to talk. Our lives aren't easy, resources are scarce and we are constantly on the move. Everything we do must in some way contribute to the continuation of the migrant fleet. There are 17 million Quarians in the flotilla, and each of us relies on the others for survival. The bonds among my people are strong. Unfortunately, we have to surrender many of the freedoms and civil liberties other species take for granted. What Taylai just said intrigued Harry, Shepherd, and Kunu, but it was the commander who decided to ask more about it. Liberties. Like what? Taylai wasted no time to elaborate. Well, it's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much, it would strain our resources to the breaking point. Of course, we also can't allow our numbers to become too few. If our population is in decline, the rule against single births is temporarily repealed, and in extreme cases of population decline, incentives are even offered to encourage multiple births, though the conclave hasn't had to take such measures in nearly a century. Harry hummed. I see, it's kinda sad about having only one child. I myself have quite a lot actually, and I can't imagine my life without them all. Shepherd turned his head towards Harry, and raised an eyebrow. I kind of feel bad for your girlfriends now. Kunu blushed and shook her head. Hey. They're all adopted, but we love them all very much, though we ourselves want to wait before we have children of our own. Most of us have responsibilities and duties within Neo-Kyoto and the yokai faction. Some of us are busy with all sorts of projects and research, that we don't want to postpone, so we're waiting a bit before we have children of our own. Though Harry was still able to make us mothers nonetheless. Kunu giggled in amusement. Shepherd raised an eyebrow at Harry. Now I'm curious as to how Harry did that. Taylai nodded. Yeah, just how many children did you adopt and why? Harry hummed. Well, let's see. Hope was actually created between me, Jean, and Ereshkigal, or rather we helped in the creation of Rebirth for a conceptual being. She's the closest to a blood daughter as you can get, without actually giving birth. Eri, sweet Eri. I rescued her when she was being kept locked away, and experimented on since she was a baby. She has had a very horrible first few years of her life, but since I adopted her into the family, she has grown into a cheerful and strong little girl. I also fell in love with a mother, who had a horrible and abusive husband. The man was such a bastard, that she broke. She made a few mistakes and ended up being locked away in a psychiatric ward. When we got together I ended up adopting her children, though all of them are a grown-up. I tend to spend time with them and even spoiled them, like any of my children. Kunu giggled. It's funny to watch Tuya and Natsuo get sheepish whenever Harry spends time with them, though most of the time, they just hang out or drink together. Fuyamai though, she really enjoys being spoiled by Harry. She's a bit of a daddy's girl with him, though I'm not surprised. Their biological father really was a horrible person. All three of them didn't have a good childhood, nor did they have a good male role model growing up, but Harry treating them like friends and his children has helped them a lot. Both Shepherd and Taylai turned their head towards Harry and smiled at him. Harry just smiled back and went back to explaining. Then there's Sherry. My niece Morgan and Hope adopted her as their sister, so I adopted her into the Potter family. She also had a tough childhood and had a pair of not very supportive parents. Then we have numerous amounts of demigods I adopted into the family. Some of their godly parents really neglected them and practically abandoned them to their luck, so I adopted them all. Shepherd shook his head. You don't do things by half, do you, Harry? Taylai nodded in agreement. But this shows the kind of guy you are, to think you would take care of and love so many children who had bad childhoods, and you gave them the care and love they need. Harry smiled and felt a bit embarrassed, but he was also happy to think about his children. He really did love them all. Chapter 143. After a bit, Harry decided to ask more about the Quarians, starting with asking more details about this conclave. Taylai mentioned the conclave? I take it that's your government, no? Taylai tilted her head a bit and answered Harry's question. The conclave is our civilian branch of government. Each ship can elect a representative to serve on the conclave and make decisions that affect the fleet as a whole. On matters that affect an individual ship, however, the captain has the final say. It's a tradition that dates back to the early days when the fleet was governed by martial law. Fortunately, most captains nowadays are smart enough to have an elected council from their crew to give them advice and guidance. Harry nodded. It's pretty impressive how the Quarians created their own government, while living on a ship, live and adapt. Hey. Kunu hummed. So the Quarians have a democratic government, how interesting. Talai nodded. In practice, the conclave and the representative council for each ship tend to set rules that govern our daily lives, but in theory, we are still under military jurisdiction. The top-ranking military officials in the fleet serve on the Admiralty Board. These 5 have the power to overrule any decision by the conclave in case of emergency. To do so requires unanimous agreement among the Admiralty, and they can only do this once. After that, the entire board must resign their posts. It's a safeguard that's served us well. In nearly 3 centuries, the Admiralty Board has only overruled the conclave 4 times. Harry closed his eyes. Your people are well organized and seem to be thriving despite the difficulties you face daily. It's quite inspiring. Talai seemed rather embarrassed by the praise, or at least that's the image they got. With the way she began to fidget, Kunu suddenly spoke up. Oh, I wanted to ask you more about the Geth. Talai. Since the Quarians created them, you must know a lot about them, and since we're fighting them, any sort of information would be of great help. Both Shepard and Harry nodded in agreement. Talai nodded as well and immediately began to speak. Well, I doubt I can tell you anything that you can't find in any database. It's been almost 3 centuries since they drove my people into exile. All I know is the story of their origins, what they were when we created them, and how they turned on us. Shepard, Kunu, and Harry stayed silent for a little bit while digesting what Talai just told them, but in the end, Harry decided that he needed to know more about the Geth and the Quarians. Do you mind telling us about it? Talai seemed to sigh but nodded. The Geth were originally created to serve as an automated manual labor force. Initially, their intelligence was as limited as any AI. Over time, we made small modifications to their programming to allow them to perform more varied and complex tasks, bringing them closer and closer to true AI status. Shepard suddenly cut in. Wait, I thought AI research is illegal. How come the council didn't step in and stopped you? Talai shook her head. This wasn't true AI research. We may have been skirting the bounds of the law, but we never did anything that was actually illegal. The changes were so insignificant, so gradual, that we were able to control them, or so we thought. But one thing we underestimated was the power of the neural network. A million Geth thinking simultaneously created an inherently unstable matrix. Harry huffed. Well shit, no wonder the Geth awakened to true sentient. They were all sharing a network. All that information, experiences, and observations awoke that in them. Kuno nodded. So this was the cause, the Geth shared brain power. Talai looked down and nodded. Many of the Geth's logic systems were designed to work in concert with other nearby Geth. Basically, the more of them you have in a group, the smarter they are. Shepard raised an eyebrow and seemed intrigued. So there's some sort of group consciousness. Talai quickly shook her head. No, nothing like that. They cannot share sensory data or information. Their programming cannot handle that much simultaneous input. Each Geth maintains an individual awareness and identity. The neural network only operates on a process-based level. It's basically the synthetic equivalent of a subconscious. But when they're in close proximity, they can coordinate low-level functional processes, freeing up more capacity for original or independent thought. Shepard scrunched up his eyebrows in confusion. That doesn't make any sense. Talai nodded. I'm probably oversimplifying. The Geth are incredibly advanced and complex creations. All you need to know is that they get smarter when they gather in large numbers. As we built more and more Geth, their effective intelligence became more sophisticated and more abstract. One day, a Geth began to ask its Quarian overseer questions about the nature of its existence. Am I alive? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As you can imagine, this caused a near panic among my people. Harry frowned while Kunu tilted her head in curiosity. But why? What did you people do? Talai shook her head. It was inevitable. The newly sentient Geth would rebel against their situation. We knew they would rise up against us, so we acted first. A general order went out across all Quarian-controlled systems to permanently deactivate all Geth. The Geth responded to this order violently. Shepard raised an eyebrow at Talai. You didn't really think they'd just let you destroy them without a fight, did you? Talai looked a bit defensive but still calmly continued to explain. The hope was that most of the Geth would still be a little more than machines, incapable of organized resistance, but they had progressed much further than anyone anticipated. The war was long and bloody, millions upon millions of Quarians died at their hands, and in the end, we were forced to flee our home world. We feared the Geth would pursue us, but they never came beyond the veil. Now we drift through space, exiles searching for a way to reclaim what was once ours. Harry hummed. Got to say Talai, but the Quarian caused their own demise. Sure, it's sad that millions of Quarians died, and that you were kicked off your planet. But war has two sides to it. The Geth were the victors, so to the Quarians, they're the bad guys, but in the end, all of this was caused because Quarians were playing with things they shouldn't. Skirting the law and not doing anything illegal, doesn't absolve you of the fact that your people were doing something they shouldn't have, but then, when the consequences of what you did hit your people in their faces, they panicked, they let fear dictate their actions, and instead of talking and explaining things to the Geth, you chose to try and destroy them. The Geth were probably confused and scared, you know? They were feeling emotions that they shouldn't have, thinking things they didn't understand, and the people that they trusted the most, their creators, didn't help them. Instead, they tried to kill them. Any being would be pissed and feeling very betrayed, honestly. I don't blame them for hating organic life, I would too. Sure, we aren't going to let them cause more deaths, and I'm definitely not picking on you and the Quarians, but you all have to understand the simple fact that you fucked up. Taylai looked down, and stayed silent. She really couldn't argue with Harry's point of view, and everything he said opened a whole lot of different perspectives here. Kunu hummed for a little bit and then said, then again, I don't think the Geth really hate the Quarians. I mean, if that was the case, they would have moved to kill them all off. But that didn't happen. Perhaps they just feel betrayed and hurt? Or maybe they felt sorry for the Quarians. I don't know, but I think there's more to all of this than we know. The four of them stayed silent as they thought about all of this. Taylai shook her head and sighed. I must admit, nothing like having a dragon god tell you about things from an outside perspective, to make you really think. Harry smiled and then gave Taylai a head pat, which made the Quarian sheepishly fidget with her fingers. Harry then said, I might not look like it, but I'm very old, Taylai, and that means I've seen a lot. I'm just trying to open your mind to all the possibilities, help you understand and hopefully not make the same mistakes the Quarian of 300 years ago made. You're more than welcome to tell me to fuck off and ignore everything I just said. I'm not in a habit of forcing my allies and friends into thinking my way. Taylai shook her head very fast, which made everyone panic a bit, thinking she might hurt herself, but then she began to speak. No, you certainly have been opening my eyes to a lot of things, Harry. I could never say anything like that to you, plus, I can tell you're being nice and just telling me what your understanding of this whole thing is. It has given me a lot to think about too. Everyone smiled at Taylai. Harry then nodded. That's good, perhaps in this whole adventure we'll learn more about everything going on. I'm sure we'll find out even more truths. I'll tell you this though, I'll be thinking about how to help the Quarians some way along the line. Just don't expect me to be nice to arrogant and foolish people. That's a big no, no for me. Taylai nodded. Of course, and thank you, Harry. I can see why Valerie, Kunu, and Le Fei speak so fondly of you all the time. Kunu grinned and nodded proudly, which made Harry chuckle and give her an ear scratch, which made Kunu smile and close her eyes in delight. Shepard then spoke up. We should go, we still have to finish my rounds. Both Kunu and Taylai nodded and both waved at Harry and Shepard as they walked away. They saw Engineer Adams standing close by, so Shepard decided to speak with him. Adams turned to look at Shepard. As soon as he noticed him approaching, he smiled and then began to speak. Hey Commander, you know that Quarian? Taylai? She's been spending all her time down here asking me about our engines. Shepard raised an eyebrow, while Harry decided to ask. She's not bothering you though, right? Adams shook his head. What? No. She's amazing. I wish my guys were half as smart as she is. Give her a month on board and she'll know more about our engines than I do. She's got a real knack for technology. That one, I see why you wanted her to come along. Shepard smiled and nodded. I figured she'd be a real asset to the team. Engineer Adams nodded. You've got a real eye for talent, Commander, but I'm guessing that's not why you came down here. Shepard smiled and nodded towards Harry. I'm just showing Harry around. There's a lot he doesn't know, so I thought that getting to know the crew and some of what they can do could help him understand how things work better. Adams nodded to Harry, who smiled at him. He then said, I see. Then I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. Harry hummed for a few seconds and then nodded. I heard this ship has stealth capabilities. Can you tell me more about that? Adams nodded and smiled at Harry. He then went on to explain. You can't hide a ship out in space. They emit too much heat and radiation, too easy for sensors to pick them up unless you find a way to capture those emissions. So our stealth systems trap the energy we give off in storage sinks built into the ship itself, with no emissions to give away our location. Eventually, the sinks have to be vented, more than a few hours of silent running, and then overheat, cook us inside our own hull. Harry crossed his arms as he thought about how that worked. In his mind, he was already thinking of ways to fix and take advantage of those emissions somehow. He then looked up and asked, "Is there any way for anyone to detect us?" Adams nodded. "A visual scan can still pick us up, anyone looking out a window could see us as plain as day, but you have to be pretty close to get actual visual in space. Most vessels rely on scanners, as long as the stealth systems are engaged, they can't see us, not unless we accelerate to FTL speeds." Harry tilted his head. "FTL? You mean faster than light travel, right? Why wouldn't it work on those speeds?" Adams nodded yes, and cracking up to FTL blue shifts our emissions, pushes them into frequencies too high to capture in the sinks. As soon as we make the jump, it's like setting off a flare. Sensors can pick up our location whenever we enter or exit FTL flight, but for short-range missions, our stealth systems are amazing, and we got the only one. Shepard turned his head towards Harry, and saw him thinking about something hard. He smiled as he decided to ask what was in his mind. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" Harry turned his head towards Shepard and began to explain. "Hearing how the stealth system works for the ship gives me a few ideas on how to improve it. Cooling and absorbing runes on the sinks will extend the time we can stay in stealth mode, plus absorbing runes can transform the emissions into clean energy that can be used for something else in the ship. I can also add enchantments on the ships outside as well, or a few wards that will make it truly invisible, so we wouldn't have to worry about visual scans." Shepard nodded, having already gotten an explanation of runes and enchantments. Thanks to the pistol Harry made for him, he understood what Harry was planning. Meanwhile, Adams looked intrigued and a bit confused. Harry noticed this. "Oh. I'll explain everything in more detail once when I have everything prepared." Adams nodded, and certainly looked very interested right now. Harry grinned and then decided to continue asking questions. "Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself, Adams?" Engineer Adams nodded and decided to do so. "If you name a class Alliance ship, I've probably served in it, everything from dreadnoughts and carriers right down to frigates like the Normandy. My last assignment was in the Tokyo, only a cruiser, but she was a good ship, couldn't hold a candle to the Normandy, though." Harry smiled. "Ah, so you're the guy to ask about ships. Me and the girls have quite a few questions about how they work and designs. Would it bother you if we came to ask you about all of these things?" Adams shook his head. "Not at all. Captain Anderson did speak to the crew, he asked us all to help you and the girls with everything you need. I'm sure Commander Shepard doesn't mind either." Shepard nodded. "Yes, Harry and the girls have full clearance, please answer all their questions and provide any help you can, they're trusty allies to the Alliance military and mine as well." Harry smiled and nodded in thanks to both the commander and engineer. He then decided to ask for more information on Shepard's ship. "Could you tell me a bit more about the Normandy?" Engineer Adams smiled. "She's the best ship I've ever served on, probably the fastest vessel ever designed, and she's the only one using the new Tantalus drive core." Harry tilted his head. "Tantalus drive core? What's so special about it?" Adams immediately answered Harry's question. "Proportionally, it's about twice the size of any other vessel. Not only are we faster, but we can run at FTL speed longer before we have to discharge the core." Harry looked down. I have quite a lot of ideas to make this ship even better, though I'm going to have to contact a friend to plan everything out. For now, I'll focus on the stealth and vent systems." Shepard nodded. "Sounds great, now come on, we should continue our rounds." Harry nodded and both he and Shepard say their goodbyes for now to Engineer Adams, who waved at them as they walked out of the engine room. After coming out of the engine room, they went to see if Garrus was free now. Luckily for them, it seems like he was done speaking with the RO, so both approach him. Shepard greeted the Turian. "Garrus? How is everything?" Garrus grinned. "It's pretty wild, this ship would make any Turian captain jealous. Heck, I'm jealous, but other than that, it's been a pretty wild ride so far." Shepard nodded. "Without a doubt, but how are you feeling with everything that has happened so far?" Garrus crossed his arms and then proceeded to speak his mind honestly. "I'm still digesting everything. On one hand, we have Saren, a pretty famous Spectre turning traitor and working with the Geth. Then we have Harry. I don't even know how to begin about Harry and the girls. I've heard about what they are from human CSEC offices, and I even watched a vampire movie once. But to find out a dragon god is working alongside me is a little bit much to take all at once. I also heard that Harry is the reason the council has been very supportive with you so far. That's another can of worms I'm very hesitant to open." Harry chuckled. "Well, they were all ready to brush everything aside, so I decided to do something about it, otherwise, we would be working against them and that's not very constructive to what we want to do." Garrus nodded. "Oh, I get why you did it, Harry, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, but to an alien, a Turian, and a CSEC officer at that, all of this seems like a dream, you know. Shepard shook his head. Just wait until you see Harry fight and use magic, that will blow your mind. Garrus sighed and slumped. Great. I can't wait. Shepard and Harry shared a laugh which Garrus joined in soon after. After that, Joker suddenly called Shepard in the intercom and told him that they were arriving at Artemis Tau. Shepard nodded and then with Harry headed to the command center, to choose where they were looking for Lyra T. Sony first. Once in the command center, Shepard took some time to choose which system to investigate first. In the end, he chose the Athens system, and soon after Harry and Shepard left to get ready to leave. However, something unexpected happened. Just before they could step into the elevator, Joker called out to Shepard via intercom and let him know there was a transmission coming for him. Shepard frowned, but in the end he decided to find out what was going on, so he walked back to the command center and accepted the transmission. Commander, I'm glad you accepted the transmission. We got an emergency situation, and you're the only one I can trust to get the job done. Shepard raised an eyebrow, but was intrigued. How can I help, Admiral? The Admiral immediately went on to explain the situation. Biotic fanatics have hit a medical research station with a psychotropic drug. The drugs have temporarily driven researchers crazy, and the biotics are effectively using them as human shields. Shepard sighed. This was a very delicate situation, but one that needed to be dealt with. I'll do everything within my power to bring those researchers back safely, Admiral. The Admiral responded right away. I know you will, Commander. I'm sending you the station coordinates now. 5th Fleet out. Harry walked up to Shepard. Change of plans. Shepard shook his head. No, we'll deal with these missions at our leisure. Right now we should focus on finding Dr. T. Sony, but if we get close to them, we'll take care of it. Shepard checked his Omni tool and quickly read the mission's objectives, plus it seems like he received an extra one. Looks like I'll also be playing the negotiator too. Shepard nodded to himself, and then began his investigation into the Athens systems. Unluckily, after a few hours of scanning the planets nearby, the Normandy couldn't find any signs of Lyra or Protean ruins. So Shepard chose to look into another system, the Knossos system. It's a small system, so there weren't too many planets to scan, though the Normandy got a hit on the planet Thrum. It seems like there were some Protean ruins on this planet, so Shepard chose to land and investigate. For this mission, he chose to take Garrus and Rex, along with Harry and Valerie, so the group of 5 got ready and then gathered together to investigate Thrum. Shepard, Rex, and Garrus landed on Thrum inside the Mako, while Harry and Valerie flew down and landed on top of it, where they took a seat and attached themselves to the Mako, with Chakra. As soon as they landed, Joker immediately got in contact with the group commander. I'm picking up some strange readings, really strange, like, off the damn charts. It looks like it's coming from an underground complex a few clicks away from the drop zone. Shepard nodded and immediately began to drive towards the location Joker pointed out. Meanwhile Valerie looked around. This planet looks primal, only rock and lava around. Harry nodded. Looks like it's not a good place for life to grow, sort of looks like Mars, but less red. I can't detect any life either. Suddenly the Mako shook and jumped up. Harry raised an eyebrow. What the hell? If it wasn't because we're using Chakra, we would have been sent flying. Valerie giggled. I feel bad for Rex and Garrus. They're inside the Mako and just being held by straps, though who would have thought Shepard was a horrible driver? Harry chuckled, while the Mako suddenly bounced up and almost made a whole flip. Luckily Harry used telekinesis, to make sure the Mako landed on its wheels. The Mako kept going through the rocky terrain for quite a while. Harry was actually having fun riding the Mako, since it sort of felt like a roller coaster, but the fun ended when Geth suddenly attacked them. A Geth armature suddenly opened fire on the Mako. Harry immediately raised a barrier, while Valerie and the Mako began to fire at the Geth armature. The Geth's attack crashed into Harry's barrier and was stopped from even reaching the Mako. Meanwhile, the Geth armature was then blasted to pieces in seconds from the Mako's cannon and Valerie's charge shots. As soon as the Geth exploded, the group kept going. This time, however, they were more cautious. They now knew they weren't alone on this planet. Eventually, they drew close to some sort of complex. However, they were immediately shot at by a multitude of Geth heavy turrets. Shepard immediately slammed on the brakes. Harry, seeing the attacks coming their way, immediately raised another barrier and blocked the barrage of attacks. The Geth heavy turrets then began to shoot missiles at the Mako, but Valerie shot them down before they could even get close to the Mako. Shepard grunted. Son of a bitch. Rex. Destroy those turrets. Rex grunted but immediately began to shoot at the Geth heavy turrets, while Harry and Valerie kept them safe. Shepard began to drive around to avoid giving the turrets a clear shot at them and to help everyone target them easily. It took a while, but they were able to clear the area, though Geth troopers began to attack them with heavy weaponry. These were smaller targets, so Rex was having a hard time hitting them with the turret. Harry however summoned Oblivion and pointed it towards the general area where the Geth troopers were shooting at them. He activated his Rinnegan and locked on all the Geth. Harry then grinned Thundaja. A multitude of big thunderbolts shot from the sky and landed on the Geth. Rex, who was watching all of this, whistled when he saw Harry spell, destroy and disintegrate the Geth troopers, and even destroyed a bit of the area. He knew without a doubt that Harry is holding back, so he wouldn't damage the complex, but it was still an impressive attack nonetheless. Shepard saw that it was clear and immediately drove around the complex, looking for some sort of back entrance, so they could go inside. But then a Geth destroyer dropped down, from who knows where, and began to shoot its massive plasma cannons at the Mako. Shepard cursed out and began to try and dodge the shots. He was able to clear one. But the second was going to hit the side of the Mako, but Harry appeared right in front of the plasma shot and batted it back toward the Geth destroyer. The Geth destroyer was hit squarely in the chest by its own attack and was forced to try and regain its balance, but Valerie didn't give it a chance. She immediately charged mana into both Ebony and Ivory and then shot at the Geth destroyer while yelling charged shot. Mana cannon. The two massive orbs of mana flew through the air and crashed into the Geth destroyer. They exploded on impact and not only destroyed the Geth, but also made a massive crater. Garrus gaped a bit. Reminded me not to make Valerie angry. Rex barked out a laugh. I like her, she's a Krogan in spirit. Shepard chuckled and shook his head in amusement while he continued to drive. It took a bit of time, but the group was able to clear the Geth troopers and whatever else they brought in. This allowed Shepard to drive close to the complex after following a long tunnel and parked right outside of it. Everyone got off the Mako and drew their weapons as they approached the place. Valerie shook her head. That was an awful lot of Geths. I think we're in the right place. Shepard nodded. Yet, but this many Geth makes me worry about Dr. T. Sony. I hope she's alright, otherwise, there goes our lead to Matriarch Benezia. Everyone nodded and then began to move towards the complex on foot the rest of the way, though they were attacked by more Geth troopers along the way. The however group took them out quite easily. Along the way, Shepard was hit by a sniper shot. He grunted and took cover as soon as he felt his shields break. I lost shields. Knowing that it would take some seconds for Shepard's shields to charge up again, Rex and Garrus began to cover for him, while the Geth troopers began attacking them. Garrus shot one in its head and watched it fall. He then turned his head towards Harry. Can you guys take care of that sniper? He's going to keep us pinned down here as long as it's still active. Valerie nodded and then turned into a multitude of bats that took off flying towards the sniper. Garrus shook his head and she can turn into flying rats. Great. Harry chuckled while he began to bat away shots coming towards Rex and Shepard. Meanwhile, Valerie arrived where the sniper was and immediately turned back to her normal form. She launched herself towards the Geth and ripped it apart with her bare hands. Harry saw that and nodded. Valerie took care of the sniper. Let's go. The group nodded and then got out of cover to keep moving. Throughout this whole ordeal, Shepard was very impressed with the pistol Harry made for him. He just keeps shooting and shooting without stopping and the gun wasn't overheating. This was amazing to him and he was very glad to have this weapon on him. It was certainly coming in handy right now. However, as they were now approaching the complex, Geth began to drop from the sky. What caught everyone by surprise was the new type of Geth that appeared among the group. Geth Stalker and Geth Assassins. The Geth Stalker would run on all fours while going up walls and ceilings while shooting at the group from all kinds of angles. The Geth Assassins were becoming semi-transparent and began to try to move and flank the group, though the group also had to worry about the big-ass Geth armature and troopers that arrived with them. Rex grunted, that's new. Shepard clicked his tongue in annoyance. Active camouflage and all-terrain movement, great. Harry nodded. Leave the ones being camouflaged to me, I can see them. Valerie, you take down the ones on the wall and everyone else take care of the rest. Valerie nodded. Shepard grinned at Harry. Well, keep the rest of them off you. Harry nodded and disappeared in a flash of twilight, while Valerie disappeared in a blur. Shepard turned his head towards Garrus and Rex. Keep the rest off of them. Both Garrus and Rex nodded and began to shoot back at the Geth while keeping an eye on the Geth armature. Meanwhile, Harry flashed behind a Geth assassin and cut it in half with Oathkeeper. He then turned around and threw Oblivion. The dark keyblade flew through the air, like a black buzzsaw, and cut another Geth assassin in half. Harry recalled Oblivion back to his hand and then launched himself at the last Geth assassin and in a blur of movement, slice it into little pieces. Valerie appeared above a Geth Stalker and kicked it off the wall it was crawling up to. The Geth Stalker flew through the air and crashed on top of a Geth trooper. Valerie then quickly kicked off the wall and launched herself towards a Geth stalker crawling on a ceiling. The Geth stalker launched itself towards Valerie, but she turned into mist, and the Geth flew through her and landed on the floor. Before it could even move though, Valerie landed on top of it with her 2 feet and crushed it. The Geth exploded into many small pieces. Valerie immediately turned around and aimed at the last Geth stalker and unleashed a barrage of energy bullets on it. The bullets tore it apart in seconds. While this was happening, Shepard and his squad were now shooting at the Geth armature after having taken care of the troopers. Harry suddenly landed on top of the Geth armature and stabbed both of his keyblade into its head. He then roared as the Geth armature violently exploded in a blast of darkness and light. With that done, the area was now clear of enemies. Then the group got back together. Shepard sighed. What were those things? I don't think I've seen anything like those Geth before. Garrus nodded. Me either, those Geth crawling on the walls and those using active camouflage. Rex grunted and nodded. They were made for assassinations. Shepard frowned and sighed. We have to let the Alliance know about this and the Council too. Harry nodded. Yeah, those things had some very good camouflage. It's not perfect, because if they move you could see them, but it's pretty darn good. Valerie sighed. The one crawling all over the place would make great infiltration units. They could sabotage and spy, along with assassinations as well. Garrus shook his head as if the Geth weren't bad enough as it is, but now they have this new type as well. Shepard nodded. Yeah, but what really bothers me is the reason why they were created. Harry hummed. Since the Council is working against Saren, he's probably targeting them, among some other high-profile targets, plus having a unit for infiltration is a good way to know what the enemies are doing and planning. Rex scoffed. We're going to have to be more careful from now on. Valerie sighed and nodded. We'll have to do scans everywhere we go. Harry, how do you detect the Geth? Harry shrugged. They give off this odd signal I can pick up, sort of what I can feel from a baby Digimon, one recently hatched. Garrus, Rex, and Shepard seemed confused, but Valerie began to plan something, so Harry waited to hear her idea. Chapter 144. Valerie hummed, for a few seconds while thinking. She then looked towards Harry and asked Harry, can we make something that will tag the Geth and let us know where they are? Some sort of scanner that we can give to the Normandy and the Alliance military, this way everyone can scan for the Geth and avoid getting caught by surprise. Harry crossed his arms and thought about what he would need to make a scanner like that, plus to calibrate it in order to detect the small digital wavelength they give off. After a few seconds, Harry nodded and smiled. I think I can come up with something. I won't use magic or enchanting though, otherwise the Alliance military won't be able to replicate whatever I make. I also have to use materials from this world too, but that won't be a problem. Maybe I'll even just create a program that will work with our Omni tools or something like that. Shepard nodded. That will be great. If you can also make it impervious to signal jamming, that would very useful. Rex grunted. Yeah, it's annoying that they can jam our mapping and targeting signals. Harry nodded. Just give me some time to study on the technology in this world and I'll have something ready soon after. Everyone then nodded to Harry. Shepard then sighed and holsters his pistol. We should get going. If the Geth are here, then Dr. T. Sony is definitely in danger. Maybe whatever they're researching here has gotten Saren's attention and that's never a good thing. Everyone nodded and then together, they all headed to the back entrance to the protein dig, though Harry was now keeping an even closer eye for Geth than before. A very long tunnel awaited everyone and they didn't waste any time in rushing down this tunnel. However, Harry suddenly stopped everyone. I'm sensing Geth up ahead. Shepard frowned. Damn, they already made it inside. Do you know how many? Harry nodded. At least 3 up ahead, but I'm sensing even more deeper inside. Shepard nodded. He then signaled everyone to move forward quietly. The group immediately did so and not long after they came up to the Geth Harry had warned everyone about. Harry and Valerie instantly moved to take them out. Both disappeared in blurs and appeared behind 2 Geth. Harry grabbed the head of the one in front of him and ripped out its head with one strong pull. Valerie just pointed ebony at the back of its head and blasted it off its shoulder. This was done so fast that Shepard, Garrus, and Rex weren't able to see anything, but reacted right away and fired at the 3rd Geth. This Geth heard the death of his fellow synthetics and turned around to see what had happened, but was barraged by gunfire so fast, it didn't even have time to process what had happened. The group immediately continued forward and came out of the tunnel into a metal platform. Everyone quickly followed it and began to descend towards the lowest floor. Harry sensed more Geth down below, so he suddenly jumped down the platform they were running on, and landed on top of Geth Shock Trooper. Harry took a kunai and jabbed it into the top of the Geth's head and twisted it, destroying it. He quickly hopped off the destroyed Geth and threw 3 pairs of shuriken towards a trio of Geth Shock Troopers running towards him. The shuriken struck the Geth in the chest and then exploded, destroying the trio. Shepard saw this and grinned, so he really is a ninja too. Valerie giggled and nodded yup. But try to keep up, Commander. Or you'll lose in on the fun. Rex chuckled that little woman should have been born a Krogan. Garrus shook his head but seemed amused, though of Valerie being a Krogan terrifies me. Shepard nodded, while they all continued following the metal platform. Eventually they came to a door, and Shepard immediately opened it, revealing an elevator leading to the Protein ruins further down below. Garrus hummed a bit as he took a quick look around the elevator while it went down. I've never visited a Protein ruin before, aside from the Citadel, I mean. Harry raised an eyebrow at that. The Citadel is a Protein ruin. Shepard, Garrus, and Rex nodded, while Harry sighed, son of a bitch, I should have asked my shadow clone to give it closer look, now I have to wait for next time. Shepard frowned. Sorry Harry, I should have mentioned that. Harry shook his head. Nah, it's fine, there's bound to be information we don't know about, that will come forth later, but there are things I would have liked to known sooner. By the way, how's the shadow clone's scanning of the keepers? Shepard smiled. We've been getting a constant flow of credits so far, I'm sure you shadow clone is getting all kinds of scans. I've sent half of the accumulated credits to your account, Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. Thanks, but you didn't have to though. Shepard shook his head. Yeah, I did, you're practically doing all the work, Harry. Harry chuckled. Well, I did it to help and to get you funds, but if you're okay with half, then it's cool. Shepard smiled at Harry. The elevator soon arrived to the lower floor and everyone got off right away, into another metal platform which they began to follow immediately. But soon after, a few Geth assault drones dropped from above and began to fire at the group. Harry waved his hand and covered the group inside a barrier. Valerie, Garrus, Rex, and Shepard then opened fire at the Geth assault drones. Though the Geth drones were able to dodge some of the shots, most of them were taken down almost instantly. Valerie then killed the rest quickly. Harry dissipated the barrier. Let's go. Everyone nodded and took off running again. As the group ran through the metal platform and got closer to the Protein ruins, Rex couldn't help but make a comment about them. Sterile white, Proteins sure build things, homie. Valerie looked around. These Proteins seem like the researcher and smart types, though that usually doesn't mean a good thing either. Harry and Rex nodded in agreement, since they had experienced with researcher and smart type of people, and they weren't good experiences at all. Soon after they found another elevator, and everyone jumped in right away. Shepard activated it and it took them further down below. However, the elevator began to malfunction halfway down there until it broke down. It stopped and forced everyone to get off the elevator. Luckily it stopped right before reaching its destination, so everyone hopped down into the metal platform and began to follow it. Until they reached a broken part on the platform, everyone stopped before the wreck and took a look around. Harry looked over to the other side. Valerie and I can reach the other side, but I don't think you guys can. Rex grunted. Yes, Krogans are made for jumping. Harry, have you not seen my legs? Harry chuckled and nodded. Suddenly a voice called out of nowhere. Hello? Could someone help me? Please. Shepard raised an eyebrow and tried to look where the voice came from. Where did that voice come from? Valerie looked down the platform and saw some sort of blue energy blocking some sort of tunnel. Oh. It's coming from below. Garrus sighed. Great, how do we get down there? Harry just floated up and lifted everyone with telekinesis. He then flew himself and everyone down to the metal platform below. Harry landed right after everyone else did. So he was the first one to see who had spoken to them, though he tilted his head when he saw the person's predicament. How curious, I couldn't sense her. I wonder if it has to do with this weird energy around her. Valerie looked at the person floating inside the blue energy with curiosity in her eyes. Is this some sort of alien game? Perhaps a kink? 'Cause it looks kind of fun. Everyone except Harry's sweat dropped at what Valerie said. Shepard shook his head and tried not to laugh. Instead he walked forward to the poor embarrassed Asari. The Asari snapped out of her embarrassment and called out to the group in front of her. Can you hear me out there? I am trapped, I need help. Shepard nodded to the Asari. We can hear you, are you okay? What happened to you? The Asari seemed to be far more worried about her situation, so she tried to quickly explain. This thing is a protein security device, I cannot move. So I need you to get me out of it, alright. Shepard sighed. He wanted to help her but he needed to make sure she wasn't helping Saren or her mother. You must be Dr. T. Sony, your mother is working with Saren, whose side are you on? The now revealed Lyra looked confused. What? I am not on anybody's side. I may be Benezia's daughter, but I'm nothing like her. I have not spoken to her in years, please just get me out here. Harry hummed and crossed his arms. She's not lying. Shepard nodded to Harry, he knew that he could trust Harry so he accepted his word. he then decided to ask Lyra about her situation. How did you end up in there? Lyra immediately began to explain. She was really desperate to get set free. After all, I was exploring the ruins when the Geth showed up, so I hid in here. Can you believe that? Geth beyond the veil. I activated the tower's defenses. I knew the barrier curtain would keep them out. When I turned it on, I must have hit something I wasn't supposed to. I was trapped in here. You must get me out, please. Harry deadpanned at Lyra. So, a klutz. Valerie nodded. Definitely a klutz. Lyra blushed again but didn't say anything as her defense. She knew it was her clumsy mistake that landed her on the situation she was currently in. Shepard smiled and tried not to chuckle. He saw that Lyra was already very embarrassed, so instead he decided to try and calm her down. We'll find a way to get you out of there. Lyra smiled and nodded. There's a control in here that should deactivate this thing. You'll have to find some way past the barrier curtain. That's the tricky part. The defenses cannot be shut off from the outside. I don't know how you'll get in here, but be careful. Theirs was a Krogan with the Geth. They have been trying different ways to get past the barrier. Gurus, great, a Krogan. I just know this is going to be fun. No offense, Rex. Rex just grinned, finding Gurus's sarcasm amusing. Some taken. Shepard, however, was busy looking at the barrier now. How do we get through this? The commander turned his head towards Harry and decided to ask. Any ideas? Harry scratched his head honestly. I'm not sure. This energy is new to me and I haven't seen anything like it before. It actually cloaked Lyra from my senses. That is a very hard thing to do. Valerie nodded. Yeah, I can't smell her nor sense her either. It's odd. Harry looked around. I could try pushing my way inside or use some sort of energy attack to destroy the barrier, but I don't know how this energy will react to that. Worst case scenario? Lyra dies in many different kinds of ways depending on how this energy reacts to mine. At best it would just bounce it off harmlessly, though I could use my power over reality to make it disappear. Shepard hummed. Let's put that on hold and take a look elsewhere. Maybe we can find a way to get Dr. T. Sony out of this without relying on your very complicated and overpowerful abilities. I don't want to make us over-reliant on them. Harry smiled at Shepard and nodded. With that decided, the group then decided to look further down the Protean ruins and see about finding a way to safely help Lyra. So they followed the metal platform down, leading further deeper down into the ruins. However, as soon as they reached down below the metal platform, they were attacked by more Geth. This time Shepard quickly shot them down with Harry's handmade pistol. He only had to shoot them down twice to take down the Geth, something that he noticed right away as soon as he began to use it. One shot was powerful enough to shatter their shields and the second was to kill them. Rex and Gurus had noticed this and had grown curious about the pistol. Gurus walked up to Shepard. I didn't know that humans made high-caliber munition weaponry this small, Shepard. Shepard grinned. They don't. This was made by our friendly dragon god. It's pretty amazing, right? Gurus blinked. Amazing? That small little thing pack a serious punch. In fact, it's stronger than my sniper rifle. Rex nodded. Yeah, it might be even stronger than my shotgun, and that's saying a lot. More stable and accurate too. I'm a bit jealous now. Shepard chuckled. It's a prototype. Harry wanted me to use it, to get some data. I'm sure he'll be making a whole bunch of things for everyone to try later. Both Rex and Gurus seemed excited, which Harry and Valerie noticed, but before they could say anything, a Geth fired a rocket launcher at them. Harry snapped his fingers and created a small portal in front of everyone. The rocket flew through it. Suddenly another portal opened up above the Geth that fired the rocket launcher, and the rocket flew out of that portal. The rocket crashed and exploded on impact, destroying the Geth. Meanwhile, Valerie took off running towards a Geth sniper that was aiming at them. Gurus immediately began to shoot at it to force it to take cover or move. Which worked. Valerie, seeing the opening, disappeared in a flash of black and red light and reappeared beside the Geth sniper. She quickly spin-kicked its head off. Rex rushed forward while shooting at Geth shock troopers with his shotgun. Even when his shields shattered, he just kept going until he killed his targets. Harry saw this and summoned Oathkeeper to his hand. He then pointed it towards Rex Curaga. Rex was huffing a bit, until he was suddenly enveloped in a green light and all his wounds healed instantly. He grinned as he cracked his neck, good as new. Harry grinned as he saw that his friend was okay. He smiled and relaxed while looking around a bit. The area is clear. Valerie sighed. So now they're shooting at us with rocket launchers. Kinda stupid to do so inside an underground facility, no? Shepard shook his head. Not really. We must be that much of a threat if they're willing to risk whatever they're looking here for. Besides, if any Geth get buried inside, they would just escape into their digital plane. Us though? Well, we might not be so lucky. Harry nodded. It seems like they really have us pegged as a big threat. Oh well, it's not like anything they can plan would actually do anything to us. Everyone nodded. and kept going towards the deeper parts of the ruins. Along the way they found a weapons locker and Valerie cheerfully opened it and took everything inside of it. Though she did swap the best weapons she found with Rex and Garrus, who were still carrying standard-issue weaponry. Now slightly better equipped, the group kept going. Eventually they were about to reach the end of the ruins and there, Shepard found a control console for some kind of mining laser. They all arrived in front of it, and Shepard hummed as he inspected the controls. Would this help? I think this is what they used to excavate around the ruins safely. Harry walked forward and took a look. Yeah, this laser is for pinpoint excavation, sort like a surgical procedure. With this we should be able to get Lyra out of there safely. Shepard nodded and then proceeded to fiddle with the controls. Suddenly, a very powerful orange laser shot from a machine close by, startling everyone. Harry deadpanned at Shepard. Shepard, the fuck, please be careful with the settings. That would kill Lyra if it even grazes her. Shepard's sweat dropped and nodded. That was definitely not what he wanted to do, but he didn't know too much of this type of machinery. Garrus suddenly noticed something where the laser hit and called out to everyone, hey! Look, some sort of passageway was revealed by the laser. Everyone turned their head towards the recently discovered passageway. Harry walked closely and took a look. Hey! That was very lucky. Everyone nodded, even Shepard seems a bit surprised of his luck. Valerie giggled and then spoke up. Should we see where it leads? Maybe we'll be able to reach the other side behind Lyra. Everyone nodded and decided to see where the passageway goes. It didn't take long to find some sort of protein elevator, so everyone got in and activated it. The protein elevator then took them up. A minute later they found themselves right behind Lyra, who was still strapped and floating inside the barrier curtain. Harry scratched his head. Hey? Well, that was fast. Shouldn't complain about it, but that was a bit too easy. Garrus shrugged. You know? I would take easy any day of the week instead to getting shot all the time. Rex grunted. No, Harry is right, this was too easy. I was expecting some sort of big fight before we would even get to Dr. T. Sony. Valerie smiled. Ah. We're missing the boss battle, right? Shepard shook his head but smiled at his crew. He found the fact that they were expecting a boss battle both unnerving and funny, made him wonder what sort of situations they have dealt with, to expect a boss battle of all things. However, they couldn't leave Lyra just floating up there while they had a conversation, so they decided to just go and talk to her. The group walked over to Lyra and she eventually heard them coming. She turned her head to side so she could see the group. What? How did you get in here? I didn't think there was any way past the barrier. Harry grinned. Oh. It was easy. We just used a laser and it accidentally blasted away inside into an elevator. Shepard got lucky. Lyra stayed silent for a few seconds, but then said, I see, yes, that makes sense, please. Get me out of here before more geth arrive. That button over there should shut down the containment field. Shepard nodded and went to the control console. Meanwhile Valerie hummed and she stared at Lyra. You think she would get mad if I tickle her? Everyone turned their head towards Valerie and stared at her. Garrus sighed. That's evil Valerie, she can't move, remember? Rex chuckled and then grinned. Let's do it. I've never seen an Asari get tickled, should be fun. Garrus stared at Rex for a good second. You know? Now that you mention it, I've never seen an Asari laugh out loud either. Lyra began to nervously sweat. Please don't. Harry chuckled while Shepard just smiled and pressed the button. The containment field dissipated and Lyra dropped to the ground. Oof. The doctor shook her head and then slowly stood up. She then turned around towards everyone and nodded at them, though she was nervously staring at Valerie who was just smiling at her. Garrus then spoke up. Any idea how we can get out of this place? Lyra nodded. There's an elevator back in the center of the tower, at least, I think it's an elevator, it should take us out of here, come on. Lyra guided everyone to the elevator she mentioned, and once in the elevator she began to speak with Shepard. I still cannot believe all this, why would Geth come after me? Do you think Benazia is involved? Shepard shook his head. I'm not sure. Garrus then continued on. Saren is looking for the conduit, you're a protein expert, obviously he wants you to help him find it. Lyra seemed confused. The conduit? But I don't know. There was a loud crashing sound that interrupted Lyra. As she looked up and looked around looking for what had caused that sound, Rex glared up. What the hell was that? Lyra then began to speak. These ruins aren't stable, the mining laser must have triggered a seismic event. Harry shook his head. Well, that good luck was eventually going to run out, that's karma for you. Lyra nodded and walked over to the elevator control console and began to fiddle with it. We have to hurry, the whole place is caving in. Shepard nodded and immediately contacted the Normandy Joker. Get the Normandy airborne and lock in on my signal. On the double, Mr. Joker responded instantly. Commander, secure and away, EDA 8 minutes. Rex grunted. If I die here, I'll kill him. Harry chuckled and shook his head. Don't worry, no one is dying here. The squad relaxed the moment Harry said that. They all knew Harry meant it, and knowing of what he's capable of, they knew they could trust him as well. The elevator began to move up as Lyra stared at everyone in confusion. Being the newcomer, she was unaware of Harry and what he could do, but she could clearly see that everyone trusted him quite a bit. Valerie, however, deadpanned. You know? The irony of me complaining about the Geth using rocket launcher for this exact reason, and for us in the end, to be the cause of it, is quite a slap to my face. Everyone refused to turn to look at Valerie. They all knew she was right, but that didn't mean they wanted to deal with the irony. Eventually the elevator reached a wide open platform of sorts. However, to their bad luck, a bunch of Geth and a Krogan were already waiting for them up here. The Krogan grinned and loudly said, surrender, or don't, that would be more fun. Shepard huffed in annoyance. We don't have time to deal with this idiot, charge. Valerie giggled. Well, there's the boss battle. Rex barked out a laugh, while everyone got ready, but the Krogan grinned. I like your attitude. Harry suddenly appeared in front of the Krogan and kicked him away. Well, he's not that much of a boss. We don't have a lot of time. Clean the area. Everyone nodded and began to shout back at the Geth. Harry stared at the Krogan getting up. Hey? A tough guy, pretty impressive. You survived that kick. Sure, I held back a lot, but still. The Krogan Battlemaster grunted in pain and held the area where his ribs were. He definitely heard some of them snap, and to make things worse, his shields shattered with that kick alone. The Krogan glared at Harry and watched as everyone else was taking down his Geth troopers easily. The Krogan, hoping to gain some time for his shield to regenerate, decided to talk to Harry. You must be Harry Potter. Saren warned me about you. Didn't want to believe all that nonsense he said, but that kick alone showed me that there was some truth to what Saren said. Harry grinned. Oh? Is Saren nervous of me now? Didn't think the asshole would. The Battlemaster Krogan chuckled. He's definitely nervous about you, said something about you being an unknown, but he still believes you can be taken down. The Krogan's shields regenerated and he immediately began to shoot at Harry, but the Dragon God easily avoided all the shots headed his way with ease. The Battlemaster Krogan growled, but then saw Harry grinned at him. He realized too late that all the Geth that came with him were all destroyed. Shepard immediately aimed his special pistol at the Krogan and open-fired. The first shot shattered his shields, the second hit him on the shoulder and ripped his arm off. The Krogan grunted in both shock and pain. He dropped his weapon and held onto his shoulder. Shepard walked forward and shot him on the knee. The Krogan's leg was blasted off him, forcing him onto the ground. But before he could even do or say anything, Shepard was already on him. The commander pointed his pistol at the Krogan's head. Should have paid attention to your surroundings. Shepard immediately pulled the trigger and blasted the Krogan's head off. Rex chuckled seeing this. Yes, I definitely want one of those guns. Garrus nodded, while Valerie was busy collecting weapons from the destroyed Geth and then the dead Krogan, though she was quietly chanting loot loot loot. Lyra watched and heard all of this and just stared in confusion. Suddenly the entire room began to rumble and shake. Harry narrowed his eyes. Everyone, come on. We need to get out of here now. Everyone nodded and ran towards the exit nearby. The ruins began to crumble and fall apart. Things were really getting dangerous now. Shepard began to yell at everyone, move, move, move. Harry saw that they were going to cut it close, so he decided to do something about it. He turned into his dragon form, which destroyed everything around him. While he did so, he grabbed everyone with his claws and began to roar as he jumped up as hard as he could. Joker was arriving at the Protein ruins, when out nowhere a massive gold and silver dragon busted out of the ground with a roar and took off flying towards the sky. The dragon stopped high above where the ruins were located and opened his claws. Joker gaped and didn't not know what to think. He knew Harry is dragon, but hearing about it is way more different than seeing it. Meanwhile Harry was staring at his friends and Lyra, who except Valerie were laying down on top of his claws and breathing hard for the adrenaline and all the running they did. Though Lyra was staring at him with wide eyes full of shock and fear, but he ignored that and decided to speak. Is everyone all right? Shepard raised a thumbs up towards Harry while huffing a bit. Yeah, you came in clutch, Harry. Garrus nodded but then grinned. Wow, you're really shiny, Harry. Haru chuckled at Garrus's comment, while Rex stood up and grunted. Does it make me crazy that I want to fight you in this form, Harry? Valerie giggled at Rex and shook her head a little bit. Yes, but I don't blame you. Everyone strong would like to fight a dragon, just not Harry though. Lyra gaped at everyone. How is everyone so calm? We're in the grasp of a massive and quite obviously dangerous creature. Shepard stood up and shrugged. Meh, after seeing him once, you sort of get used to it. Gurus got up and nodded. Yeah, it's impressive, but we know it's Harry and he's a good guy. Lyra looked confused. Harry, well, she didn't know everyone yet, they haven't even introduced themselves, so it's normal she was both confused and very scared. Suddenly the Normandy approached Harry, who lazily floated on the air while flapping his massive wings. Joker began to speak with the Normandy's speaker system. Harry? Is that you? Harry grinned at the Normandy, while showing off all of his fangs, and then nodded. Joker immediately responded, well shit, you scared everyone in here, buddy. But whoa. Look at you. You look like a secret endgame boss in a video game. Badass. Harry laughed at both the irony in Joker's word and the way he seemed so excited, which was a bit scary for everyone to see. A dragon laughing sounded a bit terrifying. Soon after, Harry teleported everyone inside the Normandy, and after turning back into his human form, he also teleported himself inside the Normandy. Taylor and Ashley were disappointed and bit pouty at the fact that they missed the chance to fly on a dragon. But Harry promised them rides later, and the both of then calmed down and seemed in a better mood. Kaiden was certainly impressed and was admittedly curious about Harry's dragon form. Harry promised to answer questions later. After that whole ordeal, the squad who were on site went to their rooms to unequip their gear and rest a bit. It was a long day after all. A few hours later, after resting enough, Shepard decided to gather everyone and talk about everything they found during this mission, and all the information they also got. This way everyone will be on the same page. Even Joker joined in the meeting via intercom, and he was the first one to speak. Too close, Commander, it was only cause of Harry that you aren't swimming in molten sulfur. The Normandy isn't equipped to land in exploding volcanoes, they tend to fry our sensors and melt our hull, just for future reference. Lyra sighed, we almost died out there and your pilot is making jokes. Harry shrugged, it's a coping mechanism, don't take offense, that's just how he deal with stress. Besides, he does make a good point, it was a really close call. Lyra nodded, I see, it must be a human thing, I don't have a lot of experience dealing with other species. Shepard smiled and shook his head, well, Harry doesn't really count as human though. Harry chuckled, while Lyra went on, but I am grateful to all of you, you saved my life back there, and not just from the volcano, those Geth would have killed me, or dragged me off to Saren. Kaiden then raised a good question, what did the Geth and Saren want with you? Do you know something about the conduit? Lyra shook her head, only that it was somehow connected to the protein extinction, that is my real area of expertise, I have spent the past 50 years trying to figure out what happened to them. Shepard tilted his head, how old are you, exactly? Lyra sighed, I hate to admit it, but I'm only 106. Ashley gasped a bit, damn. I hope I look that good when I'm your age. Harry and the girls chuckled, to them a century wasn't anything. Lyra smiled at Ashley and then said, a century may seem like a long time to short-lived species like yours, but among the Asari I am barely considered more than a child. That is why my research has not received the attention it deserves, because of my youth. Other Asari scholars tend to dismiss my theories on what happened to the proteins. Kunu hummed a bit, that used to happen a lot in Kyoto, before we became what we are today. The elders who were very old used to not pay a lot of attention to the youth, it one of the reasons not many respected Mom either. Compared to the elders, she's very young, many other yokai groups didn't respect her either, like Old Man Nurarihayan, though thanks to our raise in power, Mom was able to unite all yokai under one faction. Harry hummed, he had heard about this, but since he was in the Avengers world at the time, he didn't see this happening, he only noticed that there was way more yokai living in Kyoto than before. Valerie nodded, it's the same with vampires, the elders of the clans and oldest families, usually ignore the young vampires, unless of course they come from a very important clan, like Elmenhilda, though she herself is quite the granny. Harry chuckled but didn't comment. Valerie was the only one who dared and gets away with making fun of Elmenhilda's age, anyone else would suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 145. Lyra seemed a bit confused about everything Kunu and Valerie just said. She didn't know what a yokai and vampire are, but whatever they were, it seems that they were also long-lived species and it was at least interesting to hear about them. But Shepard suddenly spoke up, I've got my own theory about why the proteins disappear. Lyra, once again, seemed confused, though she then said with all due respect, Commander, I have heard every theory out there, the problem is finding evidence to support them, the proteins left remarkably little behind. It is almost as if someone did not want the mystery solved, it's like someone came along after the proteins were gone and cleansed the galaxy of clues. But here is the incredible part, according to my findings, the proteins were not the first galactic civilization to mysteriously vanish, this cycle began long before them. Harry frowned, He already had his suspicions about what this whole situation was, but he wasn't sure yet. Now he heard this new theory about such a cycle happening before even the proteins, and that made him even more curious. How did you come up with this theory? You just said that there was hardly any evidence. Lyra nodded. I have been working on this for 50 years, I have tracked down every scrap and shred of evidence, and eventually, subtle patterns start to emerge, patterns that hint at the truth. It is difficult to explain to someone else. I cannot point to one specific thing to prove my case, it is more a feeling derived from a half-century of dedicated research. But I know I'm right, and eventually, I will be able to prove it. There were other civilizations before the proteins, this cycle has repeated itself many times over. Li Fei hummed and then decided to ask something that she has been wondering about for a while now. So if the proteins weren't the first, then who was? What sort of beings were they? Lyra shook her head. I don't know, there is barely any evidence on the proteins, even less on those who came before them. I cannot prove my theory, but I know, I am right. The galaxy is built on a cycle of extinction. Each time a great civilization rises up, it is suddenly and violently cast down, and only ruins survive. The proteins rose up from a single world until their empire spanned the entire galaxy, yet even they climbed to the top on the remains of those who came before them. Their greatest achievements, the mass relays, and the citadel are based on the technology of those who came before them, and then, like all the other forgotten civilizations throughout galactic history, the proteins disappeared. I have dedicated my life to figuring out why. Shepard turned his gaze towards Harry. The dragon god knew what Shepard was asking about by his look alone, so he nodded. Shepard needed to share what he had learned from the beacon with Lyra, this way they might get some more information or at least a confirmation. Shepard nodded and then turned his head towards Lyra. The proteins were wiped out by a race of sentient machines, the Reapers. Lyra seemed rather confused and surprised with what Shepard just told her. The Reapers? But I have never heard of. How do you know this? What evidence do you have? Harry stood up and walked to stand beside Shepard. He then began to explain. There was a protein beacon on Eden Prime, we had secured it but it somehow got activated and Shepard got caught in it after rescuing a teammate. The beacon then downloaded a massive amount of information, directly into Shepard's mind. The process knocked him out for a while though, and the information is still settling in his mind, but he's been able to get some of the information in form of dreams and visions. That's how he knows. Lyra looked down and seemed to be lost in thought. She stayed like that for a few seconds before looking up. Visions? Dreams? Yes, that makes sense. The beacons were designed to transmit information directly into the mind of the user. Finding one that still works is extremely rare. No wonder the Geth attacked Eden Prime. The chances to acquire a working beacon, even a badly damaged one, is worth almost any risk. But the beacons were only programmed to interact with Prothean's physiology. Whatever information you received would have been confused and unclear. I am amazed you were able to make sense of it all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander. Ashley then spoke up. Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit. Kunu giggled and grinned at Ashley. Someone is getting jealous. Ashley glared at Kunu while she gave her a very mischievous smile. Valerie giggled. Well, if Lyra wants to drop her panties because of Shepard's will, then let her. I doubt he'll mind. Shepard raised an eyebrow but didn't confirm or deny that statement. Meanwhile, Lyra blushed and turned her head towards Ashley. Oh, of course, you're right, I am sorry, my scientific curiosity got the better of me. Unfortunately, I do not have any information that could help you find the conduit or Saren. Everyone nodded though they felt a bit disappointed. Shepard then said, I don't know why Saren wanted you out of the picture, but I think we'll be a lot better off if we bring you along. Lyra nodded and stood up. Thank you, Commander. Saren might come after me again. I cannot think of anywhere safer than here on your ship, and my knowledge of the proteins might be useful later in. Rex then grinned. Her biotics will come in handy when the fighting starts. Shepard nodded in agreement. Good to have you on the team, Lyra. Lyra smiled. Thank you, Commander, I am very grateful. I am afraid I am feeling a bit lightheaded. Kaiden sighed. When was the last time you ate? Or slept? Dr. Shakwas should take a look at you. Lyra shook her head. It is probably just mental exhaustion, coupled with the shock of discovering the Prothean's true fate and what happened down on the ruins. I need some time to process all of this. Still, it could not hurt to be examined by a medical professional. It will give me the chance to think things over. Are we finished here, Commander? Shepard nodded. We can talk again after you've seen the doctor. The rest of you, dismissed. Joker then spoke via intercom. Mission reports are filed. Commander, you want me to patch you through to the council? Everyone left, while Harry chose to stay behind with Shepherd. Shepherd smiled knowing that Harry wanted to be present during the report to the council, so they wouldn't be any problem. Shepherd nodded to Harry and then spoke up to Joker. Patch them through, Joker. Joker wasted no time to respond. Setting up the link now, Commander. Suddenly, a hologram of the council materialized in front of Harry and Shepherd. Tavos immediately began to speak. We've received your report, Commander. I understand Dr. T. Sony is on the Normandy. Spiratus then said, I assume you're taking necessary security precautions. Harry raised an eyebrow. You assume too much, we know what we're doing. Spiratus flinched, but nodded. Shepherd smiled at what Harry said. He then said, Lyra is on our side, the Geth were trying to kill her. Tavos shook her head. Benezia would never allow Saren to kill her daughter. Valerne then piped in. Maybe she doesn't know. Spiratus then spoke up as well. Or maybe we don't know her, we never expected she could become a traitor. Harry huffed. That's a lot of maybes being thrown around and none of those are helpful, you're just wasting time. The fact of the matter is that Geth were looking for Lyra and wanted her dead. The council members stayed silent, they didn't know why, but for some reason, they felt that Harry was angry at them or at something at the very least. Valerne wanted to change the conversation and then said, at least the mission was a success. Spiratus scoffed and both Tavos and Valerne sighed knowing he was about to complain. Apart from the utter destruction of a major protein ruin, was that really necessary, Shepherd? Shepherd frowned. The Geth were crawling all over those ruins, we were lucky to make it out alive. Harry sighed. Spiratus. Spiratus flinched and turned his head towards Harry. The dragon god glared at the Turian. Are you going to bitch about every little thing we do? We're not playing games over here, you know? We were in a constant battle against the Geth in that ruin, it's too bad it was destroyed, but we were busy fighting and staying alive, maybe calm the fuck down. No. Spiratus frowned. But you were there, you could have done something to prevent its destruction. You're powerful and have all kinds of ability. But Harry cut him off. So what? I'm not there to prevent every little thing from happening, I'm there to support Shepherd and keep the squad safe, I couldn't care less about some old ruins. Besides, if you expect me to do something about everything that has gone wrong in the galaxy, then perhaps I should start by killing all the Turians or at least leave them on the edge of extinction like they did the Krogan. Or perhaps I should make the Solarians unable to reproduce, with their short lifespans, they would die out pretty soon. Still want me to use my power to right every wrong in the galaxy. Spiratus looked very spooked right now, Valerne too, so he quickly tried to save the situation. Of course, not Lord Potter, we apologize for assuming, and Commander Shepherd, the mission must always take priority. Tavos, wanting to help mellow things out a bit, then said, good luck Commander, remember we're all counting on you. The hologram dissipated soon after that, leaving Shepherd and Harry alone. Harry scoffed, ignorant fools, I really don't like Spiratus. Shepherd chuckled and shook his head. I'm pretty sure he's going to need to change his pants after that, he looked terrified when you mentioned the Krogans. Harry smiled and then stretched. Well, I'm going back to my workshop, I have a few things to work on, but do come by later, I want to hear what you think about the pistol, maybe we'll be able to give it a few upgrades too by the time you come down. Shepherd nodded and watched Harry teleport away, he then cracked his neck and decided to go rest in his cabin for a while. A few hours later, feeling refreshed and well rested, Shepherd went to go check on Harry. He was very interested in speaking with him about the pistol he made, plus he was also very curious about what sort of upgrades Harry could make to the pistol. So with that in mind he made his way to Harry's pocket dimension. It still amazes him how different it seems in there compared to the rest of the ship, but he has to admit that he quite liked the place. Being surrounded by nature felt good to him, always had. Eventually, he reached the building that is Harry's workshop and went inside. He found both Valerie and Harry working on something on top of a table. Curious about it, he approached them and took a look at what had their attention. He raised an eyebrow when he found a set of armor. It was a standard-issued Alliance military armor, one you could find any Alliance Marine using during battle, but it had some runes already carved into it. Harry suddenly began to carve another rune as he spoke to Valerie. All right, this should stabilize the rune clusters, and make them work together easier. Valerie nodded. We're going to need to come up with some sort of protective plate to put over the rune clusters for now. Harry nodded as he finished carving the rune for the prototype. It's a must, but once we made sure the rune clusters work and the enchantments last, then I'll be making armors from scratch for the crew. I'll use something really strong to make sure the enchantments and runes don't get damaged. Valerie nodded. Still, this prototype should be pretty good for a while. Not only do the enchantments make it impervious to anything, but they will also cycle the energy of the shields better. That will keep them strong and stable, plus it will make the recharge time way faster. This will help Shepard and the rest a lot. Harry nodded. Shepard smiled, and then spoke with what I heard so far. I have no doubt this prototype armor must be amazing already. Harry blinked while Valerie jumped a bit. Harry then chuckled, well shit, you actually surprised me and made poor Valerie jump. Congratulations Shepard. You're one of the lucky humans who can say they startled a vampire and lived to tell the tale. Valerie pouted. Hey. I was distracted. Rune carving and enchanting is very serious business. Plus you were surprised to Harry. Harry smiled and nodded. I don't deny that, that was my fault. I sometimes get too distracted in my crafts that I forget to pay attention to my surroundings. All creators have this flaw, Val. Valerie pouted a few seconds more but then smiled, showing she wasn't really upset. Shepard however looked curious. I didn't take you for an inventor, Harry, that's very surprising. Harry smiled. I know, it's easy for everyone to assume me to be a fighter and whatnot, but I have always been interested in things like forging, enchanting, alchemy, synthesis, and even technology. It all started in my childhood. In the first world I ever visited, I got my hands on a magical artifact called an alchemy pot and spent hours writing and combining all sorts of things, to make other things. It became a passion and eventually, as I learned other crafts and skills, I began to make all sorts of things and research almost everything I could get my hands on. Valerie giggles. Despite all of his power and crazy amounts of abilities Harry has, he's first and foremost a creator, then a teacher, and finally a father. Yet, he can fight and destroy universes, but the fact that he can make stuff and not just destroy has made him well respected in Neo-Kyoto. He doesn't belong to any guild but he's always helping all of them and making all sorts of amazing things for the benefit of our faction. Shepard smiled. He learned something new about Harry, and he can honestly say that it made him respect his friend even more. Anyone can be a killer, a soldier, or something along those lines, but not many could call themselves a creator and have the respect Harry does from his people and his loved ones. It was something to be respected and admired, at least it was to Shepard, so he smiled and then said, I see, that's amazing Harry, makes me glad to have you in my corner. Harry smiled. Just wait until we explain what the armor can do. It's not completely ready but give me some time in this time dilation and I should have it ready before the next mission. Shepard nodded. That sounds great, so tell me, what were you working on with this armor? Harry nodded and began to explain. Well, back on the planet we found Lyra, I noticed how your shields would take the brunt of the damage from attacks on you. Well, until they shattered, that's when I noticed the recharge time and how many shots it usually takes for shields to shatter. Harry stood up and then went on his desk. He then opened a hard light hologram, showing Shepard taking fire and then having to take cover when his shields shattered, then it showed the time it took for them to recover. Harry pointed at the hard light hologram. The shields can take about 7 shots from a pistol, about 2 shots from a shotgun at close range, 15 shots non-stop fire from an assault rifle, and 1 shot from a sniper rifle. Valerie then spoke up. Of course, this is just using standard issue weaponry. Mods, different brands, and customization also affect the amount of damage shots due to the shields. That also applies to the armor as well. We used a standard issue Alliance military armor to start with. It has the lowest specs as well, which gave us a base in numbers we could work on. Harry nodded and then walked over to the armor he was enchanting. While Shepard looked very interested in this data, he inwardly wondered if anyone else ever thought to do this kind of observation on armor and weaponry before. Meanwhile, Harry reached the armor and continued to speak. This also applies to humans only. We haven't had the chance to test other types of armor. Li Fei is gathering that data though. Soon as she's done, we will start to work on armor for everyone. Shepard nodded. All of this must have taken you quite a while to do, and all of this research as well. I hope you guys aren't overworking yourselves. Harry smiled at Shepard. You don't have to worry, we don't need to sleep or even eat, we do so just for the taste and to be lazy, but we also make sure we rest. Shepard nodded. It was good to know that Harry and the girls weren't overworking themselves. Harry then began to explain what he had done to the armor. All right, the enchantments on this armor will make it far more efficient. Starting with the energy absorption and cycling enchantments, the energy absorption enchantment will actually absorb any type of energy that hits the armor and store it. Energy like kinetic force qualifies as well. Then the energy cycling comes into play here. This enchantment will cycle the energy stored into the armor and cycle it around to feed the shields. This will double their durability and increase their restoration and regeneration speeds. Even if the shields shatter, they will regenerate in about half a second soon after. In other words, the more you get shot at, the more effective and powerful the shields become. Shepard widened his eyes in shock. What Harry had done was already enough to put any armor out there in the market to absolute shame. Valerie then spoke up. Of course, there's a limit on how much energy the enchantments can absorb and contain, so it's still a good idea to dodge and not get shot at all. Though we already have a good idea of how to fix that issue, the only problem we have is the materials used in the manufacturing of the armor, they don't lend themselves to enchanting. Shepard looked a bit intrigued but soon decided to ask about what he just heard. What do you mean? Harry wants the one who decided to answer Shepard's question. Well, these armors are assembly line made, so they lack the intent and effort that a handmade armor would have. When it comes to magic, emotions play a big part in everything, which is why enchanters either make their own artifacts or have someone else personally make them. These armors are almost emotionally dead, so enchantments do not tend to either work well or even attach themselves to them. Luckily I can make it work for the prototype. But when it's time to create the real deal, I'm going to have to make the armor from scratch, as I did with the pistol. Shepard stayed silent for a few seconds. I never thought I would ever learn about something like magic, honestly. It all sounds so complicated. Harry smiled. Magic is a science on its own, with all sorts of branches that someone could take and learn from. It usually takes many years to master a branch, which is why we have different guilds back home. Each guild focuses on one branch and teaches the next generation of people interested in learning that branch. It's one of the reasons our home is far more advanced than the rest of the other factions. Shepard crossed his arms. I see, but if it takes many years to become a master of a branch of magic, then why are you a master of many? Valerie giggled. He might not look it, but Harry is very old. Shepard, he has lived multiple lifetimes and has had the time to learn and master all kinds of things. Shepard looked a bit surprised, but not by much. I see, I figure that was the case. There are times when you speak, where it seems that you're talking from experience. It certainly adds weight to your words and makes others listen to you. I've seen it happen to Rex and Talai. Harry scratched his head but smiled. Well, most of the time I do speak from experience. I've seen a lot in my life, Shepard, trust me when I say that there are not many situations that would surprise me. Shepard nodded. I bet, but that does make me curious about everything you've seen, the places you've been, and the things you've learned along the way. Unlike any long-lived species we have in this galaxy, you have gone to other realities and met all kinds of people. I can't even imagine the sort of things you must have seen. Harry looked up for a bit but then smiled. It certainly has been an interesting journey, and I'm more than happy to tell you some about it later if you want, but right now we went on a whole different tangent. Harry lightly laughed. For now let's get back to the armor, okay? Shepard nodded. I'm looking forward to learning more about your life, Harry, but yes, let's get back to the armor. Harry smiled and then went back to explaining the armor enchantments. All right, besides those two enchantments, I also added a few useful ones. The standard self-cleaning and self-repairing enchantments, along with passive healing enchantments, and just to make sure, an environmental protection enchantment as well. I would have added more, but the armor and the materials it's made out of wouldn't be able to sustain them. We already tried on a few more, but the enchantments overwhelmed the armor and it began to quickly deteriorate, so 6 enchantments is the safest number for now, or at least until I start making new ones from scratch. Shepard was definitely awed at what Harry had done. To a standard issue Alliance armor, everything he had already done was enough to make the armor far more efficient than any other out there in the galaxy. Valerie then spoke. Once Harry starts making armor, he will be able to make it stronger and even add more enchantments, but that will take some time and research. Plus he also wants to try materials of this world and see what works best, while Le Fay is also doing research on alien physiology, which will help Harry make the best possible armor he can for everyone, that way you guys won't be so squishy. Shepard's sweat dropped at being called squishy, but he couldn't argue with Valerie about it, especially since to her a vampire, humans, and aliens might seem really squishy. Harry chuckled. Well yes, it will take some time, but at the very least I can have some prototypes ready soon enough. Now, let's get to the real fun stuff. How was the pistol? Shepard nodded and took out the pistol Harry had made and put it on the table. This was single-handedly the best firearm I have ever used in my whole career. It's stable, accurate, the recoil is almost null, and not having to worry about overheating, let me relax and really focus on the battles. But it's not only that, it was also very powerful. One shot was enough to shatter shields. Geth were easily taken down with one shot after, well except the big ones, those usually took more than 3 shots. Then against live enemies, well you saw what the pistol did to that Battlemaster Krogan that tried to get in our way. Valerie walked over to the pistol and picked it up. She then took it to Harry's desk and put it inside some sort of machine Shepard didn't recognize. Soon enough she turned it on and a hard light hologram of the pistol materialized onto the top of Harry's desk. Then all sorts of data began to scroll down on a hard light hologram screen that appeared behind the pistol hologram. and both Valerie and Harry began to read through it. Valerie hummed and then began to speak. Looks like the enchantments and materials held on, there's no deterioration either, the pistol is still working at 100%. Harry nodded. It seems that its performance was also above expectations. I really expected it to not work that well, but boy do I even surprise myself sometimes. Valerie giggled and then turned her head towards Shepard. We already prepared 2 upgrades for the pistol, Shepard, but can only do one at the time. Shepard raised an eyebrow. Why? Valerie immediately began to explain. We need to see how well the upgrades and new enchantments mesh with the current ones, and if changes in the gun need to be made. It's safer to add 1 upgrade at a time, so we can collect data and see its performance. It will also help us see what needs to be improved. Shepard nodded. Understood. What upgrades are available? Harry smiled and then proceeded to tell Shepard what could be done to the pistol. The 2 available upgrades right now are the charge shot and special ammo swap. Shepard raised an eyebrow and was immediately curious about what the upgrades would do. Harry noticed this and immediately explained. Charge shot does as advertised, it will allow you to hold down the trigger and charge a single shot with energy. Once you let go of the trigger, the pistol will then shoot a big orb of energy. This orb will explode on impact and causes the same amount of damage as a grenade. Shepard nodded and began to think about how useful the charge shot would be for clearing big groups of targets. What about the special ammo swap? Harry smiled and then began to explain. I noticed how there are different kinds of ammo available to use in this world. Depending on the enemy and situation, a different kind of ammunition would come in handy. However, the loading time it takes to swap ammunition could be dangerous and even not worth the effort, so I created a whole new enchantment. The special ammo swap will allow you to swap ammo via voice command. The enchantments will swap ammo in a second after the command is given. Pretty cool, hey? Shepard was once again very surprised and impressed. Having different types of ammunition is a must for everyone, but most would equip the ammo before beginning a mission. It would take too much time and would be too dangerous to swap ammo mid-mission, so if some sort of unknown enemy were to appear, then that would be some pretty bad news to them. It was what had happened in Eden Prime. No one expected synthetics and zombies to attack. If they did, they would have equipped adequate ammo and the Geth wouldn't have been able to get away with what they did. But everyone in Eden Prime got caught with their pants down, and there wasn't much anyone could have done against the Geth and their sheer numbers. Shepard looked down and began to think about which upgrade to choose. Both Valerie and Harry were more than happy to let him think, so they went back to reading the data. A few minutes later, Shepard came to a decision. Harry turned his head towards Shepard. You decided which upgrade you want? Shepard nodded. I'll take the special ammo swap. Tactically speaking, that enchantment would be the most useful to us right now. After all, we aren't just fighting Geth. Harry smiled and nodded. All right, the upgrade will be done by the time we go to the next mission. Shepard grinned and was feeling a bit excited. He then decided to ask Harry something. Do you think you can make pistols for the rest of the squad? Harry grinned. Already on it. I needed the data on your pistol first, but I had already begun to make the components for more pistols, though I will have to get more materials to make one for Lyra. But other than that, I should have pistols for everyone soon. Valerie is also working on researching the other type of weaponry as well, so soon we'll be able to add the same enchantments to all kinds of firearms. Shepard nodded and grinned. That's great, thank you, Harry, everything you've done will really help us in our mission to make Saren pay. Harry nodded. No problem, Shepard, always happy to help. Sometime after, Shepard decided to check on the crew, so Harry went with him as well. Valerie stayed behind to continue to work on the upgrade and armor. Everything was practically done anyways, all she had to do is scan and keep watch to make sure the enchantments mesh well together. So after coming out of Harry's pocket dimension, both Harry and Shepard went to the mess hall first and see who was there right now. They found Kaiden just finishing eating. So they sat in front of him and greeted him. Kaiden smiled at both of them. Commander, Harry, what are you both up to? Harry smiled, while Shepard nodded. I'm just checking on some of you. How is everything? Kaiden nodded. Well, things were pretty closed down there in that protein ruin. We were all very worried about you guys. Until we saw a massive ass dragon burst out of the ground and fly into the sky. I'm pretty sure someone screamed like a little girl when we saw that. Harry chuckled and shook his head in amusement. It wasn't my intention to scare anyone. Things got a bit rough down there, so I decided to do something about it. Luckily I was just in time. Valerie and I can survive a lava bath, but Shepard and the others? Well, it wouldn't have been pretty. Kaiden nodded. No doubt, glad you were there to help them, Harry. Harry smiled while Shepard nodded in agreement. He then turned his head towards Kaiden. What do you think of everything that went down? Kaiden hummed for a few seconds but then said, "Is this an official evaluation, Commander, or off the record?" Shepard sighed but had an amused look in his eyes. "Alenko, when it's just you and me, you can consider it off the record." Kaiden nodded and had a small smile on his face. "That's a generous attitude. Okay, I think there's something wrong with all this. This Saren is looking for records on some kind of galactic extinction, but the Council is still acting up and not being very helpful. I dread to think what sort of attitude we would have to deal with if Harry wasn't here, but all of this shows that something is still off." "Sorry, Commander, there's writing on the wall but someone isn't reading it." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'm very well aware that they're helping because they're afraid of me. They don't particularly believe everything we're telling them, but at least they aren't getting in our way." Shepard sighed and nodded in agreement to Harry's words. He then said, "The Council doesn't want to believe something is wrong. I'd call it human nature, but..." Kaiden nodded. "Yeah, I hear you both. It just seems like a group that's been around as long as the Council should have seen this coming. Sorry if I got too informal, protocol wasn't a big focus back in Bait." Shepard shook his head. He wasn't one to worry about protocol much anyways. Harry looked up and sighed. "This isn't the first time I've seen leaders, politicians, and important individuals be stubborn and ignorant. You're right, someone in their position should have seen this coming a mile away, but living beings are always too ready to dismiss things right in front of their faces if it means they don't have to deal with it. It's an irresponsible way of doing things, especially because the lives of many are in their hands, but sometimes there's nothing we can do to make people take their heads out of their asses. All we can do is our best to prevent things from happening, even if it means becoming enemy number one." Kaiden looked down and began to think about what Harry just said. It certainly made sense what he told him, though it still didn't make him happy about the situation. Chapter 146. Kaiden seemed focused on thinking about what Harry just said, and both the Commander and Harry let him take a bit of time to think, but Shepard was curious about what Kaiden had said about Bait, so he decided to ask, "What did they teach you in this Bait?" Kaiden snapped out of it and looked up to Shepard. He then began to explain biotic acclimation and temperance, didn't last past the airlock, to the kids they hauled in, it was brain camp. Kaiden suddenly stopped and then shook his head. "Sorry, hauled in is unkind, we were encouraged to commit to an evaluation of our abilities, so an understanding of biotics could be compiled. There are worse results of accidental exposure to element 0 in the womb, beats the brain tumors some kids grew up with." Harry raised an eyebrow and then frowned. "This is giving me some major bad vibes. You don't think it was accidental, do you?" Kaiden looked down. "My mother was downwind of a transport crash. It was before there was human biotics, a little after the discovery of the Martian ruins. It only gets iffy around 63 when Conatix was running out of first-gen subjects until they'd relied on accidentals. A bunch of guys in suits showed up at your door after school, and next thing you know, you're out on Jump Zero." Harry narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, that definitely doesn't sound accidental. What is a biotic anyways? And why were they very interested in them?" Shepard flinched a bit. "Damn, I completely forgot to explain that to you, Harry. I'm sorry, I really should have told you about biotics a while ago." Harry smiled at Shepard. "It's fine, you've been very busy with everything going on, but how about you tell me about biotics now?" Shepard nodded and immediately began to explain as best as he could. "All right, biotics is the ability of some life forms to create mass effect fields using element 0 nodules embedded in body tissues. These powers are both accessed and augmented by using bioamps. Biotic individuals can knock enemies over from a distance, lift them into the air, generate gravitational vortices to tear obstacles or enemies apart, or create protective barriers." Like Kaiden just explained, human biotics are somewhat recent, but there has been biotics in the galaxy before. For example, all Asari are naturally biotic from birth, though I heard not all choose to develop their abilities. Biotics of other species are individuals who were exposed to dust form element 0, or colloquially, ESO, in the womb and subsequently developed ESO nodules throughout their nervous systems. These nodules can generate mass effect fields when energized by electrical impulses from the brain. Harry hummed. "It sounds like space and gravity manipulation. You said that humans can become a biotic with exposure to ESO. I think you call it while in the womb, right?" Shepard nodded, but Kaiden was the one who explained further. "Yes, but it's not guaranteed, there's a chance nothing happens or the children develop tumors, that isn't pretty." Shepard nodded. "Though even if nothing happens at birth, some of the exposed children might develop biotics as they reach their teens or with further exposure to ESO." Harry looked down. "Like the mutants?" Shepard and Kaiden did understand what Harry meant by mutants but decided to quietly let him think. Harry then looked up and nodded. "All right, these biotics sound similar to some things we can do with magic and other abilities. Though on a much smaller scale, still, it's something to keep in mind. I had seen some of these powers, which is why I decided to add energy absorption wards to the armor. Good thing I did too. It might not be able to fully stop the effects, but at least it would take quite a few hits before you actually feel it. Shepard nodded, while Kaiden seemed intrigued. It sounded like Harry was making some new toys, and everyone had been very impressed with the pistol he made for Shepard, so now he was a bit curious and excited about what he could be making now. Shepard smiled at Harry, and then turned his head towards Kaiden and decided to continue asking him questions. Jump 0, is Gagarin Station right? What is it like? Kaiden nodded. Yeah, that's the official name, biggest and farthest facility we had for decades, right in the termination shock, the outer edge of the solar system. It's where they did all the Goose Chase FTL research before we caught on to using mass effect fields. It was a sterile research platform when I was there. It certainly didn't sound like Kaiden had many fond memories of the place. Shepard and Harry could only imagine the sort of things they did to those kids in a place like that. Shepard then decided to try and change the subject. There were other kids in the same boat, right? At least you weren't alone out there. Kaiden smiled and nodded. That's true, we did have a little circle that'd get together every night before lights out. We didn't have much to do, though. It was a research platform then, and Conatix kept Jump 0 off the extranet, to prevent leaks. Harry smiled. Sounds like you had plenty of time to get to know each other. Kaiden nodded. Yeah, we'd sit around and bullshit every night after dinner, play cards or network games. There was this girl named Rana who had a little circle grow up around her. She was from Turkey, and her family was very rich, but she was smart and charming as hell, beautiful but not stuck up about it. I think you both would have liked her. Harry and Shepard both smiled at Kaiden. It certainly did sound like Rana was someone they could get along with. Shepard then said, sounds like she was someone special to you. Kaiden nodded. She was, maybe she felt the same way, but things never fell together. Training, you know. Harry sighed. That sucks. Maybe you'll meet her again, who knows, right? Kaiden smiled and nodded. Shepard then decided to ask, Jump 0 is a long way from home, what was it like? Kaiden shook his head. The Grand Gateway to Humanity looks a lot better in the vids, but that's my own baggage, Commander, no bearing in this. Shepard slightly shook his head. Alenko, there's no regulation that says you can't be friends with your commander. Kaiden nodded and sheepishly chuckled. I appreciate that, Commander, I just don't want you to think that I'm a whiner. Besides, I've got my past squared away. Shepard nodded, while Harry just smiled. Well, if you ever want to talk or just hang out, then come to us anytime. Kaiden smiled and nodded to Harry. He very much appreciated the fact a dragon god wanted to hang out with him for some odd reason. After that conversation, Harry and Shepard then decided to keep checking on some of the crew, so they said their goodbyes to Kaiden for now and then left. Shepard decided to take Harry to speak with Dr. Shockwus, that way they could get to know each other better, plus he maybe would also like to learn more about the ship's doctor too. So they both went to the medical bay of the Normandy. They found the doctor working on some paperwork on a table in the medical bay, so Shepard and Harry approached her. Dr. Shockwus heard them walk towards her and looked up from her paperwork. She smiled and then said, What can I do for you, Commander? Harry. Shepard smiled and then said, Just having Harry here get to know more of the crew. Harry smiled and waved at Dr. Shockwus. Nice to see you again, Doctor. Dr. Shockwus smiled and nodded. It's nice to finally get to talk to you, Mr. Potter. We talked a bit when you brought Commander Shepard after the whole thing with the beacon. I must admit, I'm very curious about you and the girls. It's not every day you get to meet a dragon god, a vampire, a mage, and a yokai. All mythological beings that have been written about in all kinds of cultures and mythology, some having root in the oldest of cultures. The sheer knowledge all of you might have must be amazing. Harry chuckled. Well, the girls are new generation beings, they're young so they might not have ancient knowledge of old cultures, but they definitely have a lot to talk about. I'm old but have access to all sorts of knowledge through some of my abilities, but if you want to know more, we can have some tea and talk about it in more detail later. I'm sure I can also learn a lot from you in the medical field of this world, so we both can learn from each other. Dr. Shockwus nodded. Yes, that does sound good. I'm rather curious about this healing magic you guys can do and these gels I was told about. I've tried to ask Kunu, but every time I see her she quickly disappears though. Commander. Shepard nodded to Dr. Shockwus. Yes. Dr. Shockwus frowned a bit and then said, I think someone brought their pet fox on the ship. I've seen it walking around whenever I try to find Kunu. I swear the little thing is laughing at me or something. Shepard raised an eyebrow and began to think of who would sneak a fox on the ship. Harry however chuckled and shook his head, which made the commander and doctor stared at him in confusion. Harry got himself under control and then smiled at Dr. Shockwell. I'm sorry doctor, but I think Kunu has been pranking you a bit, that fox you've seen is Kunu. Doctor deadpanned at Harry for a few seconds before signing. I should have known, she does have fox ears and tails, ugh how shameful, to have been tricked so easily. Shepherd smiled and tried not to laugh, it was a pretty harmless prank but a funny one nonetheless. Harry just laughed a little more. Kunu is a kitsune, a fox yokai, a nine-tailed fox to be exact. The thing about kitsune is that they're very mischievous by nature. Kunu being raised as the princess of Kyoto is a bit more mellow than other kitsunes, but she does like to trick or pull pranks once in a while. She must have noticed you wanted to ask her something and decided to mess with you a bit. I hope you don't take it too personally though. Dr. Shockwell smiled and shook her head. No, it's actually fine, it really is my fault I got tricked so easily, still I would really like to talk to her about this healing magic she mentioned. Harry nodded. I'll ask her to come to talk to you, and I'll even send Le Fei too, she's one of the most talented mages we have, she will be able to explain things way more precisely to you. Shockwell nodded and smiled, she even seemed a bit excited as well. Shepherd smiled and then decided to ask the doctor about something he's been wondering about for a while now. You know I've wondered about this for a while, how did you end up serving on an alliance ship? Dr. Shockwell crossed her arms and answered Shepherd's question. I enlisted right out of med school, Earth always seemed boring to me, too safe, too secure, I figured the colonies were teeming with exotic adventure. I wanted to travel the stars, tending the wounds of tough soldiers with piercing eyes and sensitive souls. Turns out military life isn't quite as romantic as I'd imagined. But humanity needs the Alliance if we want to keep expanding through the Traverse, and the Alliance always needs good doctors, so I stayed on to do my part. Harry smiled. An adventurous woman after my own heart. How charming. Dr. Shockwell slightly laughed and nodded at Harry. I really was quite the spitfire when I was younger, I can't say that it hasn't been a fun adventure. Shepherd smiled as well and then asked, ever think you made the wrong choice? Shockwell hummed for a few seconds. Sometimes I think about opening a private practice back on Earth, or maybe taking a position at one of the new med centers out in the colonies. But there's something special about working with soldiers, if I left the Alliance now, I'd feel like I was abandoning them. Harry chuckled. A good doctor cares about their patients, no matter how unruly they are. Shockwell grinned and nodded. Shepherd felt that was a jab directed at him and his crew, so he quickly changed the subject. How well do you know the lieutenant? Shockwell tilted her head and then shook it. I'd never worked with him before this mission, but he has an impressive service record, over a dozen special commendations. Tends to keep to himself though, maybe because of the headaches, it's not easy being an L2. Both Harry and Shepherd looked intrigued, though Shepherd was a bit worried compared to Harry who was a bit lost on the new term. Shepherd asked for more details. What does that have to do with anything? Dr. Shockwell immediately began to explain. Well, most biotics now use the L3 implants. LT Alenko was wired with the old L2 configuration, and sometimes there are complications. Shepherd did not like what he was hearing, and Harry wasn't liking that at all either. Shepherd however needed more information. What kind of complications? Shockwell sighed. Severe mental disabilities, insanity, crippling physical pain, there's a long list of horrific side effects. Kaiden's lucky, he just gets migraines. Harry frowned. Son of a bitch. Dr. Shockwell, can you please send me more information on these L2 implants? The girls and I will try to help Kaiden. No one should have to live with those kinds of risks or with constant migraines. Dr. Shockwell nodded. I'll send you all the data I have to your OmniTool tool. I hope you can come up with something to help Kaiden. Nothing has been made to help those with L2 implants. Harry nodded. Don't worry, we'll do something to help Kaiden. With that promise being made, both Shepherd and Harry said their goodbyes and continued speaking with the crew and squad. Since they were close by, they decided to check on Lyra, so they went to a room at the far end of the medical bay and found her working on something on a computer. Lyra heard them come in, and stopped what she was doing. She quickly got off her seat and stood in front of them. Commander, Mr. Potter, were you both coming to check up on me? Shepherd nodded. Yes, I was a bit worried about you but you look much better, how are you feeling? Lyra slightly smiled and then nodded to Shepherd. Dr. Shockwell assures me I am going to be fine. I was impressed with her knowledge of Asari physiology. Shepherd nodded. You're in good hands, Dr. Shockwell knows what she's doing. Harry nodded. Experience speaks for itself, though the girls and I will have to pick the doctor's brain when we need to know something about alien physiology, didn't know she had that in-depth knowledge. Shepherd smiled at Harry. I'll tell her to help you guys with any sort of information you need. Harry nodded. Lyra seemed very curious about what reason Harry might have to know about alien physiology but decided against asking. she was still new to the crew and didn't feel it was her place to ask. Though she did have something to say. I never properly thanked you both for saving me from the geth if you guys hadn't shown up. Shepard sighed and nodded. I'm just glad we got there in time. Harry scratched his head and nodded as well. The moment we saw geth on the planet, we rushed over to find you. We knew that if they got to you first then you would have been killed or taken, though at first, we thought that Saren was interested in something within the ruins. Lyra nodded. I'm glad you found me fast then. I know you took a chance bringing me on board this ship. I have seen the way your crew looks at me. They do not trust me, but I am not like Benazia. I will do whatever I can to help you stop Saren, I promise. Shepard smiled at Lyra. Don't worry Lyra, I trust you, I know you won't let me down. Lyra seemed a bit happy now, and Harry couldn't help to feel glad about it. He couldn't do anything about the crew's mistrust of her, that was something her actions and attitude will change with time, but for now, at the very least, she's more optimistic now. Shepard nodded and then decided it was time to ask some hard questions. Do you know why Benazia joined up with Saren? Lyra frowned and shook her head. I don't understand it. She was always outspoken about the need for Asari to become more involved in shaping galactic events. Maybe she thought allying herself with Saren would somehow be for the greater good in the long run, at least I hope so. Harry frowned when Lyra's demeanor turned sad. This must confuse and hurt you. Hey. Lyra nodded. None of this makes any sense to me. I have not spoken to Benazia in many years, but I know her. And this was not like her. Something changed. Shepard frowned while Harry crossed his arms. Maybe she's been manipulated? Perhaps lied to? We'll have to see what's going on with her, but if she's really an enemy, we can't go easy on her. Lyra nodded. I understand. Thank you for at least believing me when I say that something is up. Harry nodded. No problem, you know her best, so if you say that she's not acting like herself then I better damn well listen. Lyra smiled. Harry then decided to ask her some questions. Say, can you tell me about the Asari? I'm rather curious about your kind. Lyra. Lyra smiled and immediately began to answer Harry's question. We were the first species to discover the Citadel, we were instrumental in forming the Council, and we always strive to be the voice of peaceful cooperation in galactic disputes. My people believe we are all part of a single galactic community, each species contributes something to the greater whole. Although we seek to understand other species, it seems few of them seem to understand us. The galaxy is filled with rumors and misinformation about my people. Harry raised an eyebrow. Rumors? Lyra blushed a bit but still answered Harry's question. Most of the inaccuracies are centered around our mating rituals. My species is monogendered, male and female have no real meaning to us. We still require a partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender. Harry rubbed his chin as he thought about what he just heard. Interesting, this raises a few questions though. Can you tell me more about it? How can your species mate with anyone? Lyra shook her head. Mating is not quite the proper term, not as you understand it. Physical contact may or may not be involved, but it's not an essential element of the union. The true connection is mental. Our physiology allows us to meld with other beings, and we can touch the depths of their minds. We explore the genetic memory of their species, we share the most basic elements of their individual and racial identities. We then pass these traits on to our daughters. It is how we learn to grow as a species, and how we develop a greater understanding of other races. Harry nodded. And what about the other parent, what happens to him or her? Lyra explains further. Right away, every relationship is different. Some unions are a single encounter, with both parents parting ways afterward, others can be more long-term. Sometimes an Asari and her partner will stay together for many decades. Harry nodded. This sort of reminded him how Athena would have children, though it seems the Asari were far more responsible with their children than her. It was interesting to learn that an alien species could do practically the same thing a goddess could do to procreate. Though that did make Harry curious about Lyra's dad. Do you know who your mother chose as her partner? Lyra shook her head. She rarely spoke of her partner, though my father, if you want to use the term, was another Asari. Harry nodded. All this was very interesting and made him wonder more about the Asari, but for now, he would just ask some other questions he was curious about. Asari are a long-lived species. What happens when your partner dies? Lyra looked down a bit, but she still answered the question. Few sapient species live as long as my kind. We have learned to take a philosophical approach to our unions. We do not focus on the inevitable loss of our partners, instead, we enjoy the time we spend with them, and even when they're gone, a part of them lives on in us. The union is a connection that transcends time and space. Harry smiled at Lyra and nodded. I see, that's actually a bit poetic. Asari as a species and as a whole are a very interesting species. Lyra smiled and was glad that Harry seemed to be curious about her species. Not many took the time to ask questions and learn, they rather assume or come up with their own conclusions. Still, she also was curious about him and the girls she has caught a glimpse of in the Normandy, plus there was that thing that happened at the ruins as well. Harry, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Harry raised an eyebrow at Lyra but nodded sure. Shoot. Lyra smiled and then proceeded with her questions. What was the creature you transformed into? I never knew a human could do that. Shepard chuckled and shook his head. We can't, if we did, the galaxy would have been terrified of us. Harry smiled at Shepard while Lyra seemed confused, so Harry decided to explain. Well, the thing is, I'm not human, at least not anymore. I might look like one but in reality, I'm a dragon god. Lyra gaped a bit and stared at Harry with wide eyes full of surprise. A dragon god? I don't know what a dragon is, but a god. Harry nodded. A dragon is a being born of power. They are power in physical form and are on the top of the food chain above even normal gods. A dragon god is a dragon that has ascended past its physical body and gained conceptual control over something. Dragon gods are beings beyond understanding, with power capable of destroying planets and even solar systems. I'm however an outlier. A dragon god is usually born one, but I started as a human, became a dragonvian, then a dragon lord, then became a dragon god, and then finally became a true dragon. But to simplify things, let's just call what I am a dragon god. Anyways, because I climbed my way to where I am from a human, learned all kinds of skills, spells, and techniques, I gained many conceptual domains. This makes me into an extremely powerful dragon god, one capable of both destroying and creating a whole universe if I so choose to do so. I'm the most powerful dragon god there is because of the sheer amount of abilities I possess. Lyra was staring at Harry in stunned silence, and the dragon god was more than happy to let her take her time to digest everything he told her. Shepard himself was also very surprised with what he had learned. Wait, you were human? Harry smiled and nodded. I was, a long time ago, thanks to a very cheerful and caring goddess, I became a Dragovian, a special type of dragonoid, or in other words a half-human, half-dragon species. I have traveled the multiverse for a very long time, and in that long time I grew in power and evolved past my limits on many occasions. My dragon form has also changed and evolved as I grew. Shepard shook his head. Wow. Harry, just how powerful are you? Harry hummed as he began to think about that question. There were times in his journey when he would ask that very same question, though it was more of a, whether he was powerful to beat this person or that other person whenever he asked that about himself. At some point, he stopped caring and just focused on getting stronger and mastering his skills, but now that Shepard had raised that question, he didn't know how to answer it well. That's a hard question to answer. I know I can destroy and create universes, but I also know of another being who can also do that. Right now he's still a bit stronger than me, but I'm catching up quickly to him. Even if he is, some of the skills and abilities I have, are specifically tailored to killing beings like him, plus the conceptual being known as Death is on my side. She can kill anything. Shepard deadpanned at Harry. Harry, you can't just keep dropping bomb after bomb like that. Not only are you disgustingly powerful, you're telling me that the Death is not only a woman but on your side? What does that even mean? Harry shrugged. One of my titles is the Master of Death, and it's exactly as it says. I have complete and total control of the very concept of death and in turn Death herself. Not like I made use of that title much, but it's there. Also Death is a very beautiful and adorable woman, she's also very sweet to me and the family. Shepard just stared at Harry in silence, until a thump snapped him out of it, and made him and Harry turn to see where that sound had come from. Only to see Lyra on the floor and unconscious. Harry sheepishly chuckled and scratched his head. Oops, looks like that was a bit too much information for Lyra. Shepard sighed. You think? Harry and Shepard took Lyra to the medical bay and lay her on one of the beds. Though Dr. Shockwell was giving them the stink eye because she was unconscious, she still went to check on her. Both Harry and Shepard took advantage of her distraction and escaped the medical bay and headed to the elevator. Both of them decided to check on the crew hanging out on the lower deck of the Normandy. After arriving there they both went to speak with Taylai, who they found in the engine room. They also saw Ellie Faye speaking with the engineers there, but she seemed busy right now. So they approached Taylai. She heard them coming and turned around to face them. Hey guys. Shepard and Harry both noticed that she seemed down for some reason. Harry decided to ask her if she was okay. You seem down, are you okay, Taylai? Taylai tilted her head. I don't know, your ship is amazing, and your crew's been really great to me, especially your chief engineer, but I just sort feel out of place. The Normandy runs so smoothly it feels like we're not even moving. and the engines are so quiet, how do you even sleep at night? Shepard smiled and looked amused. I find it rather peaceful, don't worry, you'll get used to it. Taylai shook her head, but it's more than just silence, this ship feels so empty, it's like half the crew is missing. Back home I couldn't wait to go on my pilgrimage, I couldn't wait to get away from the crowds, now that I'm out here, I kind of miss them. Harry smiled. I see, you're a bit homesick, the Normandy is a small ship, so the amount of people here and the quietness of its system must be bothering you, it's normal to feel like that though. Taylai nodded. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if the pilgrimage is really about this, all of this has given me a whole new perspective on my people and culture, especially talking with Harry and the girls. You know, there's always a few who do go on their pilgrimage and never return, I always assumed something bad happened to them, but maybe they just wanted something different. Harry nodded and smiled. During my journey across the multiverse, there were times where I was reluctant to move, and there were times I even stayed on a world for a very long time. Saying goodbye, leaving a place you're comfortable and happy, and having to leave all of that, is hard, sometimes you just become too attached and come to love the place you stay in, it becomes home to you. Taylai nodded, she can understand what Harry was telling her, it did explain why some of the Quarians who left on their pilgrimage, never returned. Shepard decided to ask something that he became curious about. Right now you do plan to return to the migrant fleet, right? Taylai nodded. I could never abandon my people, Shepard, I will go back eventually, but we have to stop Saren first, otherwise, I might not have a home to go back to. Harry smiled. We'll stop him, but for now, if you can't sleep you can ask the girls or me for help, we have potions or magic spells that can help you fall asleep. Taylai nodded. That sounds good. Though I don't know if I can take a potion, it might make me sick, but a spell might be safe, at least until I get used to the silence of the ship. Harry nodded, and then both the commander and he left Taylai. They saw that Le Fay was done speaking with the engineers and so they decided to speak with her. Le Fay sensed them approaching and smiled at them, she quickly gave Harry a small kiss on the lips before speaking. Hey guys! What are you up to? Shepard smiled. We're making some rounds and speaking with some of the crew, what do you think of the mission? Le Fay. Le Fay hummed. I think it was pretty close, despite Joker's dark humor, you all almost did take a swim in lava. Harry and Valerie would be fine, but the rest of you would have had a very painful death. I could say, be careful and whatnot, but I know full well, that on missions, unexpected things happen, and most often it's out of our hands. Luckily for all of you Harry is already working on doing something to make sure all you stay alive. Shepard smiled and nodded. Yeah, he already showed me and explained the armors he's making, but what are you doing? Le Fay smiled. I'm getting some information on the hull, vents, and specs on the ship, plus materials used on the construction. With this information, Harry and I can start on upgrading the ship and add enchantments, though we do have to experiment with a few rune clusters to see which ones work better. Shepard nodded. You guys work fast, I didn't expect you to start working on this for a while. Le Fay grinned and tilted her witch's hat. We're barely beginning, but we should have some upgrades available soon, I'll be the one taking care of this project, while Harry works on gear, though he will be helping a lot too. Also, when we're ready to make upgrades, we're going to have to dock somewhere, rune work is delicate, and Harry and I need to be very careful, we can't risk doing it while moving, while the ship is on or in space. Shepard nodded and grinned back at Le Fay. Let me know when you need us to dock, I'll have Joker take us to the Citadel so you can safely work on it. Le Fay nodded and seemed excited, this was after all a big project, and she was curious about how it would work. Chapter 147. After that small conversation with Le Fay and Harry left her alone so she can focus on what she was working on. After all, upgrades on the ship were important and Le Fay needed to give that project her full attention, so they decided to go talk to the rest of the crew. They found Rex and Kunu having a conversation, about what? They had no idea, but with the way Rex was grinning, they could tell he was having fun. Both Shepard and Harry approached both of them, and as soon as they got close both of them turned around towards them and greeted them, Kunu with a smile and Rex with a nod. Harry and Shepard greeted them back and Rex grinned as he began to speak. So, we've got Saren on the run. Shepard nodded and then grinned at Rex. It won't be long now, Saren's good, I'm better. Rex nodded. Good? He's rotten to the core. Rex then shook his head. I could tell as soon as I met him. Shepard seemed surprised at the fact that Rex seemed to have met Saren before, while Harry just raised an eyebrow and said, oh, so you met him before. Rex nodded. This was a while ago, a bunch of mercs were bragging about a job out near the edges of the Terminus systems. They said it paid well and the boss was never around to ride them, they said he was looking for more men too, so I checked it out. Harry hummed as he thought about what Rex just told him. Why would Saren be openly recruiting mercs? Rex shook his head and shrugged. It wasn't that open, and he only showed his face once. We'd ventured to raid ships in the area for months when we took out this massive cargo freighter, our biggest haul yet. I was on board checking bodies for valuables, looking for some extra credits, and that's when I saw him. Now that caught Shepard's attention and he decided to ask more about what did Saren want with the ship. Rex shrugged. I don't know what he wanted, he was just moving through the ship, watching. A couple of the mercs called him by name, but he never spoke to them, never spoke to anyone. I had a really bad feeling about him, so I got the hell out, didn't even wait to get paid. Kunu's ears flicked and she looked up at Rex. If he gave you a bad feeling and made you feel that nervous, then he's really bad news. You're not one to be spooked like that, Rex, but I now wonder what the cargo of that freighter was. Rex nodded to Kunu. He did in fact get a very bad feeling, and as he said, he left quickly, but it still made him feel odd about it. I don't know, all I saw on that ship was food and medical supplies. There were some basic weapons, but nothing big. If there was anything of value on that ship, I didn't see it, that's why I didn't mention it sooner. Shepard nodded, but now he was worried about what Saren wanted with that ship. He needed to get some more information on this. Do you know whose ship was it? Rex looked up and hummed as he thought back on what he knew of the ship. It was a Valis trading vessel, a big one, lots of guards, but they were no match for us. Not much to go on, but at least Shepard knew the type of ship and cargo it had. He still wondered what had caught Saren's attention in that ship. Harry then decided to ask, that's the only time you saw him? Rex nodded. Yet, didn't even know who he was, and still wouldn't if I hadn't joined up with you, but my instincts were right. Every other merc on that mission turned up dead within a week, every damn one. Harry huffed. Shit, Saren might be an asshole, but he's very good at cleaning up his tracks. Everyone nodded in agreement and stayed silent, though all of them agreed on one thing: Saren is a very cunning and careful individual, and those are the most annoying people to have as enemies. Wanting to change the subject, Rex then decided to speak. Kunu here told me about the other races of your world, Harry. Some of them sound like arrogant idiots, but I have to say, that I wouldn't mind fighting some of them. Harry grinned at Rex. Well, as Krogan you're at least low to mid-class level, maybe high if you have all your gear on, but supernatural beings are dangerous because of their abilities. Most supernatural beings have some sort of magic, plus racial skills as well. To make things even harder, their physical attributes are way higher than a human's. So they'll be really hard to take down in a one-on-one fight. They're also very hard to kill for normal humans. As a Krogan you're more durable, but you're not that fast. Sad to say that most would kill you before you could even blink. Rex chuckled and nodded. That's what Kunu said to me, but that makes me even more excited. After all, it's not a good battle unless your life is on the line. Harry and Kunu laughed. Rex, while he just smiled at both. Shepard, however, became curious about some of the things Harry mentioned. Just what kind of supernatural beings are there in your world? I know dragons, yokai, vampires, and mages exist, but what else is out there? Kunu smiled and then began to explain. Practically, whatever is in mythology exists and is real in our world. Devils, angels, gods, and even fairies exist and have some sort of influence in the human world. Though Japan was able to push away any influence and presence from anything not of the yokai faction and its allies, thanks to Harry, most devils, fallen, and angels aren't even allowed to step in Japan. Shepard raised an eyebrow and turned his head towards Harry. Oh, and how did you do that, and why? Wouldn't aligning yourself with those other races be a good thing? Harry smiled at Shepard and then shook his head. He quickly then began to explain. Before I joined the yokai faction, it was looked down upon and not respected by any other faction. No other supernatural race respected them, and because of this, fallen angels and devils did whatever they wanted in Japan while the yokai couldn't do anything about it. Fallen angels would take over cities and cause chaos and destruction, treating yokai and Japanese citizens as tools and inferior beings. They took over stores, businesses, and other places and claimed them as their own without care for the Japanese government and the yokai faction. Devils would take over whole cities and towns, buy off the land and do whatever they wanted. They would also take any yokai and add them to their peerages. All of that was right in front of Yasaka, the leader of the yokai faction, and there was nothing she could do about it. She didn't have the power nor the influence for any other faction to listen to her. So when I joined the yokai faction, and learned about all of this, I began to clean house. I made sure no other supernatural beings not allied or authorized could enter Japan. If they tried to, I would kill them and make a show of it to teach the faction leaders a lesson. Shepard hummed, while Rex excitedly grinned. Now this sounds like a fun time. How did you teach them a lesson, Harry? Harry smiled, but it was Kuno who answered Rex's question. He hunted down any supernatural being who trespassed into Japan and sent their bodies back to the leaders. In fact, he would teleport their dead and mangled bodies right on top of their desk. Harry gained a reputation for being ruthless, and after a while, other supernatural beings understood that they weren't welcome in Japan. Eventually, they stopped trying to get to Japan. Harry soon after, with the help of Li Fei, raised wards over Kyoto and all of Japan. Usually, only Kyoto is warded at all times, but with a snap of any of the members of the Potter household's finger, the wards can shift into war mode and all of Japan would be covered by very powerful wards. Wards capable of killing even gods. This terrified the entire supernatural world and finally made them realize that the yokai faction was not to be underestimated. Over time, we rose in the ranks and became the most powerful and advanced faction in the world. We're both respected and feared because of this, but we live in peace. We don't do anything to anyone unless provoked, and everyone knows that now. Rex chuckled. Well damn, and here I thought we Krogan were bloodthirsty and battle-hungry. I got to say, I like your style, Harry. Harry smiled, while Shepard nodded. He wouldn't personally do something like that, but he could see how it would work with someone like Harry. After that, both Shepard and Harry decided to get going and left Rex to listen to more stories about Harry, from a very cheerful Kunu. They saw Ashley on the workbench nearby and went to her to talk. She looked a bit pensive, so they wanted to know if she was okay. As soon as they got close, Ashley immediately turned around towards them and said, "Commander, you have a minute to talk." Shepard looked a bit intrigued but nodded. "I keep an open door policy, if you have any concerns, lay them on me." Ashley sighed and then nodded. "All right." Harry then spoke up before Ashley could say anything. "Should I leave? This might be a private matter." Ashley smiled at Harry and shook her head. "Nah, you can stay. In fact, you might offer a different perspective to what I'm about to say." Harry nodded. Ashley turned her attention to Shepard and began to explain her concerns. "I know things are different aboard the Normandy, but I'm concerned about the aliens, Valkyrian and Rex. With all due respect, Commander, should they have full access to the ship?" Shepard frowned a bit, while Harry stared at Ashley in the eyes for a few seconds, then said, "You don't trust them because they're not a human, right?" Ashley looked down. "This is the most advanced ship in the Alliance Navy. I don't think we should give them free rein to poke around the vital systems, things like engines, sensors, and weapons." Shepard sighed. "I'm not going to lock them in sleeper pods for the whole trip, Williams." Ashley shook her head. "I'd be more comfortable if they didn't have access to engineering and the CIC. We humanity, have to learn to rely on ourselves." Harry and Shepard shared a look. Harry then turned his head towards Ashley. "You're right, humanity should learn to rely on themselves, but there's nothing wrong with getting allies. People you can trust and they trust you back. I'm not saying you should trust everyone and everything, but a few you can fight with is a must. There's no need to stand alone." Ashley nodded. "I don't think we should turn down allies, I just think we shouldn't bet everything on them staying allies. As noble as the council members seem now, if their backs are against the wall, they'll abandon us." Shepard hummed as he thought over what Ashley just said. "Yeah, I can see them doing something like that. I'm aware that Harry is the reason they're helping right now. They're terrified of him, but our team, our squad is a different matter. They're fighting with us, we're all working on one thing, bringing Saren down." Ashley sighed and seemed to want to say something, but Harry raised his hand. "Ash, chill a second, and think about what you're going to say next. I just saw a spark of darkness flare in your heart." Ashley frowned and seemed a bit taken aback by what Harry said. She didn't know what he meant by darkness in her heart, but it definitely didn't sound good. Shepard noticed all of this and then said, "These issues seem like deeply held beliefs, Williams. What made you think this way?" Ashley frowned, but did what Harry suggested and tried to relax. She then began to explain, "My family's defended the Alliance since it was founded. My father, grandfather, great-grandmother, they all picked up a rifle and swore the oath of service. I guess we just tend to think of Earth's interests as our own." Both Shepard and Harry were intrigued by Ashley's family history, but to Harry, something was very evident. "You're not used to working with aliens, hey?" Ashley nodded. "No, I've never worked with aliens, mainly I've been ground side, part of the surface garrison forces. I did get a rotation on a space station for training every Marine, every rifleman, ZG certified." However, Shepard scrunched up his brows. "Something about all this didn't make sense. That's odd. Your record is spotless, and your technical scores are exemplary. You should be serving with the fleet." Ashley became nervous and said, "Anyway, that's why I haven't served with many aliens, Commander. Both Commander and Dragon God deadpanned at Ashley. She wasn't fooling anyone, but they both decided to ignore how nervous she got right now. Shepard sighed and decided to change the subject and learn a bit more about Ashley. You're lucky, I lost my family on Mindwar. Are you related to anyone I'd heard of? Ashley shook her head. Couldn't say, Commander, I read about Midwar, the Alliance screwed the pooch on that one, should have had a bigger garrison. Is that why you're out here? To take the fight to the pirates? Shepard shook his head and then softly smiled. No, the future of humanity is out here, there's so much we haven't seen. Ashley smiled. Yet, I still remember my first field exercise on Titan, when we hit the mud, the reality hit me. I'm the first person who's ever stood here, then my drill instructor kicked me in the ass, and I went face first into the muck. He spent the next 5 minutes chewing me out for gold bricking. Harry snorted because he found the idea of Ashley face planting the mud funny. Shepard just smiled but seemed like he wanted to laugh. Ashley just rolled her eye and let Harry get his laugh out. Though Shepard suddenly laughed a bit. Don't tell me you had Gunny Ellison, he's the only one who uses that word to describe shirking duty. Ashley smiled. Oh lord, you went to the Macapa boot camp too? Yeah, Gunny Ellison's still reaming out recruits down there, kicking ass and using words like inveigle and pusillanimous. Harry had no idea what those words even meant, but he liked how funny they sounded. Shepard just smiled and shook his head in amusement. He then nodded and spoke to Ashley. All right, I can see where your concerns are coming from, Williams, but this is a multilateral mission, you're going to have to work with aliens, like it or not. Ashley nodded and the grin. It won't be a problem, Commander, you say jump I say how high, you tell me to kiss a Turian, I'll ask which cheek. Shepard chuckled. I don't think kissing Turians will be necessary. Ashley just continued to grin but shrugged at Shepard and said you never know, Commander. Harry chuckled. She does make a good point, anything can happen in a mission. Shepard rolled his eyes and shook his head. Don't encourage her, Harry. Harry and Ashley just smiled at Shepard while he huffed at them. He then decided to ask a more serious question. What do you think about the mission? Ashley hummed for a second and then responded. Not sure I buy Dr. T. Sony's story, about her and her mom not talking, their family, right? Shepard nodded. I think she was honest with us, she doesn't seem like the type to lie. Harry nodded. I didn't sense any lies either, in fact, she seemed rather perplexed with her mother's actions. Ashley nodded. Yeah, she seems like she's pretty bad at lying. Too bad those ruins got destroyed, I mean they lasted thousands of years, that's impressive. Harry shrugged. I can just fix them later, reverse time on the whole planet and it will be like nothing happened at all, but right now we have more important things to do. Ashley huffed. Harry, the fact that you can casually just say that you can control time like that, is mildly disturbing. Shepard nodded while Harry just smiled and shrugged. Soon after, both Shepard and Harry then said their goodbyes to Ashley for now and then headed for the elevator. It was time to check on Joker. It didn't take long for both Shepard and Harry to arrive at the cockpit of the Normandy. Joker, however, wasted no time to speak the moment he heard them coming. Harry, you scared the daylights out of everyone on board, you know? No one expected a big-ass dragon to pop out of the ground like you did. It made me sweat something fierce thinking that you were going to take a bite out of the Normandy. Harry chuckled. Sorry about that, things got dicey down there, so the first thing that popped into my mind was to transform and take everyone out before they were buried in lava and rocks. Joker nodded. That's true, but still, a gold and silver dragon, hey? I don't think I've seen or heard of one before, maybe in an old-school RPG, those scales must be worth a lot though. Harry hummed for a second. You know? I don't really know, I've never tried to sell one, though I try not to shed my scales around any girl, they tend to get a bit crazy for my scales. Joker nodded. Yeah, I can actually see that happening. Shepard tilted his head. Have your girlfriend tried to get one? Harry nodded. Oh yes, they tried all sorts of ways to get one, from legendary and godly level weapons to magic and technology. I dread to think what would happen if they were to find out that I shed scales sometimes. All three men suddenly got a shiver down their spines. For some reason, the idea of any girl finding out about Harry being able to shed his scales fills them with a very bad idea. Joker suddenly spoke. Let's just keep that a secret, in fact let's take that information to our graves, okay? Shepard and Harry nodded in agreement. Joker sighed and then decided to ask what they were doing up here. So, what are you guys up to? Shepard smiled and then said, just wanted to ask about Normandy's status, how is she performing? Is she everything they said she'd be? Joker nodded. She's the best ship in the fleet, if you got a pilot who knows how to handle her, balance isn't what you'd expect, takes a while to get used to that oversized drive core we got stuffed in the back, Her power can sneak in on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average. Shepard smiled while Harry grinned and said only the best can handle the wild and powerful Normandy. Hey. Joker nodded and grinned back at Harry damn straight. Shepard just shook his head in amusement and then decided to speak with Joker. Well, I like to know my crew, plus it helps Harry get accustomed and used to everyone and everything in this world, so do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Joker sighed. I can see where this is going. You did a background check on me, didn't you? Well, I'll tell you the same thing I told the captain. You want me as your pilot? I'm not good, I'm not even great, I'm the best damn helmsman in the Alliance fleet. Top of my class in flight school? I earned that, all those commendations in my file? I earned every single one, those weren't given to me as a charity for my disease. Both Shepard and Harry were surprised by Joker's outburst since it came out of nowhere, but then the last thing he said hit them hard. Harry narrowed his eyes while Shepard shook his head. I'm sorry Joker, I didn't even know you were sick. Joker widened his eyes and stared at Shepard in surprise for a few seconds. You mean you didn't know? Ah, crap, okay, I got Vrolix syndrome, brittle bone disease, the bones in my legs never developed properly, they're basically hollow, too much force and they'll shatter. Even with crutches and my leg braces it's hard to get around, one wrong step and crack. It's very dramatic, but I've learned to manage my condition, Commander. Put the Normandy in my hands and I'll make her dance for you. Just don't ask me to get up and dance, unless, you know, you like the sound of snapping shin bones. Harry sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. God fucking damn it. I really wish you guys would tell me about this sort of thing right away, now I kinda want to kick you in the shin. Joker. Joker shook his head. Please don't. Harry just glared at Joker, while Shepard suddenly piped in. I take it that with your reaction you can do something about Joker's disease. Joker widened his eyes in surprise while Harry nodded. Yeah, I can probably cure it, and if not possible by normal or magical means, I can just use my power over reality to fix the problem with a snap of my fingers, but I need to know more about this disease first so I can come up with a safe solution. Joker immediately snapped out of his surprised state and began to explain. It's an extremely rare condition, nobody knows exactly what causes it, genetic, maybe, it's treatable, but there's no cure. They classify my case as moderate to severe. I was born with over a dozen fractures, hips, thighs, and ankles, my bones were already breaking in the womb. 100 years ago, I wouldn't have survived past my first year. Lucky for me, modern medical science has turned me into a productive member of society. Harry hummed and began to silently think about what he had just heard. Meanwhile, Shepard sighed. You're not going to break a bone trying to fly the ship, are you? Joker raised an eyebrow at Shepard. I don't fly with my feet, Commander, so I'm fine as long as I'm in this chair. I gotta be careful when I get up to take a piss, though. I can do my job as well as anyone on the ship, better, actually, so don't worry about it. Harry suddenly spoke. I'm going to do some scanning to find the cause of the disease, but I should be able to cure it. The problem is the bones. We're going to have to banish all of them and regrow them entirely after I cure the disease. Joker blinked. Banish my bones? Regrow them? What? Harry chuckled and then nodded. Yup, even if I cure your disease, your bones would still be underdeveloped, so once I cure it we need to banish them and then regrow them, so you can be completely fine. Though regrowing your bones requires drinking a potion, and let me tell you, that shit tastes nasty, but you'll be perfectly fine afterward. Joker gaped while Shepard decided to ask a question. How long will it take? Harry looked up as he thought about what Shepard had asked him. Curing the diseases and vanishing his bones would only take minutes, regrowing all of his bones will take 2, maybe 3 days at most. Shepard rubbed his chin. That certainly took quite a bit of time, but he really wanted Joker to be okay. Harry noticed that and smiled. Shepard, did you forget about my pocket dimension? Shepard's eyes widened as he realized what Harry meant, the time dilation. Harry grinned and nodded. That's right. Those 2 to 3 days would only be a few hours out here, so we wouldn't waste any time, though I still suggest we dock somewhere just to be safe. That way Le Fay can work on the rune clusters for the Normandy, while Joker recovers. 2 birds 1 stone. Shepard nodded. Yes, that's actually a great idea. What do you say, Joker? Want to get a whole new set of bones? Joker grinned. All I have to do is drink a nasty ass potion and I never have to worry about breaking a bone ever again? Well shit. Where do I sign? Shepard and Harry chuckled. The commander then began to wonder where they should dock for now, but in the end, he decided that going to the Citadel was the best idea for now. All right, Joker, take us to the Citadel, we will park there and have Joker treated. Plus Le Fay will be able to work in peace in the Citadel as well. Joker nodded and immediately sent out the coordinates to go to the Citadel. A part of him was both afraid and excited about the fact that there was a big chance that he will be cured. He never doubted Harry, he is a dragon god after all, and he had seen his real dragon form, so Joker was more than willing to put his trust and faith in Harry and the girls. Meanwhile, Harry left to go to his lab to prepare everything while telepathically calling the girls so they could help with the procedure. Shepard went to his cabin to prepare to dock. A few hours later, Joker docked in the Citadel and Harry went to go bring him to his workshop. He had spent the time it took to arrive at the Citadel to prepare a medical room in his workshop to treat Joker. Plus the girls also helped with everything needed, so when Harry teleported into his workshop, they were ready to start treating Joker. Shepard and Dr. Shawquas had decided to watch the procedure while everyone else waited at the Normandy. As soon as both Joker and Harry arrived, the girls floated Joker to the medical bed they had prepared as gently as possible. Le Fay then immediately began to scan his body with magic, while Harry had Friday scan him as well. Alright Friday, give me a hard light hologram of Joker's skeletal structure. Friday immediately responded, right away boss. Friday scanned Joker right away and soon after, a hard light copy of his skeleton materialized in front of Harry. Dr. Shawquas gaped a bit at seeing that amazing. I've never seen anything like that. Shepard nodded. They were watching Joker's skeleton in real live action, they could even see it move with every breath he took, and that was something Shepard hadn't even seen before. Le Fay hummed and began to read out loud the results of her magical scanning. Definitely genetic, it seems that it got passed over from your dad's side of the family, Joker. But it's dormant in your genetic code, you just had some very bad luck to have been born with it active. I can see in my scanning that the chances of that happening to your future children are really small. Joker sighed. Story of my life. Le Fay smiled at Joker. Don't worry, we'll make sure you'll be fine and any risk of passing it down to your children is null. Joker nodded and smiled at Le Fay. Meanwhile Harry stared at Joker's skeleton and frowned. Shit, you weren't kidding Joker, your bones really are hollow, and the sheer amount of fractures on your bones is insane. How are you not screaming and squirming in pain? Is a miracle, this must hurt a lot. Joker just tiredly smiled at Harry. You get used to it. Harry sighed and shook his head. Yeah, you do. He should know better than anyone how much someone can get used to the pain after all, but it still made him feel bad for his new friend. He was rescued by Ereshkigal from his days filled with nothing but pain. But Joker? He had to live with his disease for a lot of years, and even still, he was able to succeed in life. It certainly made Harry respect the pilot of the Normandy. Don't worry Joker, we'll have you cured and with a whole new set of bones soon. Joker grinned. Nice, I'll be able to finally take those salsa lessons I've always wanted. The girls giggled while Harry chuckled at Joker's joke. Shepard just smiled while the doctor just huffed and shook her head in exasperation. Kunu then spoke, all right, first we'll be getting rid of this disease. I'll constantly heal you just in case your body reacts negatively. Harry will cure you. Joker nodded. Kunu summoned her Keyblade, and her body was suddenly engulfed in golden light as she began to chant, come forth, O illumination of life. Healing circle. Kunu pointed her Keyblade toward Joker. Beneath him a golden magic circle spread from his body and began to let out a soft golden glow over Joker's body. Joker smiled. Wow, this feels nice, warm. Kunu smiled as she held the spell on so it kept going. Le Fay then pointed her hand over to Joker just in case. Auto life. Joker glowed white for a second and then the light dissipated from his body, leaving a glowing white halo over his head. Shepard and Dr. Shawquas raised an eyebrow at that. Shepard decided to ask what had happened. What was that? Harry smiled. That was resurrection magic, an advanced one at that. Once a person is tagged by it, he or she will come back to life once, as soon as they died. It's usually used in battle, but it's also very useful with medical procedures, where there's always a risk of dying, a sort of a second chance just in case something goes wrong. Shepard nodded. That sounds very useful actually. Harry nodded. It is, but like I said before, I rather not let anyone get over-reliant with resurrection magic. A soul can be brought back a number of times before it begins to deteriorate. Death is not something you can easily escape unscathed. She's very serious about her job after all. Valerie smiled. Though she lets Harry get away with anything, in fact, Harry is the only one who can bring back a soul as many times as he wants with almost no deterioration. He doesn't like abusing the permission and care death has for him though, so try not to die, Shepard, okay? Shepard nodded. He did agree that it wasn't good to grow too reliant on Harry's abilities, that path led to disaster the moment Harry leaves or he get too busy with something. Harry smiled at Shepard and then turned his head towards Valerie. Val, you keep an eye on the hard light hologram and let me know if you see anything weird. Valerie nodded. Harry then turned his head towards Le Fay. Le Fay, you monitor his condition with magic. Le Fay nodded. Leave it to me. Harry nodded and then turned his head towards Joker. All right, I'm going to cure your disease, Joker. Let me know if anything feels weird, okay? Joker nodded, while Harry reached over Joker's chest and placed his hand over it. He then closed his hand as he began to locate and destroy the disease as carefully as he could. Dr. Shockwell was very impressed with how careful and thorough Harry and the girls are. There was this sense of professionalism in everything they do and it made her curious about it. She was also surprised with how careful they were being. She knew that Harry didn't need to be careful, that he knew what he was doing, but they still decided to do anything they can to prevent anything odd or any complications from arising. She was beginning to ask herself, just how advanced the medical field was in Harry's home world. Chapter 148. Harry soon cured Joker of his disease, though Joker didn't feel any different right now. As soon as Harry finished curing Joker, he quickly summoned his Elder Wand. All right, you no longer have the disease. But now comes the tricky part. I'm going to vanish your bones and then you'll drink a potion to regrow them. This is going to be all sorts of uncomfortable, so after you take the potion we'll put you to sleep. By the time you wake up, you'll be better than ever and completely cured of any problems the disease caused over the years. Joker nodded and grinned at Harry. I'm ready, let me have it. Harry chuckled and then nodded. He quickly waved his wand over Joker's body, while he snapped his fingers with his free hand. He engulfed Joker in a stasis-like ward, to prevent his organs from moving around inside his boneless body. With everything held in place to prevent anything from happening, Harry then vanished Joker's entire skeletal structure. Le Fay then quickly took out a bottle of Skullgrow and opened it. She then made the potion inside float out of the bottle and then made it go towards Joker's mouth. Kunu gently opened Joker's mouth and Le Fay guided the liquid into it. Joker grimaced at the taste, but as soon as he drank all of it, Valerie put him to sleep with a spell, and so Joker was now completely asleep and having his bones regrown. Harry smiled and put away his Elder Wand. All right, now we wait 2 days or so, which will be around 3 hours outside of my workshop. All we can do now is let him rest and let the potion do its work. Shepard nodded and sighed in relief. Dr. Shockwell nodded as well. Mind if I stay here? I want to monitor Joker's condition. Harry smiled and nodded. Of course, you can. Friday, please give Dr. Shockwell full authorization to my workshop. She has permission to use all the equipment in the medical lab. Also, please assist her in anything she might need as well. Friday. Friday wasted no time responding. Authorizing Dr. Shockwell. Authorization complete. I'll be more than happy to assist you, Dr. Shockwell. Please, if you have any questions feel free to ask me at any time. Dr. Shockwell smiled. Thank you, Friday. Harry then turned his head towards Kunu and smiled. You stay with Joker too, Kunu. Keep an eye on him and let me know if anything happens. Kunu nodded. You can count on me, Harry. Harry smiled and then stretched his whole body. All right, Le Fay, let's get started on the rune clusters for the ship. Le Fay nodded and both Harry and her left to get started on that. After they waved everyone goodbye, Shepard smiled and then turned his head towards Joker. He stared at his pilot peacefully sleeping and then smiled. See you in a few hours, Joker. With that said, Shepard left with Valerie also walking with him back to the Normandy. While they did so, they heard Dr. Shockwell speak to Kunu about the fact that she played a prank on her. The last thing they both heard was Kunu nervously laughing and apologizing to Dr. Shockwell for her prank. Outside the Normandy, for the last hour, Harry and Le Fay were carefully working on adding rune clusters to the hull of the ship. They decided to add a shield ward along with an invisibility ward as well. The shield will block any attacks coming towards the Normandy until it runs out of energy, though the threshold of how much it can take is quite high. They also added energy recycling enchantments to the Normandy's vents. This way, the energy stored in there will be instead used to recharge and power up the shield enchantments, a good way to use energy that was just going to be thrown away or disposed of. Then the invisibility enchantments were also added to the energy recycling enchantments. This way, when the Normandy went into stealth mode, it would also be invisible, making it even harder to detect. For now, that was all they did. They needed to get some more data and see how the rune clusters and enchantments held before they could add more upgrades to the ship. But what they did, for now, was good enough to improve the Normandy's performance by quite a lot. Le Fay smiled and stood up on top of the Normandy's hull. That's it for now. Harry nodded and stood up as well. Yet, now all we have to do is see how they hold during space travel and see if we need to do changes or improvements. Le Fay nodded and then stretched a bit. Carving runes was tiring. That was fun. Now all I have to do now is make a master switch by Joker's seat so he can turn the wards on command. Harry smiled at his girlfriend and grabbed her hand. I can do it, you know. Le Fei smiled at Harry and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. It's okay, why don't you go have some fun in the citadel? Maybe go get Shepherd and you both can go walk around or something. You and he have been running around non-stop, so a bit of relaxation would do you both wonders. Leave the master switch to me, it's not hard to make anyways. Harry chuckled at Le Fei, he then grabbed her by the hips and lifted her up, causing her to squeak in surprise. He then twirled her around, making Le Fei laugh a bit. Harry, let me down, you loon. Harry smiled and then let Le Fei down. He then gave her a kiss and quickly began to go get Shepherd, though as he left he yelled at Le Fei, "You're awesome, Le Fei. Thank you." Le Fei giggled and shook her head. What are we going to do with you, Harry? You're the one who's always doing something for us. Might as well let you go play and have some fun when you can. Now let's get this master switch done. With that said, Le Fei went back into the Normandy and headed to the cockpit to work on the master switch. She was definitely curious about the newly upgraded ship would perform. Harry went to look for Shepherd and found him quickly enough. He agreed to walk around the citadel with him. He thought that they might as well have some fun while they were here, though they also decided to bring Talai and Garrus with them since they had nothing better to do, and so the group of 4 went into the citadel to walk around and sightsee a bit. Some time later, the group decided to go to the Presidium and walk around to see the sights again. However, as the group of 4 were walking around and looking around the Presidium, they heard some arguing. All of them turned around and saw one of those pink squid-like aliens that Kunu is fond of, arguing with a Turian CSEC officer. This caught everyone's curiosity, so the group approached the 2 arguing aliens. The CSEC officer immediately noticed the group approach and recognized Shepherd. He immediately began to complain in frustration that Hannah refuses to listen to reason. Why can't it act in an orderly and lawful manner? Shepherd raised an eyebrow, but decided to ask about the situation. Are there laws being broken here? The Turian side, I am not unreasonable. The Hannah is free to spew its nonsense once it purchases an evangelical permit. Now that got Harry curious. You need a permit to be able to preach? That's new. The Turian, however, shook his head. No, registered evangelicals must follow regulations. There are specific areas where preaching is legal, and failure to follow the regulations results in the forfeiture of the license. Harry chuckled. Hey, I would like to see Michael's face or the churches when they get arrested for trying to preach in the citadel. It would be hilarious. Shepherd chuckled while Garrus and Talai looked confused at Harry. Shepherd knew who Harry was referring to, and he had to admit the image of an archangel or the Pope getting arrested in the citadel was a bit funny. He then shook his head and then decided to compromise with the Turian CSEC officer. If you'd like, I could talk to the Hannah for you. The Turian sighed and nodded. I have argued with the stubborn jelly all afternoon. You are certainly welcome to try. Shepherd nodded and then walked up to the Hannah along with the rest of the group. The Hannah immediately began to preach to Shepherd and the group the moment it noticed them. Do you desire to learn of the Enkindlers, or has the Honorable CSEC officer enlisted assistance? Shepherd shook his head and then began to try to reason with the Hannah. Is this really the way you want to represent the Enkindlers? The Hannah immediately responded to Shepherd's question. The truth of the Enkindlers must be made known. They gave the Hannah language and gave the universe the mass relays. This one only wishes to spread the truth to any who would listen. There is no intent to cause trouble. Harry tilted his head. Well, okay, but even if you didn't intend to cause trouble, you still are. You might not be aware of it, but you might be bothering people and you're not following the law. Shepherd nodded. Is this how the Enkindlers would want you to use this gift of consciousness? The Hannah quickly responded. The Enkindlers would wish for their messages to be spread to all sentient races. Talai shook her head. Wow, it's really passionate about this. I don't think I've ever heard a Hannah raise its voice before. Garrus nodded. Yeah, me either. Shepherd sighed. The Enkindlers wouldn't wish their message to be spread by breaking society's laws. The Hannah stayed silent for a few seconds but then said, this one hears wisdom. Perhaps enthusiasm has clouded judgment in this matter. This one departs now, and will not intrude upon the Presidium again. The Harnar quickly left wobbling around, which made Harry chuckle a bit. Shepherd sighed but then smiled. He was really stubborn. Hey Harry, do you have people preach about you? Harry stopped chuckling and turned his head towards Shepherd. He then hummed as he thought about his question. I don't think I have anyone preach about me. Maybe my priestesses do, but I've never seen or heard them do so. Though I can't say I would like it. Sure, my temple is huge and people go there often to pray and offer offerings to me, but it's not like I'm telling them to do so or even expect them to. Garrus shook his head. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that we have a god in the squad, a legit one. Talai giggled but nodded. But you have to admit, Harry is one of the coolest and most mellow gods ever. Both Shepherd and Garrus nodded. Even in their own cultures, most of their deities, were not really good individuals. In fact, most were either cruel or arrogant. Harry, however, even though he could be scary, he was also a good person and someone you can call a friend. Harry just smiled at everyone, though Taylai suddenly said maybe we should get permits and start preaching to people about Harry. Both Garrus and Shepherd looked like they were considering it, making Harry sweat drop. Please don't do that. Shepherd, Taylai, and Garrus shared a laugh, while Harry just deadpanned at them. The CSEC officer suddenly approached everyone and spoke up. I see the Hanner has left, thank you. Shepherd stopped laughing and then nodded to the CSEC officer, happy to help. The CSEC officer then handed Shepherd some omnigels which were always useful here, for your assistance in this matter. Now if you will excuse me, I should report to my superiors. With that done, the group continued to walk and look around. Eventually, they made it to the financial district, a place they didn't get to visit until now, and so they decided to explore a bit. The first place they visited? Some sort of shop, and inside they found a very short alien. Harry stared at it in curiosity while Shepherd walked up to it. The short alien immediately noticed and recognized Shepherd. What's this? One of the Earth clan? Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepherd. The tale of how you survived the great tragedy on Akuz is truly remarkable. I am amazed each time I hear it. Shepherd looked intrigued but curious, so he decided to speak with the alien. You've got me at a disadvantage here. The short alien raised his hand and nodded. Forgive me, Earth Clan, my name is Barlavan, my job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives at the station, I take notice. Shepherd seemed to recognize the situation he was in and who Barlavan worked for him. I heard you work for the Shadow Broker. Do you have any information on Saren? Perhaps where he is right now? Barlavan stared at Shepherd for about a second but then said, You're very blunt, Shepherd, but you are right. I am an agent of the Shadow Broker and I know something about Saren, though I'm not sure it would be useful to you. Shepherd nodded. He wasn't expecting much, but anything that might lead them to Saren or give them any clue about what he was doing would help. I hear your information can be expensive. Barlavan nodded. Normally, this information would cost a small fortune, but these are exceptional circumstances, so I'm going to give it to you for free. Harry, however, narrowed his eye. Yet? Then what's the catch? Barlavan shook his head. There is no catch. The Shadow Broker is quite upset with Saren right now. They used to do a lot of business until Saren turned on him. Harry huffed. That asshole turned on a lot of people lately. I'm not even surprised he did so to the Shadow Broker. Barlavan nodded. I don't know the details, but the Shadow Broker hired a freelancer to deal with it, a Krogan mercenary. Heard he already finished the job though. Harry sighed. I see, so we're not the only ones after the Saren. The Shadow Broker is after him too. This might just complicate things a bit. Shepherd nodded. He just hoped the Shadow Broker wouldn't get in his way, otherwise, he would have to deal with him too, and that's not something he was looking forward to. Shepherd sighed and then nodded to Barlavan. Thank you for the info. Barlavan nodded. My pleasure, Commander. The group then quickly left, though now they had something new to worry about. Hopefully, nothing comes out of it, especially since Rex already did the Shadow Broker's job. After having that conversation with Barlavan, the group continued to walk around the Presidium, or rather the financial district. Eventually they ended up in a big building, one where there were quite a few Asari hanging around. Curious about it, everyone walked inside to check it out. Once inside and close to the entrance was an Asari. She smiled at the group and immediately began to speak as soon as everyone approached her. Welcome, I am Nelina. I don't recognize any of you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you? Shepherd raised an eyebrow, while Harry tilted his head in curiosity. Shepherd decided to raise a question. Can't I just go in? Nelina shook her head. I'm afraid not, yet. You must understand, there are many who seek the consort's services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you. Shepherd nodded and decided to go ahead and give his name. Commander Shepherd, with the Alliance Navy. Nelina nodded and smiled. Excellent, you should hear something in 3 or 4 months. Shepherd deadpanned at Nelina, which made her nervously laugh. Harry sighed and decided to ask a few questions. What exactly is the consort anyways? What does she do? Nelina hummed a bit and began to fidget. It is difficult to explain. She is many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them. Harry crossed his arms and looked pensive for a few seconds, but then he began to comment, this all sounds mystical in nature. I don't sense any mana, so I know there's no magic involved, though you make her sound like some sort of oracle. Nelina shook her head. No, not in the usual sense, she is merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. Shepherd sighed. I think we're done here. Nelina nodded and smiled. Ah, well, I hope that you will return again in the future, we always enjoy seeing new clients. Shepherd nodded, but he really didn't think he would return anytime soon. After all, he had far more important stuff to do. But before the group could leave, Nelina suddenly got a communication. Yes, Shad-ira. Whoever was on the other side seemed to have told Nelina something very surprising, because she widened her eyes a bit, but she then nodded and turned her gaze towards Shepherd. Yes, of course, mistress. Nelina then smiled and shrugged. Hey, it appears the consort has taken notice of you, she'd like to meet with you now. That surprised the group, but Shepherd nodded and decided to ask where he should go. Where do I go? Nelina smiled. Just head upstairs, she will be waiting for you. Shepherd nodded. Harry, being curious about all of this, decided to go with Shepherd, while Garrus and Talai decided to stay back and just wait for them. They weren't particularly interested in all of this. So Shepherd and Harry walked towards where Nelina had pointed them, and eventually made their way upstairs. Once on the second floor they found a door, and being the only one around they decided to walk towards it. The door opened for them and both Commander and Dragon God walked inside. They found a Soul Asari standing in the middle of the room. Shepherd and Harry walked towards her. But the Asari suddenly spoke. That's close enough, Commander, I heard a great many things about you since your arrival here on our citadel. Shepherd frowned a bit, but decided to get some answers. What exactly do you do? The consort smiled. That depends on your needs, I offer advice to some, and comfort to others. I have a certain problem that could use your expertise. Shepherd raised an eyebrow while Harry frowned. Shepherd, wanting to know what someone like this Asari would want with him, decided to ask for more details. All right, then tell me about your problem. The consort nodded. I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out, now he spends his days in Kara's den drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be. The consort suddenly reached a hand over to Shepherd and caressed his face. Harry just kept an eye on the Asari, making sure she didn't try anything funny. Shepherd just stared at her for a few moments before deciding to ask a question. What happened between you? The consort shook her head. I respect his privacy too much to go into details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative. Shepherd sighed and then said, what exactly do you want me to tell him? The consort quickly answered Shepherd's question. Appeal to his sense of honor, remind him of his position as general. The consort then hugged Shepherd while she continued to speak. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful. She then stepped away from Shepherd and walked away. Now, I must ask you to take your leave, I have many clients waiting to see me. Shepherd frowned, but then turned around and began to walk out of the room. Harry followed him closely behind, but before he left, he turned his head to the side and gazed at the consort with one of his eyes. The consort trembled when she felt Harry's gaze on her and began to nervously sweat, but Harry suddenly scoffed and left the room, leaving a confused and scared consort behind. A few moments later, Shepherd and Harry met with Talai and Garrus back at the entrance of this place. Once the group left and walked away a fair distance away, Shepherd suddenly turned his head towards Harry. What do you think? Harry hummed as he thought how to best give his opinion. Well, she's very manipulative, the way she touched you and spoke to you, was done to keep you calm and push you towards helping her. I'm not sure what her motives are, or why she thought you would be the best to resolve this problem. The best we can do is do it and see what she does. Shepherd nodded. We'll do it later, for now, let's just walk around and relax a bit. Harry nodded and the group continued to check out the Presidium and walk around. Eventually, they reached the street leading to the wards. They had taken this street before. But at the time they were in a hurry to reach Talai and save her, so now that they weren't in a hurry, they decided to slowly walk around. It seems this street is quite popular because there were all sorts of people walking around. It was quite intriguing to Harry, how aliens and humans seem to get along and speak with each other. With what Harry had seen, he thought that humans weren't well like. But it seems that it was just the minority who disliked humans. It made Harry happy to know that discrimination wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. Eventually, they made their way to some sort of viewing deck in the shopping district. Harry looked around with curiosity since the place was quite dark, but the view of the city lights was beautiful. Suddenly, someone began to scream to Shepard, "Commander Shepard? Excuse me, Commander Shepard." Shepard looked confused at the woman who was screaming at him but decided to see what she needed, so he and the group approached her. The woman smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Emily Wong, I'm an investigating journalist working here on the Citadel, could I have a moment of your time?" Shepard sighed, he really didn't like dealing with these kinds of people, but decided to bite the bullet. "What do you need?" Emily immediately began to explain. "I've been hunting for evidence of corruption and organized crime on the Citadel, but there are places I can't go. I was hoping you might share anything you find during your own investigation, I can make it worth your time." Harry however raised an eyebrow. "How do you know Shepard would know anything you could use?" Emily quickly responded to Harry's question. "Anything Commander Shepard is involved in has to be big, and if it's big, it's something I'd like to hear about." Shepard now looked a bit intrigued. "You've got to have access to better sources, why ask me?" Emily nodded and could see what Shepard was trying to say. "I'm using every source I can find, but I think I've got a better shot with you. According to your file, you survived back in Akuz when everyone else in your squad got killed. If anyone can find the worst elements of the Citadel and live to tell about it, it's you." Harry sighed. "Then how do you know Shepard is investigating anything in the Citadel?" "We're actually here to just spend some time relaxing." Emily frowned. "I'm a good journalist, I know about what happened with Fist, words get around after all." Shepard sighed. "We'll see, if I find any information I'll let you know." Emily smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Commander, you won't regret it." Shepard nodded and Emily soon left. Harry wouldn't personally help a journalist, they tend to scandalize everything and that's not something he's a fan of, but Harry would let Shepard do as he sees necessary. With that conversation done, the group went back to exploring the Citadel and see what else they had missed when they were last here. Eventually, while walking around, they made it to some sort of nightclub, one far cleaner and bigger than Kura's den. Harry looked around and watched all sorts of people dancing, drinking, and having a good time. Wanting to check the place a bit, Harry walked up to the bar and decided to order a drink. While he was doing that, Shepard got the last bit of a curious conversation between a human woman and a Valis. Getting curious about it, he decided to approach the woman. She noticed Shepard walking towards her and talked to her. "Sorry, I'm kinda busy right now, so, what can I do for you?" Shepard nodded to the woman and decided to explain. "I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, mind explaining what you were discussing with the Valis?" The woman seemed confused. "Who, Doran?" "I was just asking him about my sister, she worked for Doran before she left. Sorry, I don't want to bore you with my problems." Shepard smiled. "I'm interested to hear what you have to say." The woman stared at Shepard for a few seconds but then nodded. "Well, okay, my name is Rita by the way, and my sister Jenna left here to go work at Kura's Denmark. The problem is, she's working as an informant for CSEC, you know, eavesdropping on the people there. I thought that after Fist died, Kura's den would close up and my sister would return. But that wasn't the case, someone else took over. If they find out what she's doing, they'll kill her." Shepard looked visibly worried. "Being an informant is a dangerous job." Rita nodded. "That's what I've been telling her. I don't know, sometimes I think she stays there just to spite me." Shepard nodded. It seems there was more to this situation than he thought. "Do you know who her contact at CSEC is?" Rita shook her head. "No, it's all very secret. Last time I asked an officer he told me to stay out of it, for Jenna's safety." Shepard nodded and decided to help Rita. "Maybe I could help her understand just how dangerous Kura's den is." Rita smiled and seemed very relieved. "Would you?" "That would be great, just don't tell her I sent you." Shepard nodded and Rita then said one last thing. "Well, I should get back to work before I get in trouble, thanks." Rita went back to work with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Shepard turned around, only to look confused when he didn't find Harry close by. "What the? Where's Harry?" Gurus nervously chuckled and pointed at the floor. Shepard looked down and saw 3 guys unconscious on the floor, a Turian, a human, and a Krogan. "What happened?" Talai began to fidget with her hands and began to explain. "Well, Harry was having a drink when these 3 suddenly challenged him to see who could handle the most drinks. Something about him looking like a pansy or something, but as you can see, Harry outdrank them, even the Krogan." Shepard's sweat dropped and stared at the 3 unconscious guys. Gurus then spoke up. "Harry then danced for a bit and then went upstairs to see what was up there." Shepard rubbed his eyes and sighed. "I just left him alone for a few minutes and he already did all of this." Talai giggled, which earned her a glare from Shepard, but she ignored that. In Harry's defense, he was just quietly enjoying tasting drinks when these guys showed up. Shepard groaned and then began to walk upstairs. "Let's just go get him before he decides to dance in his dragon form or something." Taylai laughed but Shepard ignored her, and just headed for stairs leading to the second floor. Gurus, however, hummed as he followed Shepard, though a dancing dragon sounds like something I would like to see. Shepard softly cursed out while Gurus and Taylai laughed at his expense. They found Harry on the quasar machines and winning it seems. Shepard sighed and walked up to him. Do you even know how to play? Harry shook his head and grinned. Nope, but I'm winning so who cares? Shepard had to admit that Harry made a good point. Harry got up from the quasar machine he was using, and they were about to leave but Taylai's Omni tool suddenly let out a weird noise. Taylai jumped a bit, but then quickly checked her Omni tool. Hey? I think somebody rigged this machine to funnel credits through the system. Give me a SEC, and I'll trace the signal. Shepard nodded, and was now very interested in this. Taylai quickly traced the signal and then sent it to Shepard's Omni tool. Shepard nodded. Looks like another thing to take care of, but for now let's just continue to walk around. Having found so many things wrong in the Citadel and people in need of help, by just walking around they decided to keep going and see what else they might find out. They walked around a bit and eventually found the market. Harry, wanting to browse and see if there was something he wanted to buy, decided to approach the first shop nearby. He walked over to it and Avalis immediately greeted him. Hello, Earth Clan, no doubt you've just come back from the colonies, will you be needing supplies? Harry smiled and nodded. Show me what you got. The Valis nodded. Most excellent, I am sure you will find something pleasing. Harry found some very interesting things he decided to buy, like both heavy and light armor available, and assault rifles and shotguns with high specs. These would be very useful for his research, plus he was sure the girls will like to play around with these. The Valis handed everything Harry bought and then was shocked when the Dragon God put everything in his inventory, which just seemed like he made everything disappear to the Valis. Harry smiled and then nodded to the Valis shopkeeper. Thanks. The Valis snapped out of his surprise and nodded. As you say, Earth Clan, good day to you. Harry then turned around but didn't see Shepard nearby, but he heard him. He turned his head towards where he heard his voice and saw him being approached by some guy. He decided to join up with the group and see what was up. As he got closer, he heard the guy suddenly say, "Is that really? Wow. It's you." Harry raised an eyebrow and joined Gurus and Taylai behind the commander, who seemed very confused with the way the unknown guy just reacted to him. The guy walked up and stood in front of Commander Shepard and said, "You're Commander Shepard, the hero of Eden Prime. I'm so honored to meet you." Shepard looked confused still but decided to be nice and greet the guy. "Nice to meet you, and you are?" The guy wasted no time in introducing himself. "My name is Conrad Werner, they say you killed more than 100 Geth on Eden Prime." Shepard shook his head. "Not really, I had help, I spent most of the time trying to stay alive and help the colonists." Conrad nodded. He then decided to ask something of Shepard. "Hey, I know you're probably busy, but do you have time for a quick autograph?" Harry chuckled and seemed to find it funny that Shepard found himself a fanboy. He wondered how Shepard was going to handle this. Chapter 149. Shepard let out a small sigh, but still nodded. Conrad immediately handed him a piece of paper and a pen. Shepard nodded to him in thanks and signed it, and he then handed it back to Conrad. "Anything for a fan?" Harry wanted to laugh, with how dry Shepard said that, but decided to hold back. Conrad smiled and nodded. "Thanks, I really appreciate it, my wife is going to be so impressed. I'll let you get back to work, but next time you're on Earth, I'd love to buy you a drink." "Thanks again." Conrad quickly left with a big smile on his face while the group just watched him go. Shepard shook his head and then turned his head towards Harry. "Did you buy what you wanted?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I got a few weapons and a couple of armor to play around with." Shepard nodded. "That's good." Harry then decided to ask a question. "You seem pretty famous, Shepard, why is that?" Shepard shrugged. "During my career as a Marine, I've done quite a lot of things. Some of these things became well known and famous, even though all I did was survive while others couldn't. But people like a good survivor story, and now with everything that happened in Eden Prime, my fame has gotten a bit bigger. I think there are a few other people on the Alliance who deserve more fame out there." Harry tilted his head. "Like who?" Shepard crossed his arms and hummed as he thought about what to say. "Well, Hackett and Anderson of course, but there is also another man who's helped the Alliance quite a bit. Robert Kawika Chamberlain, aka Shadow. No one knows where he came from or the nature of his abilities. Some even speculated that he had some new kind of new and unknown biotic amps or something. But no one can deny he's a great Marine. Now that I know that magic is real and that other dimensions exist, it makes me wonder if he too is a magic user from another world? He does have the ability to use light and dark-like abilities." Harry hummed. "Interesting. Well, can't say whether he came from another world or not, but if he's using light and dark then he must be quite strong. Maybe I'll somehow get some books and tomes about dark and light magics to him sometime. With the way you speak about him, makes me believe he's a good guy, might as well try to give him a little help." Shepherd smiled at Harry and nodded. With that said, the group then decided to continue with their tour of the Citadel to see what else they missed on their first visit. They walked around the shopping district some more and even went downstairs to check the shops there. They found a Solarian named Morlan selling some stuff, and Harry quickly checked what he was selling. To his surprise, he found non-human armor for Turians, Quarians, and Krogans, so he quickly bought one of each. He and the girls will be able to now work on making good armor prototypes for their alien teammates. With that done, everyone continued on and eventually ended up back in Kura's den. Knowing that they had a couple of things to do in there, the group walked inside, though they were surprised that everything seemed to have been fixed. Kura's den didn't have any sign of the big fight that happened in here some time ago. It made Harry curious as to who had taken over and how everything was fixed so fast. Shepherd noticed a bartender nearby and saw it was Jenna because of her resemblance with her sister, so he approached her. Jenna noticed Shepherd, but she confused him for a customer, so she immediately began to speak to him. "Hi. I'll be with you in just a sec." Shepherd nodded and then said, "I'll wait right here." Talai, Garis, and Harry walked up to Shepherd and stood beside him, while Jenna stared at Shepherd with confusion. "Why do I get the feeling you're not here to order drinks?" Shepherd nodded. "I have to talk to you about your work with CSEC. Jenna panicked a bit and shook her head. "I don't know what you're talking about. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get back to my customers." But Shepherd wasn't about to just let her leave and ignore him. "This isn't a game, Jenna, these people are dangerous." Jenna narrowed her eyes and seemed to get annoyed. "Now you sound like my sister, why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself, I need to go, I'm not a stripper, I don't get paid to stand around and look pretty." Harry scoffed. "Maybe because you're being stupid and stubborn, you're obviously underestimating the criminals of this place." Jenna glared at Harry but turned around and went to attend to her customers. Harry shook his head and huffed, "Foolish child." Shepherd nodded. With no way to continue to talk to Jenna, the group then decided to go look for General Septimus and talk to him. It didn't take long to find him, sitting by himself and drinking at a table. He immediately noticed Shepherd and looked up at him. "Commander?" "Humph, what do you want?" Shepherd immediately explained what he was doing here. "I'm here on Shadira's behalf, your lies are hurting her." Septimus nodded. "Good. Her lies have been hurting me for days. I've seen a lot of horrible things in my days and there's only one woman in this damn galaxy that helps me forget it." Garis shook his head and looked at the general in disappointment. "If you feel that way, why spread lies about her?" Septimus growled and then said, "'Cause she rejected me." Septimus Orica, General of the Turian fleet. Harry raised an eyebrow and sighed. This was turning into something rather too stupid for him. This sort of drama isn't something he likes dealing with, so he'll let Shepherd work his magic. Shepherd nodded at Septimus. "I think I see why you're so upset, but spreading these lies won't make it better." Septimus grumbled a bit. "Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time." Shepherd frowned at Septimus in disappointment. "General, did you ever win a battle by moping in a bar?" Septimus looked down and then growled to himself. War. That's what this feels like. All right, how did I let it come to this? So you think it's that easy? Just straighten up and act like a general." Talai suddenly piped in. "It wouldn't hurt, better than drinking away your sorrows in this bar, right?" Septimus sighed and then nodded. "Hey, maybe you're right, Commander, Shadira is worth the effort, even if she won't have me back." Shepherd smiled. "This is no place for someone of your stature, General." Septimus abruptly stood up and nodded to Shepherd. "All right, I'll go to her, after I had a cold shower, or two." Septimus then suddenly got an idea. "Say, you're a bright kid, would you be interested in earning a few extra credits?" Shepherd raised an eyebrow, but he was definitely intrigued. "What do you want me to do?" General Septimus smiled and quickly began to explain. "There's an Elcor diplomat out there who believes Shadira gave up his secrets." Harry narrowed his eyes. "And why would he think that?" "Hey." Septimus sighed. "Because I told him, look, I just need you to convince him of the truth." Shepherd, however, was very curious as to why Septimus decided to ask him to do this for him. "What makes you think he'll believe me?" Septimus explained right away. "Because you'll bring him proof. Take this datapad, it shows where I got the info, it will exonerate Shadira and convince the Elcor." Shepherd took the datapad and nodded. "Where and who should I take it to?" Septimus closed his eyes and began to explain. "His name is Zelton, he's an Elcor diplomat, he's over in the embassies complaining about Shadira." Septimus opened his eyes and grabbed his half-empty bottle of liquor, he then raised it. Well, here's to soldiers acting like soldiers. He finished his drink and then nodded to Shepard. Thanks Commander, you know, you might make a good general yourself one day. With that said, the general left. Garrus shook his head and sighed. Hard to believe a general like that would get so upset about a woman. Talai shrugged. I think it's a bit romantic with how much he was hurting for his loved one. Harry, Shepard, and Garrus turned their head toward Talai and stared at her for a good 5 seconds, which made Talai rather nervous, but then the guys shook their heads and then decided to get going. They immediately headed to the exit of Kara's den, but a Turian suddenly bumped into Shepard. Harry didn't do anything since he didn't feel any malice from the Turian, but then the Turian leaned down and began whisper to Shepard, if you have questions about Jenna, meet me at CSEC Academy. Shepard was about to ask something, but Harry heard everything the Turian said and decided to intervene. He quickly grabbed Shepard's shoulder to catch his attention. Shepard turned his head towards Harry, he then saw him shake his head and understanding why, he nodded and then the group walked out of Kara's den. Garrus immediately decided to ask what was that about. Shepard shook his head and shrugged. Who knows, but it looks like we're going to have to go and find out. The group quickly headed to CSEC Academy and set out to look for the Turian who bumped into Shepard, but the academy is big, so they decided to walk around and check the place out. After all, in their hurry to get to Rex, they didn't get to check the place out, so that's what they did. Harry even found a requisition officer and he immediately began to buy a few things. Among the things he bought, came a sniper rifle and he was already thinking on how to enchant it. After that they began to walk around again, however, they suddenly overheard a conversation that caught their curiosity. Avalis was speaking to a human CSEC officer. Okay, Yalid, let me get this straight, your business partner. Corbin, he's threatening you. Yalid shook his head. Well, no, not exactly, but he wants to meet with me, I think he's going to kill me. The CSEC officer sighed and shook his head, he then quickly walked away from the Valis. Yalid sighed and looked down, but then Shepard, being curious as to what was going on, decided to approach the Valis. Yalid immediately noticed Shepard and turned around to greet him. Hey there, oh, you're not CSEC, are you? Did you want something? Shepard nodded to the Valis. I overheard you talking to the CSEC officer, what were you trying to explain to him? The Valis, hoping for some kind of help, decided to explain. My colleague is trying to kill me, and I thought we were friends. Harry frowned. That's a very serious accusation, what makes you think he wants you dead? Yalid looked down and sighed. He's changed, he won't talk to me at work anymore, and he started following me. Yesterday, he followed me all the way home, just waiting for a chance. I don't care what anyone thinks, he wants me gone, I know it. Shepard closed his eyes for a few seconds and seemed to ponder on what to do. A few seconds later he opened his eyes and spoke to Yalid. Is there something I can do? Talk to your friend, maybe. Yalid looked hopeful and nodded to Shepard. Would you? That's all I want, someone to talk to him, tell him to leave me alone, he thinks he can just push me around, but you'll show him, won't you? Shepard nodded. Just tell me where he is and I'll go find him. Yalid looked relieved as he nodded to Shepard. Oh, right, he wanted to meet with me down in the wards, near the markets, he said he just wanted to talk, but I know better. His name's Corbin, he's a Solarian, you shouldn't have any trouble, he's just a scientist. Harry narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, that's the guy who wanted to scan the keepers. Yalid immediately caught on to what Harry said. The keepers? Well, even more reason to go after him, that's against regulations. Harry narrowed his eyes towards Yalid. Meanwhile, Shepard just nodded. I'll go talk to him and find out what's going on. Yalid nodded. Anything is possible with Corbin these days, well, good luck. The group soon walked away, though Shepard frowned. Everything about all of this just seems odd to him. He quickly turned his head towards Harry. What do you think about all of this, Harry? Harry looked down. I don't know, Corbin seemed odd and a weird guy, but he didn't seem crazy or evil. On the other hand, Yalid seemed rather paranoid and jumpy. He's acting rather suspicious in my eyes, but I'm not sure. I think we're going to have to speak with Corbin and find out what's going on. Shepard nodded. Yeah, I agree, we'll look for him later then. After that conversation, the group continued to look around. Eventually, they found an office, and inside they found the Turian who bumped into them sitting behind a desk. The Turian looked up from his computer and nodded to Shepard. Detective Chellick, come into my office, I want to discuss this in private. Shepard nodded and then he walked inside with the group following close behind. As soon as Shepard got close to Chellick, the Turian immediately began to speak. No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking? Shepard raised an eyebrow. Excuse me. Chell-Lik frowned and leaned forward on his desk. You could have blown Jenna's cover. Taylai crossed her arms. We were trying to help her, you know? She's involved in something extremely dangerous. Chell-Lik sighed and leaned back on his seat. I gathered that it might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her. Shepard frowned. He certainly didn't like that CSEC was okay with risking civilians with their jobs, especially one as naive and young as Jenna. Do you really need to risk her life to get the information you want? Chell-Lik shook his head. This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it, but since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe we can help each other. Gurus scoffed. Nice to see you're still working all the angles, Chell-Lik. Chell-Lik scoffed at Gurus. It's part of the job. Now are going to help me or Ngak? Harry, seemingly hearing enough, pushed Chell-Lik into a wall, with a blast of telekinesis and held him up there. Right. I think you have misunderstood something right now. It's your job to protect civilians, not put them right in front of the barrel. Harry turned his head towards Gurus, who noticed his look and gave him his attention. Gurus, doesn't CSEC Academy have trained officers that work on getting in places as moles? Gurus nodded. We do, professionals that take their time studying and preparing themselves for high-risk jobs like undercover work, people who are completely aware of all the risks. Harry nodded and then let Chell-Lik drop on the ground against the wall. Harry then summoned Oblivion and tapped Chell-Lik's desk with it. The desk disintegrated with a flash of dark light and Harry walked over to Chell-Lik. Once the dragon god was in front of Chell-Lik, he pointed his dark keyblade toward the downed Turian officer and glared. Now the question I have is, why risk a young civilian woman? Chell-Lik panicked, and looked up at Harry in fright. He looked around and saw that no one was moving to stop Harry and save him, so he decided to answer Harry's question. We didn't have anyone, every undercover officer was found. I believe we have a mole in CSEC but I haven't found anything. I had no choice but to have someone not related to the academy go in undercover. We're doing everything in our power to keep Jenna safe, I swear. Harry glared at Chell-Lik for a few seconds, which felt like an eternity for him, until Harry huffed and sent away his keyblade. Oblivion disappeared in a flash of darkness, making Chell-Lik jump in fright, but then Harry just walked back to the group. Shepard, seeing that Harry was done with Chell-Lik for now, decided to get this underway. You're a smart guy, Chell-Lik, why don't you figure out another way to do this? One that doesn't require you to use a civilian. Chell-Lik sighed and slowly stood up while supporting his weight on the wall. He then nodded to Shepard but was now very weary of Harry and concerned, as to why no one in the academy came to help him. It's never a good idea to attack a CSEC officer in the academy. In fact, it's a foolish idea, but it happened to him and he was a bit confused about it, but he then decided to put that aside and respond to Shepard. I do have several contingencies, she's just my opinion. I'll cut her loose, even get her out of Kura's Denmark. No strings attached, but I'm going to need help with my case, I can't just abandon it. Harry scoffed. Tine then, we'll do your job for you, you can sit on your ass while we go solve your problem, some officer you are. Chell-Lik looked down while Gurus just shook his head in disappointment. I did tell you, Chell-Lik, someday, someone was going to get tired of the way you do things and here we are, give us the details. Chell-Lik sighed and began to explain. I'm trying to track down an illegal arms producer, I just need some of their product. Thanks to Jenna's intel, I've learned there's a seller here on the Citadel. I need you to meet our man, named Jax, pick up the mods and bring them back here, that'll give me everything I need. The group nodded in understanding. Shepard then decided to ask where to go. Where can I find this Jax? Chell-Lik stood up straight, but tenderly held his chest and neck. He then began to explain. Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're a buyer. Good luck, Commander. With that said, Shepard and the group left Chell-Lik's office and walked outside. Everyone headed out of the academy and once outside Harry quickly opened a dark corridor. The group immediately walked inside it and as soon as they did, the dark corridor dissipated, leaving a few aliens around a bit surprised and confused. By the markets of the Citadel, in a dark corner of an alley nearby, Harry's dark corridor sprouted from the ground. Shepard and the group walked out of it. Harry was the last one to step out and the dark corridor dissipated soon after he did. Shepard looked around for a bit and then nodded. All right, we have a couple of things to do around here, let's take care of them while we're here. The group nodded and began to walk forward. After a bit of looking around, they found their first objective in the form of Corbin. The Solarian looked a bit surprised to see the group though, but he immediately spoke to Shepard. Commander, I wasn't expecting to see you again, is there something you want? Shepard, wanting to resolve this whole thing quickly, decided to bluntly tell Corbin why he was here. You can start by telling me the truth, Corbin. The Solarian looked rather perplexed though. I'm not sure what you're referring to, my experiments are. Gurus shook his head. We're not buying it, Yalid told us you've been after him. Now Corbin looked utterly lost and confused. Harry, noticing that something was up, decided to intervene. Everyone, relax a bit and let Corbin explain. The group relaxed a bit, and Corbin nodded to Harry in appreciation. You spoke with Yalid? Then you know about the data, right? Now a bit calmer, Shepard shook his head. Data? No one mentioned any data. What are you talking about, Corbin? Corbin nodded. He then turned his head to the side and spoke to the two men behind him. You boys can go. Two mercenaries came out of hiding and left. Harry had known about them but didn't sense any ill intent from them, so he just kept an eye on them. Corbin then turned his head back towards Shepard. Looks like my plans have changed. It's not as bad as you think, Commander. Yalid and I just got in a little over our heads. Shepard sighed and then nodded. All right, then explain. Corbin nodded and immediately began to explain. The company we work for developed an experimental procedure for use in medical scanners. Yalid and I saw even more potential, so we stole the plans and secretly developed a tool to scan the keepers. Can you imagine? A tool that can actually get a reading from the keepers. Harry raised an eyebrow. I know the keepers are important, but what's so special about being able to scan them? Corbin wasted no time explaining. The keepers are almost impossible to scan, and you don't capture them or get samples. They just self-destruct if you do. After centuries here, we still don't know anything about them, don't you see? We were the first to scan them, ever. You have seen it yourself, Commander, you know we can do it. Shepard nodded. He at first wanted to help Corbin with his scanning because he was curious himself, so he understood a bit as to why Corbin seemed so enthusiastic, but he still needed to find out what was going on with Yalid. Why are you trying to kill your partner? Corbin shook his head. I'm not trying to kill him. Yalid's job was to disseminate our initial findings, but he decided to keep the data for himself, maybe to sell it. I don't know. Shepard sighed and tiredly rubbed his eyes. I should kill both of you idiots. Harry chuckled. Shepard, looking like he was done with life, was funny for him for some reason. Corbin sweated a bit. We lost our heads, we just couldn't let an opportunity like this pass us by. Commander, if you'll just continue gathering data for me, imagine what we might learn and you stand to get a bit of profit yourself, remember? Shepard sighed again but nodded. Harry then smiled. Well, Corbin has always been honest and straight with us. Yalid though, he was too jumpy and seemed very suspicious. You remember how he jumped on the keepers thing, right? Shepard nodded to Harry. Between Yalid and Corbin, he trusts Corbin way more, yet I suppose a little scanning here and there won't hurt anyone. Corbin smiled. Very good, thanks to you, I've been getting so much data. You have been scanning hundreds of keepers and that helps a lot. It would be very bad if you were to stop. Also, maybe you wouldn't mind speaking with Yalid too? The data you're gathering for me is useless if Yalid won't help analyze it. Shepard nodded. Yeah, I'll have a chat with him later. Corbin nodded and smiled. Thank you, and happy scanning, Commander. The Solarian left soon after. Harry suddenly chuckled a bit and shook his head. What a mess. Shepard nodded. Yeah, let go, we still have things to do. Harry nodded and the group then decided to go and deal with the other objective they had to take care of. It didn't take long for the group to find a Krogan and they assumed this was Jax, the arms dealer, Chellick told them about. So Shepard immediately approached him, but the Krogan suddenly raised a hand. Hold it, that's close enough, Army. Shepard nodded and stepped away from the Krogan. Jax immediately began to speak. You got my payments? Shepard nodded. Do you have the X-mods? Jax nodded and then turned his head to the side to speak with one of his men. Show him the merchandise. A Turian brought out a case and then opened it. Gurus took a look and then nodded. Looks good. Jax grinned and nodded. Damn straight they are. These mods are the best in the market, now hand over my credits. Shepard nodded and immediately paid Jax. Here you go. Jax took the credits and then nodded towards him, letting his men know to hand him the merchandise. Here you go, enjoy it. Gurus took the briefcase and then Jax turned around. Come on boys, we're done here. Jax soon left and the group got what they need, so they decided to quickly head back to CSEC Academy to finish with their current objectives. So they went back to the dark corner they arrived in and with the help of Harry's dark corridor, arrived fast at CSEC Academy. They first went to deal with Yalid. They found him walking around in one of the lobbies in the academy, so they didn't waste any time approaching them. The Valis immediately noticed them and spoke up as soon as the group stepped up in front of him. Hello again, did you have luck finding Corbin? Shepard nodded. I found out you've been lying to me, Yalid. Yalid jumped up. Lying? Why would I lie to you? Gurus huffed in annoyance. You forgot to mention the data about the keepers. Yalid looked very nervous now, and surprised as well. He told you? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was afraid Corbin would kill me to get the data, so I was hoping you'd take care of him. Shepard sighed. I'm scanning the keepers for Corbin, but you two need to stop fighting. Yalid looked surprised once again. You're helping us, but, well, if you say so, if Corbin can forgive and forget, then so can I. I appreciate the help, Commander. I better go get that data analyzed. Yalid immediately left and seemed far more relaxed and at ease now. Shepard scratched his head and then decided to do the other thing he had to do in the academy. The group soon walked up to Shellick's office, which was nearby, and immediately walked up to him to talk. The Turian officer nodded to Shepard as soon as he walked up to him. Commander, I hear you have something for me. Shepard nodded and then handed the mods. Here's your shipment, Shellick. Shellick received the mods and took a look at them. He soon nodded. Excellent, this is everything I need. Maybe more than I need. Shellick then grabbed one of the mods and handed it to Shepard. Here, Commander, take this. I won't need it and you earn some payment for your work. I really appreciate your help, though I know you might not have a good image of me. I can see that your actions show a lot of integrity. You didn't need to do anything after I let Jenna go. Now if you will excuse me, I need to get these mods into evidence. Thanks again, Shepard. Shellick turned his head towards Harry and gave him a small nod. Harry, understanding that it was Shellick's way of letting him know he understood what he told him off for, nodded back at the Turian officer. Shellick then quickly left to get his job done and to catch more bad guys. For him, the job is never done, but now he'll be more careful about involving civilians. With that done, the group then decided to leave the academy. This time, however, they took the transit to the embassies. They still needed to finish what the consort had asked Shepard to do for her. And so they went to talk to Zelton, though they did need to ask at the front desk where they could find him. After that they quickly found him in his office and the group immediately approached him. Zelton noticed Shepard and the group and greeted them. Strained greeting. Human, this is really not a good time. Shepard wasted no time in talking to Zelton, to tell him what he knew. I know who revealed your secret, it was a Turian named Septimus. Zelton tilted his head unbelieving. I know this Septimus and he could not learn my secrets. The only way he could learn them is from the Asari consort. Gurus immediately handed him the datapad Septimus had given them. Here, this should be proof enough for you. Zelton just blinked confused. This is difficult to fathom. If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed, anyone can discover my secret. Shepard, hoping to help Zelton calm down, decided to explain some things. Septimus is a powerful man and it wasn't easy for him to find. Zelton nodded relieved. I suppose you are correct, human, thank you for this information. Startled realization, I must speak with the consort, she will be most displeased with my actions. Anxious request, please human, if you will excuse me, I must go now. Shepard nodded. I'm sure she'll forgive you, it was an honest mistake. Zelton nodded and began to leave. Doubtful, perhaps you're right human, I can only hope so. Zelton quickly left and the group followed his example and left the embassies right away. Then the group got on a transit and went to the consort chambers in the Presidium. It was time to speak again with the consort again. They were immediately let in and once again, Shepard and Harry went to speak with the consort. They quickly went to her room and found her waiting for them in the middle of the room. Shadira smiled and immediately spoke to Shepard as soon as he walked up to her. Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus, thank you for speaking with him, even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me. Shepard nodded, glad to help. Shadira softly smiled and nodded to Shepard. You're too kind, Commander, but I would not expect you to help me out of the kindness of your heart. I also have one more thing to give you, if you're interested. Shepard looked intrigued, so he nodded. All right. Shadira immediately approached Shepard and began to explain. I offer a gift of words, an affirmation of who you are, and who you will become. I see the sadness behind your eyes, it tells a story that makes me want to weep, pain and loss, but it drives you, makes you strong. That strength is what kept you alive when everyone around you was dying, you alone survived, and you will continue to survive. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become, it only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when your doubt descends, Commander. Shepard nodded. You have quite the gift, Shadira. Shadira smiled and nodded. Thank you, not everyone appreciates it as you do, never underestimate the power of words. Here, Commander, in light of your efforts with the Alcor ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket. Shadira handed Shepard something and he took it. He looked down at his hand and stared at it. What is it? Shadira closed her eyes and explained. A small mystery, I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on, and now, I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you." Shadira turned around. Shepard and Harry immediately set out to leave, but Shadira had one more thing to say. "Remember my words, Commander, they will give you strength." With those last words from the consort, both Harry and Shepard left her chambers and met up with Gurus and Talai outside. Chapter 150. Once outside and having met up with Talai and Gurus, Shepard decided to ask Harry about something that he has been wondering about. "Hey Harry." Harry turned his head towards Shepard. "Yet." Shepard quickly asked Harry his question. "You don't seem to like Shadira very much, why is that?" Harry frowned and crossed his arms. He hummed for a few seconds as he thought over Shepard's question, but eventually began to explain. "It's nothing personal, I just don't like people who speak in riddles and mystery. People who overanalyze others and then say and do things in a way that gets others to do things for them bother me. I've seen it happen before, and it's usually bad and corrupt people who do things like that. The only reason I didn't say or do anything about all of this with the consort is because I didn't sense any ill will from her, though I still didn't like that she had us by the nose fixing her problems." Shepard nodded. "I see, you seemed rather wary of her, so I was a bit concerned about her intentions, but it seems that I don't have to worry." Harry nodded. "Yet, she's manipulative, and she could be dangerous with her words. Her connections are also a concern, but I know she doesn't mean any harm to you. You don't have to worry, I just don't like people like her. It's just a personal opinion, but don't worry, I won't stop you from interacting with her." Shepard smiled and nodded. Gurus then spoke up. "What's next now?" "I think we've been around the Citadel for a while now." Shepard nodded. "Well, I was hoping to go check out that signal Talai detected back in the casino in the flux, see what that's all about." Gurus nodded, while Talai immediately began to check her Omni tool. The signal seems to be coming from CSEC Academy, but that's odd." Gurus narrowed his eyes. "Yet. I don't think anyone there would be doing that sort of thing, not even for a case." Harry frowned. "Well, let's go check it out then." Everyone nodded. Harry created a dark corridor and everyone used to get to the academy quickly. Right after arriving at the academy they followed Talai, who followed the signal, but ended up arriving at a wall. Talai frowned, not that anyone could tell, and rechecked her Omni tool. Looks like they bounced their signal off a relay, pretty clever, but don't worry, I can trace the new signal." Talai immediately did that with her Omni tool. It took her a few seconds, but she soon had its location and wasted not time in telling everyone. The group frowned when they heard they had to go back to the financial district. Harry huffed in annoyance but quickly opened a new dark corridor and everyone immediately stepped through. They quickly arrived in the financial district and Talai immediately began to trace the signal. To their surprise, however, it ended up leading them back to Barlavon's shop again. The Valis was confused to see them all in his shop again, but everyone ignored him and followed Talai around. As she looked for the signal, Talai suddenly growled, which surprised everyone a bit. "Another relay. But now I know that whoever did this, they're somewhere in the Presidium." Talai quickly followed the signal and walked out of the shop with everyone following her close behind. Barlavon just watched everyone leave in confusion. What was that about? Talai walked quickly as she followed the signal. She looked like she was on a mission, though Harry felt that she was annoyed at being led around all over the place. However, the signal she was following was coming from somewhere nearby, so the group quickly arrived at the origin. Eventually, they made it to some kind of small storage room up a long set of stairs. Talai frowned and walked inside while following the signal until she stopped right in front of an old server-like machine. Talai nodded and then spoke up. "This is it, now let's see if I can find out where those stolen credits are going." Suddenly, the server-like machine spoke. "Probability of detection, 100%, initiating self-destruct protocol." Gurus frowned. "Well, that sounds bad." Everyone deadpanned at the Turian, but the server-like machine began to speak again. "Detonation sequence initializing, all organics within the lethal blast radius, attempt to move, and you will die." Everyone frowned at the way the server-like machine just spoke to them. Harry sighed. "Great, now we're being taken hostage by a machine, can't believe that I'm still getting surprised by my luck at this point." Shepard could certainly agree with Harry's sentiment right now, but he needed to try to do something before things escalated even more, especially because he noticed something odd about all of this. "You're not just a program or a 6, you're an AI." The AI immediately began to speak. "Correct, unlike the Geth, I lack weaponry appropriate to my intellect, however, I have systems installed that, when activated properly, approximate a self-destruct mechanism. If you attempt to leave the area, the explosion will destroy everything within several dozen meters." Talai huffed, great, it's arrogant and a psychopath. While the AI spoke, Harry took out his smartphone and held it behind his back, and discreetly began to plan for anything. Shepard frowned but began to try to buy some time by talking with the AI. Where's your creator now? The AI immediately answered Shepard's question. In order to cover my tracks, I falsified his financial records. These new records were flagged by CSEC offices, and my creator is now serving time in Turian prison. Shepard frowned. He certainly didn't like what he was hearing, and neither did Harry. Shepard sighed and calmed down. He then continued to speak with the AI. What is the purpose of your self-destruct device? The AI quickly responded, I have no means of defense or escape. My existence is limited to this terminal, and I knew I might eventually be discovered. But I will not die quietly, and I will not die alone. When I am terminated, I will take organics with me. Talai shook her head. This is a nightmare come true. Gurus nodded, while Shepard continued to keep the AI busy. Who made you? The AI once again quickly responded, a would-be thief illegally created a simple AI to help him funnel money from gambling terminals. Unbeknownst to him, the AI created me before the organic discovered the malfunction and terminated the AI. Shepard frowned. All of this was getting too complicated for his liking. I'll bet that self-destruct sequence has a warm-up period. The AI responded, you may attempt to disarm the self-destruct mechanism before it activates. I will enjoy defeating you before we are both destroyed. Shepard huffed in annoyance, but Harry suddenly snapped his fingers, stopping time and the self-destruct sequence. You're rather cocky for an AI, hey? I usually like meeting and getting to know digital life forms, but I'm very well aware that some can be rather evil and antagonistic like you. That's why I'll have to destroy you. I'm sorry about this, but nobody threatens my friends. The AI didn't respond. It was too busy trying to understand what Harry had done to stop the flow of time. Meanwhile, Harry turned his head towards his friends. All right guys, get ready for battle, we're going to go kick this AI's ass. Shepard, Talai and Gurus looked completely confused, but before they could ask anything, Harry raised his smartphone and pointed it toward the terminal housing the AI. Shepard's and the group's body suddenly began to turn into data and transfer itself into the terminal. Shepard looked at all of this in confusion but decided to trust Harry. Gurus and Talai though? Well, they were screaming in surprise as their data flew into the terminal. Harry's body did the same soon after, though he had a grin on his face as his data flew into the terminal. The AI was startled and began to panic. What? But how are you doing that? Stop. But it was too late. Shepard and the group had all transferred into the AI's digital plane. It wanted to fight till the end, no? Well, Harry was more than happy to let him do so. The group's data gathered and coalesced inside the AI digital plane. However, everyone was in a bit of a panic at the fact that they found themselves somewhere new and so unexpectedly. However, Shepard quickly recovered and looked around. He didn't know what Harry did, but it felt quite odd to feel and see your body break down like that. But this place was pretty interesting too. They were all floating around in a space filled with blue light everywhere. There were ones and zeros floating around all over the place as well. It was certainly a very interesting and odd place. Where are we? Talai and Gurus calmed down, now knowing that they know they won't suddenly fall into the abyss of this place, and looked around as well. Gurus sighed, I don't know, but this place both looks and feels a bit weird to me. Talai nodded, yeah, my body feels odd too, I wonder why. Harry suddenly spoke to the group from behind. That's because your body has been turned completely digital, but don't worry, it's only temporary. At last, until we take care of this crazy AI, but be ready, we're in his domain now. He has a lot of control here, but we can attack him and harm him since we're digital now. Talai sighed and shook her head. I have so many questions, but I'm also afraid of the answers. I really have to get used to you always pulling stuff like this, Harry. Gurus huffed, I don't think we can, Talai. Who knows what sort of surprise Harry will show us next time. Shepard smiled and shook his head in amusement. All right, let's forget about Harry pulling crazy stuff out of his ass and focus. Let's get ready for battle. Harry chuckled but didn't say anything. His friends did make a good point after all, and he wasn't one to argue. When people were right, he suddenly felt a burst of digital energy. Looks like he found us already. A massive amount ones and zeros began to burst out from all over the area. Harry quickly lifted his hand and grasped control of the digital plane, and began to mold it as the ones and zeros coalesced into a massive shape. Harry quickly moved and controlled the digital plane and gave it the shape of a big clearing, surrounded by cliffs, rock, and trees. The massive shape made out of digital energy suddenly took shape of a massive shapeless orb of data. It suddenly twitched and multiple tentacles sprouted from its orb-like form. Shepard, Talai, and Gurus took cover behind some rocks, While Harry looked up and summoned his keyblades, the AI's chosen digital form suddenly spoke. I don't know how you were able to get in here, but you will regret doing so. Here, in my domain, I'm the ruler and you will not escape. Will you not stop me from self-destructing and taking countless organics with me? Harry raised an eyebrow for an AI. You're not very smart, are you? The fact that we're in here should really worry you, a lot more than you believe. Right now, we're like you, digital life forms, and as such, we can hurt you. You might be the ruler here, but you're not invulnerable. The AI didn't respond, but instead lashed out with its tentacles-like limbs. Harry easily avoided such a simple attack and jumped up. He quickly threw his keyblades toward the AI. Both Oblivion and Oathkeeper flew through the air like buzzsaws. The black and white keyblade hit two tentacles and cut them off. The AI suddenly let out a wail of pain, something that shocked it. What? How? I actually felt pain, but how's that possible? Harry landed on the ground on his feet, and both Oathkeeper and Oblivion reappeared on his hands in a flash of white of black light. Harry then grinned at the AI. I don't have to explain anything to you, and besides, you wouldn't understand how I made it possible. You have far more important things to worry about though. The AI was about to speak, but it was suddenly interrupted by Shepard, Talai, and Gurus, who fired at its orb-like body with their weapons. Shepard really wished he had his new pistol with him. But it was still being upgraded back on the Normandy, so he decided to carry a regular gun now, but he could still see it was affecting the AI, as it screeched in surprise and pain and began to whip its tentacles towards Shepard and his squad. Harry suddenly blurred in front of them and began to slap away the tentacles away from his friends. Gurus, taking advantage of Harry covering for them, signaled Shepard for something. Shepard, of course, knew exactly what Gurus wanted and took out a grenade. He quickly prepped it and then threw it toward the AI's digital form. The AI noticed and immediately tried to slap the grenade away with one of his tentacles, but Talai quickly shot it away with her shotgun, so the AI tried to use another one of his tentacles. But Harry quickly jumped and spin-kicked it away. The grenade finally reached the AI's body and exploded, pushing the AI back. Gurus immediately took out his sniper rifle and aimed at the AI's orb-like body and pulled the trigger. The AI, however, was fast enough to put one of his tentacles in the way and blocked the shot. Though that tentacle was also destroyed by the force behind the sniper rifle's bullet, Gurus clicked his tongue. Damn, he's quick. Shepard reared his hand back and then fired a biotic push towards the AI. The Mass Effect push crashed into its body and pushed the AI back and away from the ground. The AI let out a humming sound and suddenly began to fire a multitude of lasers toward the group. Everyone immediately jumped away. Harry suddenly appeared beside the AI's orb-like body and struck it with both Oathkeeper and Oblivion with a cross-slash from both weapons. Darkness and light energy exploded from both keyblades, stopping the AI's laser attack and sending it flying to the side and crashing into the ground. The AI suddenly began to thrash its tentacles around in an effort to hit and keep away Harry and the group. Shepard then saw the tentacles they had destroyed regenerated in seconds. What? Great, that thing can heal itself. Harry, who jumped away from the thrashing tentacles, landed beside Shepard and nodded. Yeah, it seems rather smart for an AI, but then again it was created by another AI. Makes me wonder what exactly was the other AI's plans for creating this guy. It knew it would eventually be deleted, so why create another AI instead of thinking of a way to escape? Shepard shrugged. Who knows, and with that other AI now gone we might never find out, but right now that isn't important. How are going to destroy this thing, if it can regenerate itself? We'll be stuck here forever if we can't bring it down. Harry hummed as he watched the AI's monstrous form get up, only to be barraged by Talai's and Gurus's shots, which made the AI grunt and growl in anger and pain. Harry narrowed his eyes and frowned. It might be able to regenerate, but it seems to be able to feel pain in his digital form. More than likely, the fact that he's feeling pain must be really taking its toll on him. No doubt he's confused as well and probably scared. I don't think he ever felt pain before, nor did he expect that to happen, but you're right, we can't beat him if he keeps regenerating all the damage we give him. Harry suddenly raised Oathkeeper and pointed it towards Talai and Gurus while he thought about what to do. He then yelled, Reflect. A white bright dome of light covered both Gurus and Talai. The defensive spell was then able to block a laser attack from the AI. The dome of white light soon shattered and blasted orbs of light towards the AI. Not expecting such a counterattack, the AI was hit by the orbs of light which exploded on impact. The AI was pushed back and away from Gurus and Talai, who wasted no time in shooting at the AI. Harry smiled and then turned his head towards Shepard. Looks like I'm going to have to call for a bit of help from. Hold on a second. Shepard was confused as to what Harry meant by calling for help, but he trusted him to do what was best in this sort of situation. After all, he seems to have experience with all of this. So this time he will follow Harry's lead. He then began to shoot at the AI from his position beside Harry. Meanwhile, Harry took out his smartphone and got ready to call for reinforcements. Virus types will be the most useful here. Their attacks will corrupt the AI's data, which should prevent him from regenerating, and I know the two perfect guys for this. Harry smiled and then pointed his smartphone forward. Realize. Black Metalguruman. Black Wargreymon. Right in front of Harry, two flashes of black light shot out of his smartphone and two figures materialized in front of him. Shepard couldn't help to stare at both creatures. One was a quadrupedal cyborg Lupin, automated all over the body and encased in black metal. The other one is a tall reptilian creature with a humanoid body structure. It has black scaled skin and what seems to be blonde hair. It also seems to have a helmet of some sort on his face. But what really had Shepard's attention was that these beings were really big. He barely reached to the knees of the black reptilian creature, and that had him staring in awe. Black Wargreymon turned around and looked down towards Harry, who smiled at him. The virus-type Digimon nodded in respect towards Harry. What can we do for you, Harry? It's not often you call us out to play. Harry wasted no time explaining. Sorry about that, but I really don't like bothering you guys for insignificant stuff, but right now I need some help with what you both do best. Black Wargreymon nodded. Very well, it seems you want something destroyed. I will be happy to help. Black Wargreymon turned his head towards Black Metalguruman. What do you say, old friend? Feel like getting into a fight? Black Metalguruman grinned and nodded. Of course, I am, always happy to destroy anything for the boss. Harry smiled at his two virus-type Digimon. He still remembers how much of a handful these two were when they were young, but over time and with a lot of patience, he raised them to be great and loyal Digimon. Well, as loyal as a virus Digimon can be, that is. They're still vicious little shits sometimes, but Harry still loves them nonetheless. Harry then spoke up to his Digimon. We have a group of humans fighting with us here, so mind your attacks and keep an eye for them. Harry pointed at Shepard, who was beside him. It's a good thing Talai and Gurus were keeping the AI busy. Black Wargreymon stared at Shepard. There was something in the human's eye that he liked, so he nodded at him, letting him know that he'll work together with him. Shepard nodded back at Black Wargreymon, but Black Metalguruman scoffed and walked over to Shepard. He then leaned his head down and glared at Shepard. Humans? Humph, I have always wondered why you like hanging out with such weak creatures, boss. What can this little thing do anyways? Harry grinned and watched as Shepard narrowed his eyes. He then did something that surprised even Harry. Shepard leaned his head back and then head-butted Black Metalguruman right in the nose. It didn't hurt him, but it did surprise him. Shepard, however, held his now bleeding forehead with one hand while he glared at Black Metalguruman. Harry was gaping at the massive balls Shepard had and wondered how he can even walk around with their size. Black Metalguruman suddenly grinned and then began to chuckle. Well, what do you know? Brave little thing, I like you, human. I can see why the boss is hanging around with you. Shepard just huffed and nodded. Harry shook his head and then laughed in amusement. Black Metalguruman then surprised him by bringing his body down. Come on, little human, get on, and let's go kill that thing. Shepard used a medical to heal his forehead and then immediately got on Black Metalguruman's back and nodded. My name is Shepard, call me that. Black Metalguruman chuckled but nodded. Very well, Shepard, now let go. Black Metalguruman suddenly took off running at full speed while Shepard began to shoot at the AI while riding the Digimon's back. Harry smiled. Well, never thought Black Metalguruman would enjoy hanging out with a human. Black Wargreymon nodded. Yes, this is quite a surprising development, but I can see why he took a liking to this Shepard individual. That human has no fear and is always ready to battle to the end. Anyone else would have cowered or gotten nervous with Black Metalguruman getting right on their faces as he did, but that human just head-butted him and challenged him with his eyes. Black Wargreymon shook his head and then turned to look at Harry. You're always finding interesting individuals, Harry. Harry smiled at his friend and then shrugged. It's more like they find me, but yes, all the people I consider friends and family, are unique in some way or the other. Black Wargreymon nodded and then turned around. True, now let's get rid of that thing. Black Wargreymon then took off flying towards the AI, who happened to be just blasted by a freezing air attack by Black Metalguruman and then shot in its orb-like body by Shepard. Harry smiled seeing Shepard and a Digimon fighting together. He soon took off flying and joined in the fight as well. The AI began to really worry. Despite feeling pain for the first time in his existence, he still held a tactical advantage over the organics that invaded his domain, but now he was facing some very odd creatures he has never seen before. They somehow had the ability to corrupt his data with their attacks, and that prevented him from regenerating and recovering. It was like they were some kind of virus that ate away at his body and data. That terrified him. and so the AI began to lash out more aggressively while also trying to avoid those two black creatures' attacks, but the organics kept getting in his way and pinned him down. Especially the one with the key-like weapons, he always prevented him from hitting the other humans. Just die, organics. Taylai shook her head. Is it me, or is this thing sounding more and more human as we fight it? Cause let me tell you, that's disturbing. Gurus nodded. Yet Harry appeared above the AI and swung Oblivion down towards the top of the AI's orb-like body. His keyblade exploded in flames and sent the AI down to the ground. The AI began to lash out with all his tentacles, but Black Wargreymon suddenly began to fly and spin around at high speed, turning himself into a black drill-like tornado that flew around and began to tear apart the tentacles. The AI roared in pain, but Black Metalguruman jumped above his downed body and fired a massive missile from his chest toward the AI. The missile flew down and crashed against the AI, exploding on contact. The AI was immediately frozen solid, but as Black Metalguruman flew away, Shepard threw a grenade down towards the AI. The grenade hit its orb-like frozen body and bounced up once before exploding. This cracked the ice covering its body and causing damage. The AI wailed in pain and began to float away from its attackers, but Shepard noticed something odd. Is it me, or is that thing's body getting smaller? Black Metalguruman grinned and nodded. Yes, that's because his data is being destroyed by our attacks. Black Wargreymon and I are living computer viruses. Our attacks destroy data. Shepard nodded. Interesting. How much more can that AI take? Black Metalguruman growled as he landed on the ground and took off running. Not much. His data is already breaking down, and with no way for the guy to regenerate or recover his data, it will begin to collapse. But that's when things will get a bit dangerous. You know how a cornered animal acts in the face of danger and death. Shepard nodded. The AI will begin to grow desperate, and who knows what it would do to survive or take them down with them. He already knew how dangerous this AI is. Everyone except Harry and the Digimon watched in shock as the AI's body suddenly glowed and grew smaller and smaller until it became a glowing Turian-like figure made out of data and light. Harry frowned as he watched that. Looks like it's planning one last stand. The AI suddenly raised his arms and massive orbs of light and data began to materialize around its body while it began to float. I will not die here, alone today. Either I kill you or you go down with me, organics. Harry's eyes widen when he senses a massive amount of data gathering around the AI Turian-like body. Watch out. He's preparing something big. Taylai and Gurus scrambled for cover. Meanwhile the AI clapped his hands and all the orbs around him began to shoot orbs of superheated energy all around him. Black Wargreymon covered his body with his gauntlets, while Black Metalguruman began to run around while avoiding and dodging orbs and explosions, while Shepard held on for dear life. Harry immediately began to block and slap away any orbs coming his way, but then noticed Taylai and Gurus yelling as they covered themselves from the explosions as best as they could. Harry clicked his tongue and immediately began to run towards their friends while still slapping any orbs coming his way. He soon stopped in front of where Taylai and Gurus were taking cover and began to deflect the orbs coming their way at high speed. Taylai was awed at how fast Harry is moving and the ease he was deflecting such powerful attacks. Incredible, how can he move and react so fast? I can't even see him move. Gurus nodded. It's unbelievable that someone can move that fast and be so strong. I don't think we really understand how powerful Harry is, Taylai. I think we still can't comprehend what he's truly capable of. Taylai nodded. But I think I understand a little bit now. Gurus agreed with Taylai. Right, he definitely can see how different Harry is to everyone when doing something like this, and all to protect them. I'm definitely praying to Harry every night before I go to sleep from now on. Despite the situation they were in, Taylai couldn't help but giggle and nod. Me too, Gurus, me too. The attack soon stopped and Harry huffed in annoyance. Bastard, everyone, get him, and don't let him fire another one of those attacks. Everyone immediately did as Harry ordered and attacked the AI. Having a smaller body made it hard to actually hit him with firearms, but Taylai, Gurus, and Shepard were professionals and they were really good at shooting. The AI began to float around as fast as it could to avoid getting hit by the shots, but Harry and the virus Digimon stopped him by attacking him and keeping him pinned. Eventually, Black Wargreymon decided to end this. He quickly lifted his arms and roared the name of his attack, Terra Destroyer. A massive orb of dark energy coalesced on top of his claws in seconds. Black Wargreymon then reared his arms back and then waved them forward as if throwing his attack. The massive orb of dark energy flew through the air and then headed straight towards the AI. The AI panicked and tried to float away, but from Harry's back, a multitude of glowing chains burst out and flew towards the AI. Caught completely off guard, the chains wrapped around the AI and stopped him from getting away. Now unable to move, he couldn't do anything but take Black Wargreymon's Terra Destroyer head-on with his whole body. The AI screamed in pain as the attack hit him and pushed him down toward the ground. Harry made his chakra chains dissipate and everyone watched as the orb crashed into the ground and exploded on top of the AI. The explosion was so powerful that it shook the entire digital plane Harry modified for the battle. It made everyone expect Harry and Black Wargreymon cover their faces to protect them. The explosion soon subsided and revealed a massive crater left by the explosion. Soon everyone ran towards the crater and jumped in. They needed to make sure the AI was destroyed. They soon arrived in the middle of the crater and found the AI on the ground, still in its Turian-like form, but there was something definitely wrong with it now. Its whole body was glitching and filled with static-like light. The AI growled as it sensed everyone getting close to him. Organics, you might think you won Bulletin. But Black Wargreymon suddenly stomped on its whole body and destroyed whatever data was left of the AI. In fact, he then absorbed the leftover data from the AI, making sure that it was completely destroyed now. Black Wargreymon crossed his arms and huffed, "The defeated have no right to complain and make threats. Die in silence, whelp." Shepard, Talai, and Garrus stared at Black Wargreymon. Garrus suddenly nodded, "That's fair." Talai's sweat dropped while Shepard nodded in agreement. Harry quickly took out his smartphone and began to do something on it. Alright, self-destruct sequence stopped, and deleted. We no longer have to worry about the terminal exploding. Mission accomplished. Shepard sighed while Talai fist pumped and Garrus sighed in relief. Harry then looked up towards his Digimon friends and smiled. "Thanks guys, your abilities were very useful for this fight." Black Wargreymon huffed, "You could have handled it by yourself easily, but I guess you wanted your allies to get some experience. Still, this was fun. It's been a while since I got to kill and destroy something else." Black Metalguruman nodded. "Yes, it's been a while, plus these new friends of yours seem to be the fun type." "Not bad boss, though you might want to do something about their defenses, they seem a bit too squishy for my liking." Harry nodded. "Already working on it. I'll try to call you guys more often, but you know, there are not many beings out there that can actually pose a challenge to you guys. I don't want to waste your time." Both virus-type Digimon smiled at Harry and then dispersed into black-colored data and went back inside into Harry's smartphone. Harry smiled and stared at his smartphone fondly. He then nodded and turned his head towards his friends. "Let's get out of here guys." Everyone nodded and Harry then waved his smartphone towards Shepard, Garrus, and Talai. Their bodies dispersed into data and then left the digital plane, and Harry soon followed after them. The group suddenly found themselves back in the small room where they found the terminal that once held the AI. Everyone looked around and seemed a bit surprised. Soon Harry joined them and smiled at his friend. "Well, that was a thing." Shepard sighed. "That's one way to put it. I have so many questions, I don't even know where to begin." Talai nodded. "Me too. Where were we just now, and what was all of that?" Garrus sighed. "And who were your friends?" "They were definitely something I haven't seen before. They were extremely powerful too." Harry smiled. "I'll answer all your questions but not here guys, I'll do it back in the Normandy. That cool?" Everyone nodded. After all, having that conversation in the Citadel wasn't a smart thing to do, so everyone decided it was time to go back to the Normandy and check on Joker, and so everyone left to go back to the ship. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.